Good morning, Twin Falls, Idaho. It's today, Monday, April 14th. Look at that. Nice shot, isn't it? Good way to start your week. Get your heart started with a little far western scenery there. Good morning, all. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Jane Pauley, and we have something unusual coming up during this half hour of the Today program, I think it's fair to say. This is day 163 for the hostages in Tehran. We have some late developments, Red Cross officials visiting today, and we have some mail from the hostages during this half hour of today.
Donald Cook, one of the hostages, wrote his parents and family in Tennessee a letter that began, "Well, I believe the impossible has finally happened. Geology summer field camp no longer ranks as the worst experience in my rather humble life." These are some of the upbeat letters that the hostages have written to their families, letters upbeat, we assume, to cheer the families up. And the families, two of them, are going to be with us today to read some of those letters to you themselves.
Really some rather extraordinary messages when you get down into them. Also, during this half hour of today, or during the 2 hours of today, we'll be hearing from Gilda Radner. That's something to look forward to. But first, as we so often do these days, let's begin with the latest news from Iran. This morning, Red Cross and Iranian health officials visited the American hostages at the United States Embassy. So far this morning, we have not been able to get a report on that visit because Iranian television authorities are not permitting the American television networks to transmit that footage. At first, we couldn't get the man who would turn on the power at the television station to the place. And finally, when he got there, Iranian authorities decided that they would not permit American television networks, as I say, to transmit coverage of Red Cross officials visiting the hostages this morning. As we do get details in the story, we'll bring them to you, of course. Meanwhile, President Carter is telling European allies that they should immediately join the United States in economic sanctions against Iran. And if those sanctions don't work, the allies, according to the president, should break diplomatic relations by mid-May. So far, there has been no public response from the allies on sanctions, but the common market countries are temporarily withdrawing their ambassadors from Iran. More on the story from Richard Valeriani.
Here acknowledged there are several reasons for the failure of America's allies to move quickly in taking actions against Iran. In the first place, for understandable reasons, they were not told in advance of Mr. Carter's decision, and so they need time to reach decisions of their own. In general, they lack confidence in the Carter administration's handling of foreign affairs, which they say needs more coherence and consistency. Mr. Carter does not have good enough personal relations with Allied leaders to make up for this lack of confidence. Many of the Allies have their own domestic political and economic problems, which make it difficult for them to move boldly. And as a group, they're badly organized, so they issue statements instead of taking action. And finally, officials here say that the Allies have been overwhelmed in recent months by American requests for sanctions against the Russians, for an Olympic boycott, for sanctions against Iran. For all of these reasons, action from Allied capitals against Iran is not likely to be swift or dramatic. Richard Valeriani, NBC News, at the State Department.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin is en route to the United States this morning to meet with President Carter on the problem of what to do with the Palestinians in Arab areas now occupied by Israel. As he left Tel Aviv today, Begin said Israeli settlements will continue in occupied Arab territories. He also said that he would not be bound by that May 26th target for an agreement. Meanwhile, Israel says it has pulled its troops out of southeastern Lebanon. They were sent in last week following a terrorist raid on an Israeli kibbutz near the Israeli-Lebanese border. In India, Prime Minister Gandhi was the target of an assassination attempt today. Indian authorities said a man threw a dagger at Mrs. Gandhi as she entered her car. He missed her, but he hit her bodyguard. There is no word on whether the bodyguard was seriously injured. In American presidential politics, Senator Kennedy starts this week with some good news. He beat President Carter in the Arizona Democratic caucuses over the weekend, 16 delegates to 13. Now, as Bob Kerr reports, Kennedy hopes the Arizona results will travel cross-country to Pennsylvania.
Even though Jimmy Carter picked up many more delegates than Kennedy in other state caucuses over the weekend, Arizona was a psychological lift.
I think that this is encouraging because it comes from a different part of the country. The Southwest now has spoken.
And Kennedy believes his Arizona victory is another indication he has a chance to win next week's Pennsylvania primary. The race is close, but Kennedy believes Arizona proved that the Iran issue is no longer helping the president much.
And I think yesterday that Jimmy Carter found that there's a little cactus They're growing in the rose garden as well.
Before yesterday's trip to Pennsylvania, Kennedy spent 2 days campaigning in California. He took in about $70,000 at fundraisers and insisted he would be here fighting in California's primary 7 weeks from now. After touring a construction site, Kennedy said he doesn't understand how Democrats who can no longer buy houses or cars or keep jobs can nominate Jimmy Carter. He accuses the president of wrongly and insensitively trying to fight inflation with high interest rates, unemployment, and cuts in social programs.
This battle is over the heart and the soul of the Democratic Party. Make no mistake about it. Jimmy Carter is leaving the Democratic Party, and we are going to reclaim it.
Bob Kerr, NBC News, with the Kennedy campaign in San Francisco.
Take a look at New Orleans this morning. Much of it is still underwater following weekend thunderstorms that flooded the Louisiana city. More than 15 inches of rain fell in 3 days across much of the South. The heavy rains and tornadoes did extensive damage throughout the South coastal region. At least 5 people died in the storms, and an exact estimate of the damage is not yet possible. We get a report on the situations in Mobile, Alabama, and Jackson, Mississippi from Bob Jimenez.
7 inches of rain fell in Mobile, Alabama yesterday, flooding some roads.
Today, windy, cold, raw, northeast wind, heavy rain developing tonight, southeast gale tonight, very windy, warm thunderstorms. Tomorrow, rain in the morning, clearing.
That's just a few moments ago. Red Cross authorities have been able to visit the American hostages at the embassy in Tehran. At first, Iranian authorities would not let us transmit any television coverage of that visit. We have now been able to get a telephone call through to our correspondent there, Philip Till. We're going to go to Philip Till now in Tehran for a report on the visit this morning. Phil?
Indeed, the International Red Cross men, 2 of them, have been in there for some 4 hours now. They were joined by a local Red Cross man, the Iranian health minister, and an Iranian doctor. We understand that Iran television is filming some of the events inside the embassy, but no pictures are available yet. And they've also promised us a news conference for some time tonight. We know that what the International Red Cross people are most interested in, Tom, is seeing all of the hostages. Because, as you know, no team of neutral outsiders has ever been able to make an exact head count of all of the Americans inside the embassy.
Phil, what about the demonstrations in the streets of Tehran this morning over the weekend? Khomeini was out whipping up the people once again. Is that continuing today?
Today, it's much quieter. We had many thousands of people in the streets yesterday. That was the official day to celebrate the cutoff of ties with the United States. We understand that sometime this afternoon there's going to be a very big march from Tehran University to the American Embassy. There'll no doubt be more chanting and yelling outside the embassy then. And yes, there are more demos planned for the next couple of days. All of this, the Ayatollah says, to celebrate the cutoff of ties with what he calls the Great Satan, the United States.
All right. Thank you very much, Phil Till, in Tehran this morning. We'll ask him to stand by just in case we can get any kind of television transmission or a late telephone update on the visit of International Red Cross officials to the U.S. Embassy today. Apparently, they're still there. We'll be back in just a few moments. Jane will be talking with 2 of the families of hostages. They'll be sharing with us some very personal mail from that United States Embassy, some extraordinary messages altogether. Now it's coming up in 12 minutes past 7 o'clock, and this is Today on NBC.
Of all of the words written about the hostages in Tehran, probably the most eloquent are those written by the hostages themselves, the letters they've written home to their families. Susan and Ernest Cook's son, Donald Cook, and Bonnie Graves' husband, John Graves, are among the hostages in Iran, and they have been kind enough to bring along some of the letters that they have received from inside the embassy, from their sons and husband, and we would like to share them with you this morning. You're going to read to us some excerpts, so in effect we're going to be hearing the words of the hostages in the voices of their families. Mr. Cook, you would like to caution us first, though, lest we think that these upbeat letters reflect too much optimism from within the compound itself.
I think it's very important to understand that these people are prisoners and are being treated in an inhumane way, and we shouldn't forget that.
Well, with that in mind, let's begin. Donald Cook is now 25 years old. He celebrated his birthday last month. But this letter was written before he had celebrated the birthday, and he was anticipating.
He says, tell Cecil that I am learning to grow with this situation. I am growing tired. I am growing frustrated. I am growing bored. But mostly, I am growing old. I am wondering exactly how old I will be when I finally return. In that vein, I notice that we are rapidly approaching my first birthday in captivity. I suspect that this is some sort of an event, much like my first Christmas in captivity, but its significance has somehow eluded me. I'll bet you're asking yourself, what do you get the hostage who has everything? The answer is easy. Get me out of here.
That was Donald Cook, and he's growing very old. He's now 25 years old. Bonnie Graves, you heard from your husband, I guess, the first time in January.
That's correct.
It was a letter he had written before Christmas.
Yes, it was intended. He had hoped, assumed that we would have it for Christmas.
And let's hear.
It was actually it was a late Christmas present. I think of you all frequently. To spend Christmas here, far from the family, is a sad perspective. However, I am determined to recall each of our 33 Christmases, one by one. In that way, I shall spend an excellent Christmas, and you also will have a joyous Christmas in the knowledge that I am rocked in my memories. Be courageous, generous, affectionate, full of confidence, knowing that I love you.
How was it to receive that letter? It's so brief, so touching and eloquent, but yet so brief. Did it sustain you, or did it leave you hungry for more?
Well, what it said to me and to our children is that, that John is all right, that at least, at that moment, solid, he was holding in there. And he obviously, as so often is the case, somebody who's in a difficult situation is more worried about their loved ones than they are about themselves. Yeah. And certainly this feeling was created to me.
Mrs. Cook, your son Donald wrote a reference to a Dave. Who is Dave?
It's his youngest brother.
His youngest brother. And what did he say to Dave?
He said, I just realized my last family letter had nothing special for David. Dear Dave, yes, I realize that your friends told me so. Everyone had told him not to go to Iran. They were not alone. Many of my friends told me so. Some of my family told me so. I told me so. As a matter of fact, when I arrive in New York, I expect the whole of the United States to drop whatever it is doing, look east, and say, I told you so.
He has quite a sense of humor. Is that a bit of a bittersweet sense of humor, do you detect?
A little bit, yeah.
Is that typically Donald Cook?
Very typical.
Yeah. Mrs. Graves, your husband, is he optimistic about coming home soon? Do you see that in subsequent letters?
Well, I would say that I believe that he's optimistic about coming home. He obviously intends to come home because he's talking about writing about his experiences. When he gets here, he said he feels he has an obligation to do this. But he is obviously aware of the fact that the problems have not been resolved yet.
And how do you know that?
Well, I have a letter which I received it was dated the 10th of February. Yesterday, we were visited by 3 clergymen, Bishop Nolan, Bishop Capucci, and Ahmed Khomeini, the Ayatollah's son. They tried to cheer us up, but there doesn't seem to be any end in sight to the impasse, which prevents our release. We must continue to live each day as courageously as we can and hope for a miracle. I trust that you and the whole family are well and active. God bless.
It must be a burden for you, the families, too, to be courageous for all of us. Is that a burden? Do you feel that I expect you to stiff upper lip and be cheerful?
No, I don't think so. In fact, I would say sometimes I think that because of the extreme empathy of all, it almost becomes, they're almost too concerned. I received dinner invitations from people I don't think really wanted to invite me to dinner, but they felt they should.
What about Donald? Does he seem to be preparing himself for a homecoming?
Yes, I believe so.
And I think he mentioned something to that effect in a letter as well.
Yes, he did. He said, "Dear family, again, if it appears that I am not taking this stoically, like the heroic patriot that I suppose I am, rest assured that when," and then in parentheses he has "if," "I arrive at Kennedy Airport and the Klieg lights go on and some obnoxious reporter sticks a microphone in my face, I will behave in a manner fitting for a member of the U.S. Diplomatic Corps and will, as always, be a credit to the family. Who knows, I may even get a haircut."
You know, I might mention the reason we knew about these letters, the cook sent us a copy of one of Donald's because I was mentioned in it. And I don't say that because I think it's so neat that I was mentioned in it, except that it was your first indication that he had in fact been receiving your letters.
Yes,
His mentions to Cecil, who was his sister-in-law, you saw that earlier, and his brother Dave, those are all references as well to separate letters? Do you think then that that your husband is getting your letters too?
Some of them he is, some he is not, obviously. There's,
Yeah.
because they just simply don't because he dates and he says, well, this is my first letter from you, or this is my third letter from you, or I've written 4 or 5 letters.
You had a phone call.
Yes, I had a phone call on Monday. That is, the students called up and said that they would let me speak to my husband. And in that, he made clear to me that he'd written a letter giving me power of attorney concerning a particular matter, and I had not received even that letter.
Yeah, John Graves, Donald Cook, we think about them often, and know you do too, of course. We'll be back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
It's coming up on 7:24 right now, and we'll be back in about 6 minutes or so with the latest news, including the fact that international Red Cross officials right now are visiting those American hostages at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. We'll have what details we have available on that. And then Phil Donahue will be here with an unusual segment. He'll describe for you how family problems can stunt the physical growth of a child, turning even a perfectly healthy youngster into a dwarf. That's coming up in the next half hour, but right now a station break.
At the UMass Boston Administration Building. The protest began last week over the issue of tenure for some black professors and a demand for a greater student voice in school affairs. In sports, the Bruins...
Hi, it's 7:30 on this Monday morning. I'm Tom Brokaw with Jane Pauley.
Good morning.
Have you prepared your acceptance speech just in case you win the Oscar tonight and they call you forward and say...
They neglected to mention me again.
Well, that's it. I've had my speech prepared all these years and don't even get an invite to put on a tuxedo and stand at the barricades and watch Army Archer to
Not only that, I can't even stay up late enough to find out who does
it's
win.
such a good time, though. It is Oscar night, obviously, and we're going to be hearing from Gene Shalit. He knows who's going to give the winners away. That's another angle on Oscar night. We'll be hearing about that from Gene Shalit during the course of this half hour.
I don't know if it is true that love and security and the family can make children grow big and tall, but did you know that it is true that severe stress and pain in a family situation can cause some children to stop growing and to become dwarfs, actually? Phil Donahue in this half hour will be talking about that.
Before we get to that, let's take a look now at the latest news, because there is late news out of Iran this morning. 2 representatives of the International Red Cross have been allowed inside the occupied U.S. Embassy in Tehran. The 2 men entered the embassy this morning accompanied by a group of Iranians. The Red Cross officials are supposed to be allowed to see all 50 of the American hostages and get an actual count. The militants inside the embassy say they agreed to the deal under pressure from the Ayatollah Khomeini. Khomeini told a mass rally in Tehran yesterday that outsiders should be allowed to examine the hostages and report on their condition. Yesterday's rally was held in Tehran to celebrate the break in diplomatic relations with the United States. Another demonstration is scheduled for today. It is to be a march from Tehran University to the occupied embassy. Meanwhile, the Carter administration is continuing its campaign to gain foreign support for the president's new sanctions against Iran. Mr. Carter has warned U.S. allies that the United States may be forced to take more severe action, maybe even military action, if the president's sanctions don't free the hostages. In this country, tornadoes and torrential rain have caused widespread flooding and damage along the Gulf Coast. At least 7 people have been killed. 100-mile-an-hour winds caused more than $10 million damage in Mississippi. People are all ready to evacuate some areas. Hundreds have left the flooded homes in and around New Orleans. And Jane Pauley, you're up. You were up prematurely
I'm
there.
a little earlier than expected. An American member of the International Olympic Committee says that the Moscow Olympics may be canceled if there is enough support for the U.S. boycott. Douglas Roby says that the Olympic Committee wouldn't want to hold the Games if major countries such as France, West Germany, Australia, and Canada boycotted the Games, and they might. Israel's Prime Minister Begin arrives in Washington today for talks with President Carter. They'll discuss the stalled Palestinian autonomy negotiations. Egypt's President Sadat talked about the issue with Mr. Carter last week. Meantime, Israel says it has withdrawn its troops from southern Lebanon. They blocked Palestinian supply routes and searched for terrorists after the terrorist attack in Israel last week. And now United Nations peacekeeping forces are on alert in the area. We'll be back in a moment.
Derailed tank cars. This morning, workers will resume efforts to pump the spilled chemicals into waiting trucks. Finally, in sports, the final round of the Masters golf tournament yesterday featured the youngest winner in tournament history, also a sentimental pairing of two old favorites. Dan Lovett has highlights. That may be the new young glamour man of golf.
Isn't that the truth? And you know, you think he quit school at 14 because he was so great at golf. He figured he'd make a run for it. Paid off for him, didn't it?
Probably not a recommendation to make for the young people of America.
No, you're right. I wonder if he can do new math. He only has to count to about 66, so it doesn't matter. Thank you, Steve. 26 before 8. Stormfield, tell us about the weather.
Travel, I get my Bravos with these. The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
The American Express train started. John Coleman left us, and in his place is Stormfield. Good morning, Storm.
That's about the Oscars for the year. Morning, Ron.
Thank you, David. Good morning to you and good morning, America. Tonight at 6 Pacific Standard Time, the 52nd Annual Academy Awards ceremony will take place at the Los Angeles Music Center with literally hundreds of millions of people around the world looking on. This year, a record 60 countries will receive the telecast via satellite, including such diverse nations as Sweden, Portugal, Brazil, Argentina, and the Dominican Republic. The audience in this country alone is so vast that sponsors are paying a record $1 million apiece for the privilege of airing 3 minutes worth of commercials. That represents some of the costliest airtime in television history. But despite these staggering numbers, the attitude of many in the film community to this year's Oscar race can best be summed up by the word ho-hum. Only the nominees themselves seem to be able to work up much enthusiasm for the awards, and even some of them have not been able to disguise their relative lack of interest. This doesn't mean that thousands of dollars haven't been spent trying to corral votes, but the basic response to this year's competition is a big yawn. Part of the problem is that most people within the film community feel Kramer versus Kramer, a conventional soap opera, is a shoo-in for the major awards, while controversial films which have generated some heat, most notably Apocalypse Now, will be overlooked. This is in marked contrast to last year's volatile awards when those two Vietnam films, The Deer Hunter and Coming Home, clashed with supporters and detractors throwing around headline-grabbing buzzwords such as fascist, imperialist, and anti-American. The debate over those two films went so far as to produce picket lines on Oscar night just 1 year ago. It's doubtful we'll see anything that exciting tonight, although some industry people are still hoping for an upset to create at least a little suspense. Although the odds still favor Kramer, some voices are now suggesting All That Jazz or Breaking Away may pull through for Best Picture, while others think Francis Coppola will edge out Kramer's Robert Benton for the Best Director nod. Even the assured win of Dustin Hoffman is now being disputed. Some industry observers say he peaked in popularity too soon, and Peter Sellers might just take home the statue for being there. Whatever happens, we'll be there at the Oscar ceremonies tonight, and we'll have a complete report plus interviews with the winners on tomorrow's program. In other news from our weekend file, showman Alan Carr pulled out all the stops to promote his upcoming music film, Can't Stop the Music. He sectioned off part of the very busy Sunset Boulevard for the unveiling of a massive billboard announcing the movie. Thousands of fans lined the street to get a glimpse of the film's stars, Valerie Perrine and Bruce Jenner, as well as several members of the disco group Village People. Also that evening, Carr held a private party at Schwab's drugstore, which closed for the first time in more than 40 years. The one down spot of the night, at Schwab's, several of the invited guests saw fit to shoplift some of the exclusive drugstore's merchandise. Although producer Carr had, of course, arranged with Schwab's to pay for any losses incurred during the evening, it does seem a shame that people would act so irresponsibly. Carr's promotional event is reported to have cost nearly $200,000, not including the cost of the shoplifting. Joan?
Thank you, Rona. It's 7:43 right now. Recently, David talked with Dr. Tim Johnson about a drug that can be very helpful for some people.
A lot of people think that lithium is a miracle drug in the treatment of emotional illness, but lithium, I am told, is also misunderstood, and Dr. Tim Johnson is here with us this morning to talk about the pluses and minuses of this rather unusual drug. Good morning, Dr. Johnson.
Good morning, David.
All right, what is lithium and how is it usually used?
Well, lithium is a drug that is really kind of a common salt form of substance, lithium, and it has been in recent years widely used in the treatment of manic depressive illness, that is, in persons who have severe mood swings from depression to periods of highs or mania. And for these people, it truly has become a miracle drug. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people have been salvaged from desperate lives with that particular emotional disorder and are able, taking lithium on a daily preventative basis, to avoid these swings, lead normal lives, in other words. So it is truly a miracle drug for these people and has provided a revolution in the treatment of that specific disorder.
All right, the way you say that suggests that perhaps there are some problems with it.
Well, I think the problems arise when the drug is utilized in other settings or for other situations for which it is not as appropriate. It indeed is being widely used for all sorts of emotional disorders, and we do not have good evidence that it is as effective in many other disorders as it is for manic depressive disease.
Who prescribes it then? I mean,
well, often other physicians besides those who are expert in the use of this drug for emotional disorders may end up trying it in somebody who's having just a pure depression, for example, and we have other drugs available for that that are safer and easier to use in lithium, or they may try it in something like schizophrenia or all kinds of emotional disorders.
Who should prescribe it then?
Well, I think this drug should only be prescribed by physicians, usually psychiatrists, who are very skilled and experienced in the use of the drug, because it is a dangerous drug. It can produce serious side effects, even death occasionally. It can produce damage in the body. It should not be utilized, we think, by pregnant women. It has to be given with very careful monitoring of the blood on a daily basis, at least initially when the drug is given, because it must be given in rather narrow range so that it produces rather exact blood levels. So you have to give it it has to be given by somebody who has experience in giving it. Daily blood tests, at least initially, should be utilized.
How would we know? I mean, suppose a patient goes to a doctor and they don't know whether the doctor really is an expert in the prescribing
well, I think
of
the
this.
patient should just make inquiry of the doctor. How often have you used this drug? What kind of experience do you have with it? Just ask very direct questions, and usually the doctor can be very straightforward in answer. And if you're suspicious, you can check with a major teaching hospital or medical center in your city or nearby. So, in summary, lithium is an excellent drug for the appropriate person, particularly those with manic depressive disease, but it should not be used indiscriminately for just any old emotional disorder that may come along.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
My pleasure.
We'll be back just a minute.
Well, for the wrong reason. It's a bizarre situation. It has not yet been proved that early diagnosis of rectal cancer will result in a higher cure rate and longer lifespan. And because it hasn't been proved statistically, even though it makes sense that it would, they're not investing a lot of money in mass screening.
Thanks very much. Good luck to those folks in Toledo, and praise to them as well, I guess.
You bet.
Okay. Thanks, Art.
Actually stop growing because of family problems. Today, Phil Donahue talks about children who become dwarfs because of psychological pressure.
Good morning, Jane. Meet Julian B. Furholt, M.D. Dr. Furholt is a child psychiatrist at Yale Child Study Center at Yale University, and you're studying psychosocial dwarfism, which is what?
Well, we've been persuaded by our studies at Yale that when a parent feels intensely negative feelings for their own child, that child can stop growing. That is, children who are psychosocial dwarfs become depressed and they stop growing in their own families. They may shut off their growth completely.
The growth of a human being is determined by a hormone secreted by the pituitary gland. How am I doing?
That's correct.
And that functioning can be affected by the emotions, huh?
That's right. And by the feelings, the emotions that are created in these children by the way their parents feel towards them. And these children, as soon as they're in somebody else's care, begin to grow again.
We don't like to deal with this, but there are parents who hate their kids, right?
Yes, there are parents who hate their kids.
And that can actually retard physical growth.
That's right.
Also here is Virginia V. Weldon, M.D. Dr. Weldon is professor of pediatrics, Washington University School of Medicine, St. Louis. You are also a pediatric endocrinologist. You study the hormones and so on. So you're involved in these research studies as well.
That's correct.
Do you share the impact of his statement?
Oh, I agree completely with Dr. Verholt, and we've seen the same kinds of cases that he has seen, but I think the important point is that most short kids are normal. Short parents have short kids.
And tall parents sometimes
Tall parents have tall kids. And
excuse me, but tall parents can have short kids as well.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's relieve guilt here. Not everybody who's got a short kid is a bad parent, huh?
I think that's important.
All right, let's take a look at a photograph. The young man on the left is how old?
The young man on the left is 8 years old. The little girl on the right is 2.
All right, now look what happened 3 months later when that child was removed from his family.
As he grew dramatically, he grew about 3 inches within 3 months. And the average child grows about 2 inches a year.
That's how much this child grew in 3 months. The dotted line to the top of his head is the amount of growth in just 3 months period, and all they did was remove him from his home.
That's correct.
This is the graph of a child who weighed 46 pounds at age 5.5. Think about this now. Actually lost weight and weighed only 39 pounds at age 8. This was a child in apparently a rather negative family situation. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, now, only a gradual return to the 40s. He weighed 40 pounds at age 12. He was removed from his home at age 12. In 1 year, he gained 36 pounds. That is a staggering
And his
visual.
growth paralleled that curve. What's important here, I think, is that it's not what the parents do or what they don't do. It's how they feel about their child. And I think it's important for you to know that these are not children who are necessarily growing up in extreme poverty. These are not children who are necessarily growing up with maltreatment. These are children who may be from middle-class homes like yours and mine. They may have parents who are smart, parents who care about children, who value children. These parents are not freaks. They're not crazy people.
And they're not necessarily parents who hate their kids.
They are parents who unfortunately develop a hatred towards their particular child. They develop an enduring hatred
now,
towards their own child.
Isn't the child involved in this? Can't this be... I mean, we do have some kids are more lovable than others.
That's absolutely right. And these children are very unlovable by the time they're sick and by the time they're not growing. In fact, they have very serious psychological and behavioral problems in their families. But when the children improve in treatment, the parents sustain that irrational hatred.
And these are not kids who are necessarily stealing hubcaps or are going to. They're not antisocial kids necessarily, are they?
No, they're not. No, they're not necessarily antisocial kids.
When they take these children out of the home, do they put them back and do they stop growing again?
Yes, if you put them back before the families change, they stop growing again. But we have to do intense psychotherapy with the children and the families in order to help the children go back to their families and grow again.
Have your studies proven that there could be a certain sibling position? Is this more predominant if it's the youngest one?
No, it doesn't seem to matter, and the other children in the family seem to do very well. This child has been referred to often as the scapegoat child, the child on which all the family's problems seem to be focused.
It's the interaction of the family members which can affect the growth of the child.
That's right. What happens is a child is born, and a parent feels rejected and defeated in taking care of a difficult child, and that may trigger irrational hatreds in that parent from the parent's own past.
Once they stop to the point where they don't grow or they don't eat, they themselves are unlikable children? Is this what you're saying?
Well,
they're not warm children?
The children behave in a way that's very hard for the parents to take care of them, but inside, the children who don't grow feel they're desperately lonely and sad people. They're depressed children. I think it's important to appreciate that the importance and the power of feelings on the development of all of our children. It's not just what we do, but how we feel about our children that affects the kind of people they become.
Are these children usually from unwanted pregnancies?
No, sometimes they're very much wanted for the wrong reasons, and sometimes, like that child who was in that picture there, they are children who come at the wrong time.
Does this affect them intellectually?
Sometimes they are slower intellectually, but some of the children who are hated by their parents also spend a great deal of time with their parents, and we've had some children who've been exceptionally bright because their parents have tried so hard to make things right with them, although they couldn't make their feelings right.
Hormones determine the cycle of a woman's period.
Right.
And that can be altered by an emotional event.
That's correct.
So we already have plenty of medical evidence of emotional impact on physiology.
Yes.
And this is, in your view, another example of that.
I believe it is. I think that these children probably have an underlying defect, much the same as people who have migraine headaches have an underlying defect that makes them respond to stress by having a severe headache. I think these children have setups in their pathways in their brain that control their hormones, that result in an inappropriate secretion of hormones or a failure to secrete hormones at the right time.
Okay, now as parents in this modern age, all of us have enough to feel guilty about and be confused by. Now you're giving us something else to worry about. Show me a parent with a short child, and I'll show you a parent who feels, oh my God, is it my fault? Now this is all we need, is something else to feel guilty about. Don't we have to make this point that this is rare, isn't it?
Well, we may have a little disagreement on that. I think that, as I said earlier, that the most common cause of short stature in children by far and away is genetic short stature.
But even more important, parents, even when the parents are responsible for the shortness of stature, they shouldn't feel guilty. No parent wants to hate his own child. It's inadvertent, and it's a terribly painful thing for the parent.
But this is not pervasive, Doctor.
No, of course it's not pervasive.
No, we might see one case out of every 100 children we see with short stature as this being a cause.
Thanks to Doctors Furholt and Weldon for a look at a fascinating development now being studied in psychiatric circles. We thank you. Phil Donahue in Chicago. Now back to the Today Show.
The more we learn, the more we know, but the more we don't know as well about how the brain controls so many of our functions.
I haven't known a case of that in my personal experience, yeah.
4 minutes before 8 o'clock now. Here's Willie Scott.
I must have been a happy kid. Now here's a word from Sheraton Hotels and Inns. The more you travel, the more you appreciate the taste of Sheraton.
Station break. We're going to be back with an unusual report. We have a newspaper reporter who traced down an obscene caller and came to understand his problems even better. We'll be back with that and much more, but now this is Today on NBC. Beginning of still another week here in the middle of the spring. Some of the natives call it Baltimore, but it's Baltimore, Maryland. There you are. Good morning, all. An historic coastal town. If you're anywhere near Washington, D.C. or along the East Coast, try to go to Baltimore. Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Jane Pauley. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm just going on about Baltimore. Well, it's a wonderful town. Go there and eat some crab cakes. In this half hour, we have a New York Daily News reporter who received an obscene phone call. Lots of people do. Few of them talk about it, and even fewer report them. Well, in this case, this woman was so intrigued by it that she tracked down the obscene caller and came to understand his problems even more. She has some advice for people who receive obscene phone calls about what they can do in terms of reporting it to the telephone company and how authorities actually can do something about it.
And later in this hour, the sweetheart of Saturday Night Live, Gilda Radner. She's now a triple threat, the star of stage, screen, and television.
She'll be giving us a lecture that she gives to the journalism classes of America as Rosanna Danner. Looking forward to that. We may learn something from it. 2 representatives of the International Red Cross were allowed to enter the American embassy in Tehran today to visit the hostages. The Red Cross men, who are both Swiss, were accompanied by Iran's health minister and an Iranian Red Cross official. The government of Iran promised the delegation that it would be permitted to see all 50 hostages and make an exact head count. No neutral observers have yet made such a count, even though the hostages are in their 163rd day of captivity. The Iranians reportedly are filming today's visit, but so far they have not allowed the American television networks to transmit any pictures. NBC News correspondent Philip Till is in Tehran this morning. We have his live report, but it's on a telephone circuit. Phil, what's going on there?
Well, Tom, within the last few minutes, one of the militants came to the embassy gates to tell us that so far 10 of the hostages have been seen by the Red Cross officials. That works out at about 15 minutes per prisoner. The militant went on to tell us that all of the hostages will be seen today, which means the Red Cross people will be in there for at least another 7 hours or so. And, Tom, during the weekend, the Iranian authorities hinted that this could be the start of more frequent visits by outsiders. The foreign minister, Sadek Gopsadeh, even came out and said that he was in favor of relatives coming from the States to see the hostages. He says he's going to talk about that possibility with the militants, but of course it's by no means imminent at this stage.
Why do you think that they're doing this? Is this a ploy of some kind to gain some sympathy for their position at the same time that President Carter is imposing economic sanctions and breaking off diplomatic relations?
From what the way we read it here, It seems to be a twofold reason. Number one is because Ayatollah Khomeini himself came out and said that because Islam is the merciful, they should allow outsiders to go in to check on the health and conditions. Because throughout the 5 months that the hostages have been held, the militants have been saying they're being well treated, everyone is fine. But as you pointed out, no neutral outsider has ever been in. So Khomeini did come out himself with a statement to say and told the students, let outsiders go in and give the world proof that they are being treated reasonably well. A second reason might be some pressure from America's West European allies. There was a weekend meeting between the Iranian leadership and the ambassadors of all of the Western allies, and they wanted a specific date for the release of the hostages. And President Bani Assad here replied that he couldn't give them a date, but he certainly would be working hard to get more frequent visits by neutral people to the embassy.
Thank you very much, Phil. Philip Till standing by live in Tehran this morning. We have not been able to get any pictures yet, but we are told, as you heard in that report, that international Red Cross officials are now inside the embassy. They have met with a few of the hostages. We have been told that they will be able to make an exact head count, see all 50 hostages. So far as we know, that will be the first time that's ever been done. Prime Minister Begin of Israel is on his way to Washington from Tel Aviv this morning. He'll meet with President Carter, discussing the future of Palestinians in areas now occupied by Israel. We have a late report from Vic Aiken in Israel.
At an airport news conference, Prime Minister Begin talked about Jewish settlement on the West Bank, one of the most controversial issues in the autonomy negotiations. Mr. Begin said again, there will be no freeze on Israeli settlement.
As far as living in our land, settling in this land is our perfect, inalienable right. It is our duty. It is also an integral part of our national security.
The Prime Minister also said that Israel wanted to reach agreement on Palestinian autonomy by the May 26th target date. But Mr. Begin emphasized that any agreement would have to fall within the framework of the Camp David Accords.
The agreement should be carried out. This is the golden rule in relations between nations under international law. And no side should ask even to go beyond or to deviate from or to contradict the Camp David Agreement.
As for suggestions that the autonomy talks be moved to Washington, Mr. Begin is likely to favor rotating the negotiations between Israel, Egypt, and the United States. And that may be the only point on which a compromise is reached during the 2 days of talks. Vic Aiken, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
In American presidential politics, results from most of Arizona's Democratic precinct caucuses indicate that Senator Kennedy will get 16 of the state's national convention delegates, with President Carter getting 13. Mr. Carter ran ahead of Kennedy, however, in weekend caucuses in South Carolina, Virginia, and Washington state. He still holds a 2-to-1 delegate lead. In Cleveland, a coalition of activist groups has formed a new political party. They call it the Citizens Party, and we get a report on it now from Andrea Mitchell.
The people in this new political party are angry about the economy, fed up with energy policy, turned off by conventional politicians. They're people with strong opinions about everything. For 2 days, they managed to iron out differences.
All those in favor, please raise your cards or badges. All opposed to moving the agenda.
They nominated their candidates by acclamation. Environmentalist Barry Commoner for president, LaDonna Harris for vice president. But participatory democracy isn't easy. After the convention officially adjourned, a dispute arose over the selection of officers. The Black Caucus was divided, and one of the party's co-chairwomen quit.
I asked some questions, and the answers I got did not satisfy me. I'm very sorry. I hope that the Citizens Party will do well, but I will not be able to walk with you.
Most black delegates walked out, charging racism.
Seems to me
Others stayed.
Yes, we operated in a democratic fashion. People voted, people lost. I don't think that you can be in a political party or any sort of thing if you're not prepared to accept losing.
The nominee said his infant party could survive.
It's a painful thing, and we've got a lot of people with talent and ability and willingness, and there's no problem filling gaps.
Now the new political party has to fight the Democrats, the Republicans, and some bad feelings from within. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Cleveland.
It's 8:08 now. Willard Scott is standing by with the weather, and there's some wild weather around the country down south. A lot of flooding, even cold temperatures.
It's crazy. Snow this morning in northern Louisiana. That is incredible.
Snowed around their crayfish, didn't it?
Right around the crayfish. But Balmer's in good shape. We had a lot of rain.
And balance the budget and increase defense spending and stop inflation all at the same time.
Television ads and half-hour live Ask George Bush programs like this one are part of the new Bush style. The campaign is pulling out all the stops and spending almost $1 million here. Bush's campaign contributions have dropped dramatically in recent weeks. And although he has never lost his belief in his ability to mount a strong effort all the way to Detroit, he needs a win here in Pennsylvania to convince others that his belief is more than false hope. Susan King, ABC News, with the Bush campaign in Philadelphia.
And let's look at this morning's news. David? Thanks, Steve. Storm Field with us is John Cohen, taking a couple of days off. Storm's going to tell us about...
What might put out a call for him, get him here, because right now we're going to talk about toys. Some fascinating things have been happening in the toy world in the last few months. Gerald Harrington saw some of the newer things the other day, and they were enough to make a grown man want to sit down and play.
200 Fifth Avenue in New York City, the Toy Center. It's one of several Manhattan locations for the 77th American Toy Fair. Every year, 10,000 toy buyers from all over the world come here. They reorder the hot toys, curse the slow ones, and check out the new ones.
But if you touch the web... This game is played at 3 levels of difficulty. You have amateur, professional, and championship. Is that clear?
Sales of electronic games jumped 300% last year, and there are lots of new applications of that technology this year.
Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, now I don't want no funny stuff. I want you to come up here. I want you to no rapid punches or nothing like that. I want you to get up here. I want you to mix it up good, okay? Okay. You have a countdown to 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, he's trying to kill it. Is that what you asked me to do? Yeah.
Ideal's new target game, Flash, has the most sophisticated circuitry of any toy on the market.
I'm the winner. 40 points.
Although toy prices are expected to rise another 15% this year, experts say there's a growing trend toward more year-round toy sales, especially family board games. They say the lack of entertainment dollars is keeping people home. Dolls that seem to become more lifelike every year will become more lifelike this year.
Today we're having strawberry pudding. There's a button in her back. There are no batteries involved. Just open wide. Like a little baby would chew.
Not all of the new games and toys are pure fun, escapism. With some of them, you can actually learn something.
I don't have it. Therefore, I place it upright, and you have the opportunity to take it.
Game Learn Incorporated has converted a school teacher's idea into 5 board games that will teach, among other things, rhyming, reading, and arithmetic.
You have an ad? Okay, then.
For the ecology and economy-minded, Marjorie Weinberg of Playpers has created paper covers for empty milk cartons.
And here's a truck. My kids love building toys, and the prices of building toys were getting bigger. And one day I saw the milk carton on the table, and I thought, gee, how about making a cover for it? And that started the whole ball rolling.
Shopper Toys, maker of the Playmobil system, characters with interchangeable wardrobes and accessories, is putting this year's emphasis on a new marketing technique. It's called the Fun Guarantee.
If you buy this for your youngster, age 4 to 12, and after 30 days they're not playing with it more than any other toy or game you ever bought from, we'll buy it back from you at retail.
A money-back guarantee can be a surefire gimmick in the $5 billion a year toy industry, but if it doesn't work...
I'm going to be selling Fafner ball bearings in Germany next year.
For today, Gerald Harrington, NBC News, New York.
Salesman is a salesman is a salesman. 13 past 8 o'clock right now. Back in just a few moments, I'll be talking with a reporter from the New York Daily News who would...
A network deal to be announced shortly. When Ben Casey first aired on ABC in 1961, his arch rival was the Too Good to Be True Dr. Kildare, which of course made a star of Richard Chamberlain. However, Chamberlain says he has no intention of ever returning to the weekly series grind, although he has been offered dozens of TV projects, including a revival of Dr. Kildare. Chamberlain, who is currently enjoying rave reviews for his role as Wild Bill Hickok in the Thomas Babe play Fathers and Sons, will be seen on television later this year in the costly miniseries Shogun. See you tomorrow, Joan.
You too, Rona. It's
16, large corporations are often the target of criticism, especially from consumer groups. Ralph Nader heads an organization that is concerned about the size, the power of big business, and the conduct of big business. His organization is named April 17th as Big Business Day. According to Mr. Nader, this is to bring attention to potential abuses of corporate power, to offer plans of how to make the giant corporations more accountable to the public, in his words. And this morning on Face Off, we're asking, is big business too big? Mr. Nader says yes, it is. He's with us from Washington. Malcolm Forbes, publisher of Forbes magazine, says no, it's not too big, and he's with me here in New York. Good morning, Mr. Forbes. Welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning, David.
Ms. Nader, welcome back. Good morning. First of all, what's your concern? What is it that's wrong with big business? Why are you so concerned about it?
Well, as the national polls, including those commissioned by business groups, show, many Americans are very worried about the power and abuse of power by big corporations. And the coalition behind Big Business Day on April 17th is about as broad as the American people. Church groups, consumer groups,
Ralph,
labor groups.
Excuse me for interrupting. What is your concern about big business? What is wrong with the way they function, and what do you want to do about it?
That's what I was getting to, David. Basically 6 areas. 1, too much pollution and contamination of the human environment resulting in disease. 2nd, too much consumer fraud and monopoly pricing. 3rd, too much workplace hazards in the factories, foundries, and mines. 4th, too much influence over government through campaign contributions, the bank's influence over the Federal Reserve, the ability of giant business to threaten to close down factories and lay off workers if they don't get subsidies from Washington. 4th, not enough payment of fair share of taxes, property taxes and income taxes by big business. Small taxpayers are very concerned about that. And finally, a lot of multinational corporations are abandoning this country for overseas in the most unscrupulous manner, including the practice of bribes and overseas payments. John Bunting of the First Pennsylvania National Bank, recently retired, put an article out in the Philadelphia Inquirer on that point. Now, we think that there needs to be discussion, national debate involving big business executives, and the Big Business Day Committee has invited leading executives to participate this Thursday. We think there needs to be more corporate disclosure, more rights for conscientious employees in large companies to speak out about corporate abuses. And above all, we need to crack down on a corporate crime epidemic that is affecting small business, consumers, workers, and government integrity.
Thank you. Concisely and comprehensively, Mr. Forbes. He's just laid out 6 points for openers of problems with big business, including pollution, consumer fraud, too much influence over government, big business not paying their fair share of taxes, multinationals moving, etc. How do you respond?
Well, it's the usual indictment, over-indictment. The biggest crime in the suites, to use Mr. Nader's phrase, comes when a businessman can't conduct his business profitably. Big businesses, the biggest problem we have today, for instance, it's inflation. In attempts to cure, reduce pollution, there's been Nader-inspired overkill. We have today, the biggest part of the inflationary problem comes from over-regulation, over-interference by government. The cost of doing business is tough, but the number of businesses today in America, small businesses, partnerships, proprietorships, is greater than ever before. The fact that there are, fortunately, enough big businesses in this country to compete with foreign government-sponsored accounting firms and computer operations. We have IBMs, thank goodness. We have an Exxon that can spend $4 billion this year investing in new forms of energy, additional sources of energy. We have all these things. They're hobbled tremendously by the kind of over-regulation for the occasional abuse that Mr. Nader has been responsible for enacting. Business today spends $25 to $32 billion filling out forms, government regulation. It's absolutely the biggest single cause of inflation. They're giving out Oscars tonight. Ralph, I think you deserve one as the best producer, star, and responsible for a major part of inflation in this country. It isn't big business.
Mr. Nader, he says you're really part of the problem. I think he's what he's saying.
Well, I hate to say it, Mr. Forbes, but that's an example of a big lie. Consumer groups over the years have been trying to bring down energy prices, bring down food prices, bring down health delivery care prices due to anti-competitive, monopolistic practices. I don't think you can deny that the Antitrust Division, the Justice Department, and Federal Trade Commission, and economists all over the country have documented a growing concentration of power in the hands of big business. Just look at the oil companies, look at the drug companies. All of this increases prices to consumers enormously. And I would hope that the people that you represent, Mr. Ford, will look at the facts instead of general accusations and slogans. And that's what Big Business Day is about, to look at the actual facts, how the oil companies with their enormous monopoly pricing and shared collusion with the OPEC cartel are driving prices of energy sky high, resulting in enormous inflationary costs.
Excuse me, Mr. Nader. In 30 seconds, go ahead, Mr. Ford.
It absolutely, the oil companies have suffered more from the OPEC control of oil, and people responding to your pleas about the abuses have made it almost impossible for companies in this country to get alternative sources of energy. Coal, the president wants them to use. Most of the extremism in anti-pollution makes it impossible for most plants to use coal. Amoco wants to do a thing to turn our shale. We have ways of being in this country energy independent, but they're being hobbled by movements that you make great to do out of, and great following out of exact...
Coca-Cola with just 1 calorie and that great honest-to-Pepsi taste. And it shows in the way you look, the way you feel, and in everything you do.
Bob Plainscale, this is our AM edition of News Center 5. Another strangulation report on trespassing charges this morning after their arrest yesterday at the UMass Boston campus. Those arrests ended a 6-day sit-in at the administration building to protest the denial of tenure to 2 black professors, among other issues. The demonstrators vow continued opposition.
The students will be back out here probably tomorrow or the next day. The demands are still intact. We still want to see Jefferson Cleveland, Marcia Lloyd get tenure.
Up to now, we've been frustrated by the unwillingness of people who have made demands on us to really sit down and discuss them. I would like to believe that in this coming week that some of the significant issues that have been raised could in fact be discussed in the appropriate forum.
And the chancellor says those trespassing charges will not be dropped. Meanwhile, the president of Tufts University has called off a lecture scheduled for today by the UN observer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. President John Mayer is citing security problems as the reason for canceling a speech by Hassan Rahman. Another inmate has been found dead in his cell at
left voluntarily. The arrests themselves were conducted quite peacefully. There was no use of force, no handcuffs, no guns, no clubs or anything like that. People just walked out together. I certainly hope that in the week that comes that we can begin to address the issues that the students have raised, that we can develop the forums on the campus to address these particular issues. Up to now, we've been frustrated by the unwillingness of people who have made demands on us to really sit down and discuss them. I would like to believe that in this coming week that some of the significant issues that have been raised could in fact be discussed in the appropriate forum.
Over there. The head of the Massachusetts Taxpayers Association thinks a 13-cent-a-gallon tax would be a break for property tax owners in the Bay State. Kennedy Shaw said the surcharge could help ease the property tax burden, which he expects to rise again this year. Shaw made his comments on WEEI's Bay State Forum yesterday. In sports,
on this Monday morning, and Jane and I have talked here before about the number of letters that we get from aspiring young journalists, people who say to us, what do I do if I wanted to get into journalism? Well, we think that we've come up with the answer for that. During this half hour of today, we'll have a well-known news hen. That's the only way to describe her. Rosanna Dana will be here with her lecture to journalism classes across America. You stick around for that. That's coming up during this
That's Gilda Radner. Do you know Gilda Radner got married recently? Secretly. She and her fiancé and a witness went down to City Hall and got married, and after the wedding ceremony, they went and got hot dogs at a stand. Isn't that great?
They were seen standing over a wastebasket eating the hot dogs. That was the picture that appeared. A delegation from the International Red Cross and Iranian health officials are at the United States Embassy in Tehran this morning.
Visitors have been allowed into the U.S. Embassy compound in Tehran this morning. However, it's not yet clear whether the Iranian militants holding the hostages will agree to demands of the Red Cross to talk with all 50 hostages individually and out of earshot from their captors. The U.S. has been pressing for independent interviews, hoping to learn what happened to several American hostages not yet seen by any other visitors. There are reports from Cuba this morning that the U.S. may agree to take in as many as 4,000 of the refugees now crowded into the Peruvian embassy compound in Havana. The Cuban government said all the refugees will be allowed to leave when they have a place to go. In the meantime, however, it's encouraging them to go home and wait. Bill Greenwood reports.
The Castro government set up a makeshift processing center to provide safe conduct passes for Cubans willing to leave the crowded embassy complex. So far, 3,000 Cubans have waited in the hot Caribbean sun to be photographed, receive a passport, and most importantly, an exit permit. The documents are supposed to guarantee their right to leave Cuba when a foreign country agrees to admit them. But some 7,000 refugees have not agreed to the deal, afraid the Castro government will back out on its promise. The Mexican television crew, which took these pictures censored by the Cuban government, said 700 inside the Peruvian embassy changed their minds about asylum and will stay in Cuba. But the 10,000 others are still hoping for another country to call home. Bill Greenwood, ABC News.
In other news this morning, Israel says all its troops have withdrawn from southern Lebanon. This as Israel's Prime Minister Begin travels to Washington today for talks with President Carter on Palestinian autonomy. Oil industry analyst Dan Lundberg says gasoline prices have increased so slowly during the past 3 weeks, there may even be a slight price rollback ahead. The average price for a gallon of gas nationwide now about $1.24 a gallon. And a long Broadway run ended last night with the final performance of the musical Grease, which rode the nostalgia craze to a gross of more than $8 million. ABC's Ron DePaulis reports.
Broadway's longest-running musical was born in a basement theater in Chicago. When it came to New York 8 years and 2 months ago, it had survived bad reviews, a royalties dispute, and occasional slow box office business. In the end, it was the 11-day citywide transit strike that rang down the curtain on the rock and roll show about high school life in the 50s.
Having no transportation for 2 weeks affected business enormously.
Grease served as a showcase for young talent, and over the years produced stars like John Travolta, Barry Bostwick, Adrienne Barbeau, Mary Lou Henner, and Richard Gere. The latest crop of cast members regretted the end of the show, but took the closing in stride.
I saw it coming. I think all wonderful things sometimes have to come to an end.
It's been this ideal situation, and we're all trying to be very, very big about it today and say, well, it's not going to bother me, I'm going to go on to other things, but we're all going to miss it a lot.
Ron DePaulis, ABC News, New York.
Finally, Watergate burglar G. Gordon Liddy's broken his silence on that episode for the first time. In a new book excerpted in Time magazine, Liddy claims, among other things, that he once plotted to kill co-conspirator Howard Hunt for cooperating with prosecutors, also that he once wanted to kill columnist Jack Anderson for a story he printed, and that a plan was once discussed at the Nixon White House to befuddle Vietnam critic Daniel Ellsberg with LSD. That's the news, David. I guess you could say some things that don't happen are fortunate.
Well, isn't that the truth? It was interesting hearing Jack Anderson earlier this morning commenting. He knew about this apparently at the time and reported it at the time. I'm not sure how many people believed him at the time. I guess they do now, don't they?
Man printed it.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Steve. 25 before 9 right now. Stormfield, tell us about the weather after these words from Revlon.
There
are thousands of hair care products to choose from, but Revlon makes beautiful, healthy-looking hair simple and easy to get with the Flex Hair System, a unique series of shampoos and conditioners with balsam and protein. All you do is use the shampoo and conditioner specially matched by the Revlon labs to solve your individual problems. Then watch the system go to work. You can get soft, shining, flexible hair overnight. The Flex Hair System by Revlon. The right answers for all the wrong things you do to your hair.
I own my own business, so every penny I save goes right into here.
I'm on vacation, but I brought my whole company. Here's my director of finance, and there's my chairman of the board. With a payroll like this, we check into Travelodge. Check in, get a good night's sleep, and the price will keep you awake. Check in.
Betty's breakfast is now open.
Knowing Betty is going to be the best.
Fresh juice.
Hot muffins. Betty has...
Just won't settle for less at breakfast.
I'll start with some Raisin Bran.
Some Raisin Bran. Nothing's better than Post.
Raisin Bran's Raisin Bran.
You haven't tasted Post. With so many plump, fresh-tasting raisins, no leading Raisin Bran gives you more.
You said it.
To Betty's breakfast.
And a Post.
Raisin Bran. There's just nothing better than Post.
Right now, time for the weather and standing in for John Coleman.
An important announcement
here at NBC that they had somewhere stuffed underneath, and it got pulled out because we weren't doing a news show. We were doing Hire the Incompetent that Rosie Schuster wrote, and it was about people like my character was supposed to work in a hamburger joint, you know, and she said, I found a couple of things, and so I put that wig on, and everybody said, that wig's too big, the chroma key is making it go, you know, it wasn't good. And everyone was yelling at me. I said, yeah, but it's funny, let me wear this. So I did that character, and she got laughs. So then I went into Alan Zweibel, who's like in charge of Update, and we wanted to work together on a feature section of Update. And I said, let me do that wig. It was a wig still and an accent, you know. I said, let me do that on Update. And he said, well, what are we going to call her? So we thought about it. He said, how does she talk? And we sat at his desk, and we went through how she talked, and we thought she'd be a science editor or a medical health expert. And then he said, what do you want to call her? And I'd been home going, I'd been singing a lot, I don't know why, the Name Game song. You know, Gilda, Gilda, Bobilda, Banana, Fana, Fulfilda, Fee-Fi. And I was thinking of changing my name to Gilda, Gilda, Bobilda. But, and then I had also happened to see on that night Roseanne Scarmadella. I had heard that name, you know, and I'd seen her on TV, and I thought it was funny. It sounded funny.
The New York newscast.
Yeah, right. And so, so I went Rosanna Dana to him from see the little conglomeration of things, and he said, that's great, that's funny. And then we started writing her, and I can't remember, the first one I did had everything in it about chicken, when you get fried chicken, you know, and you don't know, there's one piece that's all fried and there's cornflakes on and everything, but when you get down, you don't know what it is. What part of a chicken is that? I never saw that on a chicken, you know. And we found that between me and Zweibel, Alan Zweibel, there was a certain part of our sense of humor, you know. I call it the Emperor's New Clothes, you know, that says you're naked when you're naked, that Roseanne could do. And of course, then there's the playing off of Jane, who is, you know, a parody of the newscaster. Like, I always find female newscasters always look like they're afraid to lose their job, you know, because they want to be credible. And I love that Roseanne's like a gross pig playing against Jane's proper newswoman. So that's the birth of one character. Surprised me how far, you know, how people liked it and everything.
People love that character.
Yeah.
But do you think people mix you up with your characters, or do they call you on the, if somebody recognizes you on the street, do they call you by a character name rather than Gilda Radner?
I've also seen it over the 5 years I've done the show. I have seen it change. The first thing that people yelled to me was Never Mind from Emily Latella, who was also on the news. And so everywhere I went, I'd hear Never Mind from behind me all around. And then in the second or third year of the show, it was Baba Wawa. And so I'd hear that, Baba Wawa, and now it's Roseanne.
Have you ever met Barbara Walters?
Yeah.
Did she know that you had done what you had done to her, or for her, or about her?
Yeah.
And what happened?
She was great. It was at a party at the Canadian Embassy, and she pulled me over to the side and she said, I introduced myself. I was thrilled to meet her, and she said, come here. She said, come here. She said, show me what you do. And so I
Show me what you do.
Yeah, she wanted
I'm Barbara now. Tell me what you do.
So I went, hello, this is Baba Wawa, filled with clever revelation, we're pulling wapate. She just looked at me, you know, and then she went, she said, I'm working on my Oz. And she walked away. And I've always had positive feedback from her about it, because we had the same makeup person. And
Bobby Armstrong.
Yeah, right. For sure. I never know if I'm supposed to tell, you know.
But she's such a wonderful makeup artist. I think everybody should know Bobby Armstrong.
Oh, good. Say it, because she is wonderful. She took care of me. And here, she did Barbara Walters' makeup all these years, and here I was doing Baba Wawa. And she knew, like, how to do my lips, and I would ask her hints and stuff, like, how should I stand? How should I... And she would help, but it was all done with love. And believe me, I owe a great deal to Barbara Walters, because her success made me possible. It's the only imitation that I do, and it's just luck.
If the truth be told, Bobby Armstrong also does Tom Brokaw's makeup. Part 2 of the Gilda Radner interview in a moment. First message.
I sometimes pose as John Belushi, so it's all right.
Oh, station break, I'm sorry.
Walter.
And I think it's a wonderful way to train your eye and to study color relationships. And then when you go home, you can bring what you've learned from the museums into your lives and into your surroundings.
I understand you have somewhat of a quiz for me.
Yes, I want you to look at some paintings and see which one you react to. This is a Rembrandt portrait.
Now, what would that? I like the Rembrandt. That's.
This
I don't think I.
Manet. It's
the room I imagine with this one. I don't think I would lean towards.
Okay, and this is an abstract expressionist, Morris Louis.
I do like contemporary, but I don't like anything terribly cold feeling. I really like a warm house. Of those three, I think I go with the Rembrandt.
Well, I would think that to me, that would mean that you would want a background that had depth and richness.
I like that.
This is contemporary, and yet it still has the wonderful deep contrast of color with the play of light. And brass, there was a lot of richness in that portrait, and the use of brass for the bookcases and the light upholstery. Now this Manet is an out-of-door scene. It would make me feel that you would want yellow, sun yellow, with all the different colors, broken up colors, put together to make a total impression.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't be as much my style. What about the contemporary, then?
The contemporary, I think that you would want a very simple, clean-lined environment, so that your paintings would stand off against more straight, simple lines.
So maybe I should take a walk through a museum.
Well, I think that's really a wonderful place to get inspired. I find that paintings do help us to find how we want to live, and the colors and the things that we're comfortable with. We can.
And I can really do it by myself.
Of course.
I'll try. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you, Joan.
Tomorrow
And what you did, in fact, was come out with new, lower prices at that time.
Well, some went up and some went down at that time, that's right.
Let's talk for just a moment about what we have before us. These are some silver products that you sell at Tiffany & Company. Let's begin with the apple over here. Can we do that? Do you see the picture of the apple? There's a lovely gift item.
This is worth more than the big apple, you know that.
That's right, altogether. How much did that cost in 1979, just a year ago?
$225.
And now, because of the high price of silver?
$345. That's the reduced price, the 25% off. We took 25% off just the other day.
You drove them down, what, 15% first, and then now...
And 25, that's right.
Now, here's a baby cup that a year ago was $100, and it's the kind of thing that you might buy for a very special child, a godson or a goddaughter, or somebody in the family.
Legitimate godson.
That's right. $100 a year ago, now $157. That's a markup of a full 50%.
Because they're so young, we keep the price very low, see.
Now, a picture frame, now this has some meaning to me. A year ago, this was $50, this tiny picture frame, It is now worth $73. I went into your store. In fact, you saw me there at Christmas time. I was up looking for an 8x10 silver picture frame. It was over $350. You'll excuse me if I didn't buy it at that price.
We'll let you off this time.
That's right. But what do you do if you want to buy something that is silver, given the kind of gyration that is going on right now in the general silver market? Is it a good idea to buy silver for graduation or for June weddings?
Oh, I think so, yes. They all reflect the lower prices now. That's right.
And you think it will stay down here at around $15?
Well, that's very hard to say. Very hard to say. I don't believe very many people will want to speculate that they're going to go way up again because so many people got burned. One woman put all her children's money as well as some of her own
into silver
when it was up at $53. I don't see how people can be that foolish myself.
What about silverware flatware? This is a spoon, for instance, from the bamboo place setting in 1979. The whole 5-piece place setting was $281. It's now almost $450, $448.
That's right.
Should people be buying it at these prices, Mr. Hoping? I know you sell it, but that's a lot of money for a 5-piece place setting.
Well, this thing will last for 3, 4, 5 generations, whereas if you buy stainless steel, it gets knocked around, nobody takes care of it, and it looks like the devil in a few years.
How do you feel?
This is an investment that will always be good.
You say at Tiffany's you're building the antiques of the future.
That's right.
How do you feel about these people who are melting down antiques now just to get the dollars out of them?
Well, some of them apparently needed the money, and this was when silver was very high. But now I don't think it's a smart idea.
All right. Best advice is that silver prices will stay about where they are for a while.
Well, it looks that way for a while, that's right.
Walter Hobing, chairman of the board of Tiffany & Company. If you're coming to New York, you don't have to buy, but it's always worth a stop.
That's right.
We'll be back
see
after
you there
this.
next Christmas.
All right, fine, Mr. Hobing. I'll see how the price of that silver frame has come down or not, by the way. We'll be back after this message.
Getting us excited about it. Did it ever occur to you that you were going to wind up as a big celebrity? I mean, a person who was so well known all over the country and the world. How has that been?
No, I never had any idea of that. Well, if we go to a restaurant and I'm recognized, if they've got any good food, we might get it. so it's worthwhile from that point of view.
What about when you go to other people's homes to eat? Do you ever do that, by the way?
Oh, we'd love it. It'd be terrible if nobody invited us out.
But
I think if people know us, they know that we're always hungry and we love to go out. So.
Yeah. So, but you don't intimidate your friends?
No.
Not in the least.
No, not at all.
Let's talk about children for a moment and food. I know with our 2 little ones that there are times when they will say, no, I don't want that. I don't like that particular food.
No. Mommy, what is this awful stuff?
Exactly. But it's usually before they've tried it.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't tried it.
Yes.
Now, how do you get children to try new things?
I think one way is having them in the kitchen a lot and having them help cook. I think even though sometimes it's a nuisance for a while, I think it raises their interest and take them shopping and say, well, now let's try that, or what do you think of that, and do some experiments. And I think if they have their hand in it, in the kitchen, they're often anxious to try eating it, and then they're very proud of anything they've done. Don't yours? You said that you had a 2-year-old who was cooking?
Yeah, he helps with the tapioca pudding, and then they both help with the pancakes. And then who's going to pour in what? Is that what you mean? And who's going to put this in? Who's going to put that in?
And then I think as they get older, if they do a whole thing by themselves, like making a stew or a cake, or they love to make bread and things like that. I think it's very useful for them because they can have success. I mean, look at Daddy, I made it and you're eating it. Isn't that marvelous?
Right.
And so I think that's very important for the ego building, which they have to do, evidently.
What about, in recent years, because of our health in this country, we've been told, we're not supposed to eat egg yolks, particularly men and so forth, the cholesterol, saturated fats, and let's cut down on all of butter and all those kinds of things. And I tend, at least, maybe I'm wrong, in my mind, to associate gourmet cooking with saturated fats and egg yolks and so forth.
Well, I think that's a very wrong. A lot of the term gourmet, I think, doesn't mean anything much anymore.
Yeah.
What I like to use is the term of good cooking. And good cooking, do you have a beautifully roasted chicken? That should be really gourmet cooking. It's not all the stuff that you put in.
Right. So you can eat, quote, healthily, right?
Well, I think also, in this country, we're inclined to get scared about all kinds of things. People say eggs, and then everyone says, oh, eggs, I don't eat them, and then they get bad vibes, and I think if you have bad vibes, you don't digest well.
Right.
And besides, we don't really, I think doctors themselves don't know an awful lot about these things. Most of the doctors I've talked to always said great variety of foods, moderation in all things, and weight watching and exercise, and pick your grandparents.
Right, exactly. But so you can cook and do wonderful cooking and wonderful food without endangering yourself.
But I don't think that we should, I think we're inclined in this country to go off on scares when we really don't know things. But if you stick to that moderation and variety, you couldn't possibly go wrong.
Do you recommend, as a woman who really jumped into this profession?
Feet first.
Feet first, right? Using both of them all the way. You know, it was a man's world, and you've been very successful. Do you recommend it to young women today to get into the business of...
very much so. I think there's a tremendous upsurge of interest in food, and there also is such a tremendous lack of well-trained people that if you've got anybody who is really well-trained, they should make their way in the profession.
So go get some training.
Go get some training. Well, it's a wonderful career because there's so many openings for it. Of writing and teaching, and not only just restaurant work, and then just the pure fun of it.
Well, we're going to have some fun, as a matter of fact, because Julia Child is going to be with us on a regular basis shortly. We're delighted that that's the case here at Good Morning America. It's great having you with us, Julia.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. 5 minutes before 9 right now, so we'll be back.
Tomorrow morning, the morning after the Academy Awards tonight, Jim Brown live from Hollywood with the Oscar winners. We hope you'll join us then. Also, Rosanna Dana.
Students marched down Lincoln's Main Street, tying up traffic and angering some drivers. Police were told this is an Islamic custom and, as a sign of goodwill, escorted the 10-block walk. But this was far more than a religious ceremony, as the Iranians were protesting the circumstances of Astiani's death, saying it illustrates the mistreatment of Iranians in the United States. The 26-year-old student who was epileptic died of a heart seizure while a patient at a state mental hospital, where he was sent for examination after attacking his landlord with a knife. The landlord claimed it was in a dispute over rent. The student argued he was being harassed because he was Iranian. Local authorities found no sign of foul play in the student's death at the hospital, but these Iranians claim he was harassed and interrogated. At a main intersection, the casket was placed in a hearse and taken to the airport for a flight to Iran. The students refused on-camera interviews, saying they no longer trust American newsmen or government officials. Mike McKnight for CBS News, Lincoln, Nebraska.
It seems that President Carter has set a deadline for Iranian action toward releasing the hostages. In weekend interviews with European newsmen, President Carter said that U.S. allies had been sent a specific date by which time the United States expects the allies to initiate sanctions or break relations with Iran. Well, today, State Department officials told the Associated Press that Mr. Carter had left a misimpression, that no such specific date had been set. But then these officials said that when the president talked of a mid-May deadline, it was not for Allied action, but for Iranian action. At any rate, on both the Iranian and Afghan fronts, the United States got some welcome support today. Japan said it was recalling temporarily its ambassador to Tehran. Japan's steel industry said it will not conclude new export contracts with Iran. To guard against a threatened cutoff of Iranian oil, 10% of Japan's imports, Tokyo reportedly has asked Mexico to take up the slack in return for loan guarantees by Japan. Australia also has joined the diplomatic fray, deciding against naming a new ambassador to Iran until the hostage crisis is resolved. And President Carter's boycott of the Moscow Olympics because of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan has won its strongest foreign endorsement so far from West Germany. The Bonn government said it would recommend to West Germany's Olympic Committee that it not attend the Games. The committee spokesman said that the recommendation, while not binding, certainly has weight. NBC television, which paid $87 million for the right to televise the Moscow Olympics, reportedly will not broadcast the Summer Games. But network sources said an official announcement will not be made until company attorneys are certain that 90% of the money spent thus far can be recovered through an insurance policy. Soviet officials have said that they are prepared to televise the Olympics if NBC does not.
Here's good news. The Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation has just raised the amount of insurance on your savings from $40,000 to $100,000. This FSLIC emblem means your money is safe. No one has ever lost a penny in a savings account insured by this U.S. government agency. You can also open a savings account for each member of your family, and each account is insured up to $100,000. At Savings and Loans, your money is safe.
At Whirlpool, we understand the importance of conserving hot water, but we also understand the importance of clean clothes.
Castro's tight little island began storming into the Peruvian embassy compound in Havana 10 days ago. Their numbers swelled until Peru said 10,800 Cubans had registered to ask political asylum. Today, the United States disclosed what it will do to help. Leslie Stahl reports.
President Carter has decided to admit 3,500 of those Cubans to the United States. Priority will be given to political prisoners and to refugees with relatives already living in the U.S. Shortly after the announcement, the White House let reporters know that a group of about 200 Cubans was coming to express their gratitude to President Carter. At a briefing, spokesman Jody Powell accused the government of Cuba of failing to cooperate in a reasonable fashion with Peru or the international organizations trying to give humanitarian assistance. Powell said that planes were to carry the first group of refugees out of Cuba today, but so far none of the planes has left. Powell said that Peru will accept 1,000 of the Cubans, Spain 500, and Costa Rica 300. It is also understood that Ecuador, Brazil, and West Germany have agreed to take some of the refugees. How many is not known. Since 1959, the United States has admitted 800,000 Cuban refugees, 15,000 in the last 18 months. White House officials say the cost of settling the new group will be $4.2 million. They expect most of them will live in the Miami area. When asked about Fidel Castro's claims that many of the refugees are criminals, Powell said any statement from the Cuban government about these people ought to be rejected on his face. The embarrassment to Cuba in this regard, he said, is understandable. Leslie Stahl, CBS News, the White House.
It was Peru's policy of sympathy toward political refugees that took the crowds to the embassy in Havana first. Now Peru is preparing to receive its share of Cubans. Charles Gomez reports from Lima.
Almost overnight, a small park on the outskirts of Lima has been transformed into a tent city. Red Cross and civil defense employees have been working against the clock to meet a deadline set by the Peruvian government. The 70 makeshift homes are expected to offer temporary refuge for the 1,200 Cubans that the government has agreed to allow into the country as early as midweek. But officials are expressing concern that the hasty facilities may not be adequate for the refugees. 50 families have already been assigned to the larger tents, and authorities are warning that it may be necessary for up to 25 people to sleep under one roof. Officials say they are also alarmed about reports of widespread dysentery and other diseases among the refugees, problems which they fear may be too large to handle. Peruvian officials had at one point agreed to move all the refugees here and then relocate them to other countries. But because officials now say that services would be inadequate for up to 10,000 refugees, that plan is not considered feasible. That means that until more countries agree to take additional refugees, the fate of thousands of Cubans still at the Peruvian embassy in Havana remains at best unclear. Charles Gomez, CBS News, Lima.
Meanwhile, Florida has another refugee problem. Hundreds of Haitians fleeing what they consider an oppressive regime. More than 2,000 already have arrived this year, and Ed Rabel has that story in Miami.
More than 700 of the Haitian boat people swarmed ashore in South Florida over the weekend. Most speak no English, have no money, no place to go. They sit forlornly in an emergency facility at Homestead, Florida. They are confused, hopeless. They are the latest wave to arrive from Haiti, swelling their numbers to more than 15,000 this year alone. Immigration and Naturalization Service officials say the Haitians represent an emergency.
with the 600 coming in one day, 736 in one weekend, it was really more than any of us could have foreseen and were prepared to handle.
Is this a crisis?
I don't think it's a crisis yet because we're still on top of it, but a few more boats and it could become a crisis situation.
This medical facility in a federal corrections institute is jammed with Haitians undergoing testing required before they can be released into the rest of the South Florida population. Authorities say they've found many cases of malnutrition, tuberculosis, venereal disease, cholera, and a suspected case of leprosy. Meanwhile, the boats continue to arrive, loaded from stem to stern. Some of the refugees fear reprisals if they are returned to Haiti, but most want work and food to eat. Still, no decision has been made on whether they will be allowed to stay. And officials say that unless help comes soon, a catastrophe is at hand. Ed Rabel, CBS News, Miami.
Following on the heels of Egypt's President Sadat, Israeli Prime Minister Begin arrived in Washington today for a Mideast summit with President Carter. At issue is the May 26th target date for a Palestinian self-rule agreement. The autonomy negotiations have been deadlocked. They also have been hampered by Jewish settlements in occupied territory, which Begin insists are Israel's inalienable right. Liberia's new military rulers, who seized power in a weekend coup, have assured the United States they want continued good relations. The State Department said it plans to maintain diplomatic relations. In Monrovia, trials were postponed for officials in the government of President William Talbot, who was assassinated in the takeover. The country's borders and airport remain closed, and a curfew still is in force. Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi today escaped what police said was an assassination attempt in New Delhi. A man standing 6 feet away threw a stiletto knife at her. The 5-inch blade struck a security guard but caused no injury. Police said they do not know a motive for the attack.
For my headaches, I need a special pain reliever.
All you need is Bayer aspirin.
Really?
If you need more than Bayer, see your doctor. Bayer aspirin is not 80, not 90. It's 100% pure pain reliever. Bayer adds nothing because you don't need anything else. And millions use Bayer with no stomach upset. All you need is Bayer aspirin. If you need more than Bayer, see your doctor.
All I need is Bayer.
My daddy. Big oil firms, Phillips Petroleum, has agreed to smaller price hikes in the next 6 months than it had planned. The White House said Phillips' voluntary compliance with the administration's anti-inflation program could cost the firm almost $9 million in anticipated profits. Reacting to the White House announcement, a spokesman for Senator Edward Kennedy said the Phillips agreement is like, quote, focusing on the eyelash while the elephant is walking through the living room. Demonstrators representing a coalition of community groups across the country gathered outside the Federal Reserve building today. They protested a policy that has resulted in record-high interest rates. George Herman has the tales.
A small, damp crowd assaulted the fortress of monetary restraint this morning. The National People's Action assembling in a light drizzle to protest high interest rates and to call Federal Reserve Board Chairman Paul Volcker a glorified loan shark. Through an aide, Volcker invited 15 representatives of the nationwide group to meet with him, but the crowd shouted angrily for him to come out and face the public.
Volcker is a joker! Volcker is a joker! Come with an escort!
Let him get a police escort! What the hell is he afraid of?
Volcker, good-humoredly, agreed to do both, starting with a low-key meeting in his office.
The reason we're here is that we're very upset about the interest rates. We're from communities, low and moderate income, middle-income people, and that the high interest rates have been just killing us.
I don't think the poor people are insulated from inflation. The economy has not been operating with the kind of efficiency and effectiveness we'd like to see. And the sooner we get through this period, the sooner we deal with inflation, the sooner interest rates will go down and the better off we will all be.
Then, armed with a cigar and a grin, he emerged to face the crowd, saying the meeting had been useful.
Now, we've also agreed that the group will come back in about 2 weeks with some more detailed suggestions.
In the end, the National People's Action achieved no change in Federal Reserve policy, but it had won Chairman Volcker's friendly attention, and he had won theirs. George Herman, CBS News, Washington.
In the first such action by a major bank, Crocker National Bank of San Francisco announced today it will charge customers 12 cents each time they use their MasterCard or Visa card. Crocker, the nation's 12th largest bank, said the fee was imposed in response to the Federal Reserve Board's efforts to slow the growth of consumer debt. Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Harold Williams told a House subcommittee today that all major brokerage firms have emerged from the recent silver market scare in good shape. But the House Government Operations Subcommittee, looking into the silver price slide from a record $50 an ounce in January to around $10 an ounce in March, wants to talk to the billionaire Hunt brothers of Dallas. Herbert and Bunker Hunt were invited to testify on their role in the price decline. The subcommittee is expected to vote tomorrow on whether to subpoena the Hunts if they fail to respond voluntarily. The stock market today was down sharply in the lightest trading of the year, 23,060,000 shares.
At the airport, a plane lands every couple of minutes. What keeps these landings regular as clockwork is some ground-to-air communication equipment built by the people of ITT. ITT radio equipment is used by every major U.S. airport. And somewhere, somebody is being brought home with it at this very minute.
The Supreme Court today upheld campaign spending limits for the Democratic and Republican presidential nominees if they accept federal funding. The Republican Party had challenged the limit, set at $29.44 million for this year, as unconstitutional, but the court unanimously upheld it. Among other actions, the court without comment upheld the corruption conviction of former Maryland Governor Marvin Mandel. Mandel, who was 59, could have to begin serving his 4-year sentence as early as next month. The defense rested today in the 3-month-long bank fraud trial of Burt Lance in federal court in Atlanta. The judge scheduled closing arguments for Wednesday, with the case against the former Carter administration budget director likely to go to the jury later in the week. Well, it's not supposed to snow in mid-April, but it certainly snowed in the Middle West, up to 8 inches in parts of Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. Schools were closed in some cities and highways were blocked. In the South, it was more like April, but with the rains came the familiar floods. Bruce Hall reports from Jackson, Mississippi.
Increasing pressure at a huge reservoir just north of Jackson, Mississippi, forced officials to open the floodgates, sending torrents of water into the already rain-swollen Pearl River. As word spread that the floodgates had been opened, residents immediately began moving their furniture and possessions into trucks and rental vans. Nearly 1,000 Jackson families fled the area. Police had to be called in to direct traffic as trucks and vans jammed the residential streets. For some, it is the 5th time their homes have been threatened by rising floodwaters in the past 12 months.
We don't need to be put through this all the time. We just do not need this.
But Sue Denny says residents have little choice.
Oh, we have to stay. We have no alternative. Every bit of money that we have is in our home.
Many have spent $40,000 to $50,000 each repairing flood damage in the past year. They're hoping sandbags will hold down the damage this time as the Pearl River continues to rise to what is expected to be its crest tomorrow afternoon. In the New Orleans area, more than 14 inches of rain fell in 2 days, leaving hundreds of streets underwater. The water began receding this afternoon, but the failure of a number of drainage pumps slowed the progress. In southern Mississippi, a series of tornadoes ripped through the area. More than 100 buildings were damaged in Gulfport, along the same route that Hurricane Camille took a little over 10 years ago. Bruce Hall, CBS News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Norman Mailer's The Executioner's Song, the story of the life and execution of Gary Gilmore, today won the 1980 Pulitzer Prize for Fiction. Although the book deals with real people, Mailer and his publisher call it a fictional work. For its coverage of the nuclear accident at 3 Mile Island, the Philadelphia Inquirer won its 6th straight Pulitzer, and the Boston Globe won 3 awards for local reporting, Ellen Goodman's commentary, and criticism by William Henry III. The Gannett News Service received a Pulitzer for public service for a series investigating financial contributions to the Pauline Fathers. An Iranian photographer for United Press International won a Pulitzer for his picture, Firing Squad in Iran. His name was withheld for his own safety. Comic strips do you find an organ grinder with a monkey these days? Why, on the road with Charles Kuralt in Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's where.
Well, it's not much in the way of music. How could it be? These off-keyed bleats and belches are coming from the deep interior of an old hand-cranked organ that probably hasn't been repaired for 100 years. The hand that turns the crank belongs to the oldest and one of the last of the Italian organ grinders, 83-year-old Joseph Lopez. Joe Lopez and his monkey Herman worked the carnivals and county fairs much of the year, survivors of a tradition that came over from Europe in the early part of the last century.
You used to watch organ grinders when you were a kid?
Yeah, since 1916. I see the organ grinder come to Philadelphia, and I love, especially when I heard the organ play, you know, oh boy, I go there and I stay for hours, so he'd go away.
You watched them for hours?
Hours and hours.
Joe Lopez says it seemed to him that when he was a boy, nearly every street corner in the big cities had an organ grinder and a monkey working the passers-by. Now he and Herman find employment in the modern equivalent of the old street corner, the suburban shopping center. We came across them strolling between the J.C. Penney's and the Zales Jewelry Shop at Northgate Mall here in Chattanooga, surrounded almost all day long by a small and smiling crowd. People find it impossible not to smile at Herman. He's so cute and mock-appreciative. If you hand him a coin, he doffs his cap in thanks. So people find it impossible not to hand him a coin, which is, of course, the whole idea.
What do you say to the girls? Come on.
No pennies, please, it says on Joe Lopez's ancient organ. So these are nickels and dimes and quarters that Herman stashes away in the deep pockets of his monkey suit. Enough to buy him and Joe 3 square meals a day and get them on down the road to the next town.
My little monkey, he can't work by himself, and I can't work by that monkey.
So the two of you make a great team.
Yeah, great team.
Anyway, he does all the work.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm the supervisor.
The supervisor looks on while the monkey does his monkey business, pretending to find fleas in the hair of a bemused little boy in a stroller, for example. Making the people laugh, making the kids happy, and giving them all a chance to say they saw an organ grinder once. Joe Lopez is nearly the last one left to see. So don't be too critical of the music. The wonder is that it can still be heard on this earth. Have you a coin for the monkey? No pennies, please.
Say thank you. Come on, tip your hat.
Charles Kuralt, CBS News, on the road in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
There's not even a minimum wage for that monkey. That's the way it is. Monday, April 14th, 1980, the 163rd day of captivity for the American hostages in Iran. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News. Good night.
We'll have a full rundown of the Academy Awards here on Tuesday morning.
This is CBS.
Video control. How much time to air time? Okay, we're ready to go.
Newsroom 7's 11 o'clock update, where you see tomorrow's headlines tonight.
Do you have...
On day 163 of the hostage crisis, International Red Cross officials visit the hostages. And we'll be talking with a Red Cross representative in New York who says all of the hostages were seen. Also tonight, we'll take an in-depth look at Washington's Mount St. Helens volcano and talk with a man who predicted its current activity 4 years ago.
This is ABC News, Nightline. Reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. 2 Red Cross officials and several Iranian health representatives spent some 9.5 hours today with the American hostages in Tehran. That is the longest time that any outsider has spent with the hostages since their capture last November. The Red Cross officials told newsmen in Tehran after their visit they found the hostages to be in generally good condition, both physically and mentally, given the circumstances of their confinement. But there were a number of questions left unanswered. Questions we posed earlier tonight in an interview with an International Red Cross representative in New York, Michel Butte.
Yes, as you know, our chief delegate in Tehran and one medical doctor from Geneva visited during 9 hours and a half all hostages in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. And I must say that the results were first, that's an achievement to say that for the first time, all hostages, every one of them, was visited by a neutral body like the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Let me interrupt you just for one moment, because you have now twice said all the hostages. When you say all, you mean 50?
I don't have any figure to quote because that was part of the agreement we had with the detaining people, not to quote any figure.
So what do you mean when you say all?
I can tell you that we have the assurance that we've seen every one of them.
All of the hostages that the United States government believes that are there, or all the hostages that the Iranian government says are there, or all the hostages that the militants say are there? Because, of course, there has been confusion among all of these numbers.
Yes, but we think we've seen all of them by whatever standards we define them.
Now, what about their condition?
About their condition, frankly speaking, I cannot tell you anything more than we've seen them. We will be collecting family messages for their families, on behalf of their families, and they will be forwarded as soon as possible. But we cannot make any statement about their situation or their conditions, because we do abide by the same practice, by the same rules as we do with every detainee we visit in the world, that is to keep our reports only for the detaining authority. In that case, the report on the conditions of detention will be given to the Iranian government and only to him and not to any other authority.
Well, forgive me, it seems a little strange. They know what the conditions are. Why is it necessary to give them a report on the conditions? The government that desperately wants to know is the U.S. government.
I see, but we are not acting on behalf of the U.S. government in Tehran, and we are acting on behalf of the families. We are acting for the well-being of the hostages and not for any political purpose. And I must say that our report will go to the Iranian government because it's the government of this country, and we did exactly the same when we visited detainees in every other country.
Now, Mr. Verte, when you communicate with the families of the hostages, you will be telling them what the conditions of their loved ones are, of their family members are?
We will be giving them the family messages which were written by the hostages themselves. We think it's more worth to give them a handwritten note by their loved ones than to give them any assessment by any of our delegates.
State Department spokesman Harding Carter said today that if all 50 hostages were seen by the Red Cross, it would be a plus. But, said Carter, it would be nothing more than a palliative, a mask for the central reality that they are still being held. In a moment, we'll have a look at America's newest living volcano. Rest of our broadcast tonight, we'll be focusing on a powerful and unusual phenomenon, the first live volcano in the continental United States in more than half a century. The volcano, of course, is Mount St. Helens in the Cascade Mountains of southwest Washington State. Ken Kashwahara brings us up to date on what has been going on.
It all began 18 days ago. After lying in a dormant slumber for 123 years, Mount St. Helens woke up. Since then, the volcano has grown in size and intensity. The crater, which was initially small, is now nearly a half-mile wide, virtually covering the mountaintop. At its peak, St. Helens spewed out steam and volcanic ash several miles into the air, spewed out large rocks and blocks of ice from its crater. The volcanic heat sent streams of melting snow and mud down the mountainside, and for a while, scientists worried about the slides creating waves and an overflow in rivers and reservoirs below, so they lowered the water levels. Officials worried, too, about the few hundred residents living near the volcano, so they were evacuated. Most took the warning seriously and left with everything they could carry. But some saw it as an opportunity for adventure and decided to climb the erupting mountain for a closer look. During the last several days, St. Helens volcanic violence has subsided, and geologists are delighted at being able to study what they call the volcano's throat-clearing phase.
We want to be able to study what happens in this kind of eruption, what happens in the ash falls, these ash falls and gas jets and things like that are particularly dangerous. We've got this eruption so well wired now that maybe we can come up with some predictions.
But even though there haven't been any predictions yet, the monitoring devices now in place around the volcano will give scientists advanced warning of any change in St. Helens' character. Measurements of volcanic gases, for example, show a high ratio of sulfur dioxide, which means very hot temperatures below and which could mean lava coming to the surface. But volcanoes are unpredictable, and scientists simply don't know whether a lava eruption is next, or whether St. Helens will go back to sleep, or whether she will continue on like this for a few more weeks, or months, or years. When the volcano last erupted more than a century ago, it erupted sporadically for 57 years. Ken Kashiwahara, ABC News, Mount St. Helens, Washington.
Those climbers we saw in Ken Kashiwahara's report took some motion pictures at the top of Mount St. Helens, pictures that were made available to our affiliate, KATU, in Portland, Oregon. The climbers made their way up through the ashes and smoke that Mount St. Helens has been spewing out daily. Finally, they reached the top, the rim of the volcano, and were able to peer into the crater itself. There is a layer of volcanic ash at the edge of the crater, and the mountain climbers managed to kick up a good deal of dust. They crossed several crevasses that have recently been created by the series of earthquakes under the mountain. Those are the pictures of what's happened so far. But what can happen next? We talked about that earlier tonight with a volcano expert, Dr. Stephen Harris of California State University at Sacramento. Dr. Harris was standing near Mount St. Helens. Dr. Harris, that's a spectacular and I must say even romantic-looking setting, but I don't see a volcano anywhere. Where is it?
You have to take our word for it. It's about 10 or 12 miles behind me, and I'm standing on a ridge about 2,400 feet above sea level. And Mount St. Helens stands 9,677 feet above sea level. Normally you would have a spectacular view of a very symmetrical, snow-covered volcano that we call the Fujiyama of America.
Dr. Harris, you have something of a proprietary interest in this volcano in that you were the one who predicted some years ago that this would be the next volcano to erupt here in the United States. How in heaven's name did you know?
Well, partly from the fact that St. Helens has a record of very recent eruptions. It was observed erupting in historic time, and from what we call the stratigraphic record, that is, material laid down during prehistoric eruptions, which geologists have studied. And the volcano has been one of the most frequently and violently active on the West Coast during the last several thousand years.
But in more recent terms, it hasn't been active for what, well over 100 years?
Yeah, 1857, but that's just a wink of the eye in geologic time.
What are we talking about now? Is it going to continue its bubbling and hissing for what, days, weeks, months?
It could do what it did during its last eruptive series. Between about 1831 and 1857, it erupted fairly regularly, although they were fairly minor eruptions. About what we have now, that is steam, volcanic ash, and blocks of rock being thrown out. But just prior to that time, there was a major eruption about 1800 that blew ash as far as Idaho and probably into Canada, several hundred miles to the north. That sort of event could happen again during this particular cycle, although it's too early to tell.
You have no way of predicting that yet?
No, the fact that the earthquakes are continuing and the mountain is being continuously shaken indicates that there is hot magma, that is liquid rock moving underground, which is generating the earthquakes. And as long as these continue, the possibility of a major eruption is there.
We have a tendency to regard this particular volcano as being relatively benign, as though it's unlikely to really hurt anybody. Is that a safe assumption to make?
No, I would say that is a mistake, as a matter of fact. St. Helens is one of the most violently explosive volcanoes on the Pacific Rim. It's part of the Ring of Fire that circles the Pacific, and it has exploded ash that has fallen as far away as Alberta, Canada, near Lake Banff. And ash falls have also been blown by the winds to the southeast. The mountain is one that scatters ash and pumice for hundreds of miles
Well, Dr. Harris, again, thank you very much for enlightening us on the subject of at least this volcano, and I thank you for standing out there in what must be rather chilly weather by now.
It's a little misty and rainy, that's right.
Thanks very much, and I'm sorry we didn't get to see your volcano. We'll have more in just a moment.
Because every yard has a little bit of jungle in it, every yard needs a Homelight string trimmer, king of the jungle. The king is gas-powered, so you can take it anywhere. It powers through heavy grass and weeds and glides around flowers and shrubs. Just touch the trigger and it bends cutting string automatically. This year, Homelight offers you something more, an optional blower attachment. Snap it on and turn your trimmer into a powerful cleanup tool. For that little bit of jungle in your yard, get the Homelight string trimmer, king of the jungle.
You need a breath deodorant. Me? I need a what deodorant? The breath deodorant, Chlorette. Breath deodorant? Sounds strong.
That's right. Chlorets with Actazol is strong to deodorize mouth odors. It helps your mouth's own freshening power eliminate bad breath.
Of course, it costs a little more. But for really fresh breath, it's worth it.
Chlorets, the breath deodorant.
Say, did you just get that rabbit at your New England Volkswagen dealer?
That's right.
Huh, not much selection, was there?
It's like Tony's Pizza. There's all kinds to choose from.
Did you get your choice of options?
It's like Tony's Pizza. You can get almost any combination you like.
Yeah, but I bet you had to wait months for all that.
Look, Volkswagen's just like Tony's Pizza. Immediate delivery.
Test drive the 1980 Gas Rabbit at your New England Volkswagen dealer.
My name may be Louis Jourdan, but my favorite sparkling water doesn't come from France. My choice is your very own, Canada Dry Club Soda, America's #1 sparkling water. I have tried sparkling waters all over the world, but I prefer the clean, crisp taste of Canada Dry. It is, how shall I put it, like your country. It sparkles. America, I toast your sparkle.
America sparkles with Canada Dry.
A live volcano is an exciting event not just for scientists, but for the curious as well. And despite warnings of potential danger, Mount St. Helens has become a prime tourist attraction. Stephen Gear reports.
Mount St. Helens is becoming a television star. And like many a TV star, she's seldom seen in public. Her best performances, of course, are seen on television and by the foolhardy bunch of news camera people who fly over and around the crater on those rare occasions when the rain stops and the clouds scatter. This is the way Mount St. Helens looks to the average earthbound volcano watcher much of the time. It is not true that it rains more in the Pacific Northwest than anywhere else in the world. It just seems that way. These young people from Seattle spent Easter weekend camped out not far from the mountain and got to see a lot of each other, but nothing of the volcano.
It's kind of depressing. Stay out in the snow and rain, sleep in a wet sleeping bag.
You had a wonderful time, huh?
Great.
When the weather lifts, Mount St. Helens can be seen from a distance, and every wisp of smoke issuing from the crater provides a moment of excitement. Among those in attendance at a viewpoint south of the mountain were early Lance of Aldergrove and his owner.
My opera glasses are not as good as binoculars, but there is a little puff of smoke up there now. And some people say it's going dormant again. Most of the people I talk to, which are not experts or geologists, they think it's going to really do some puffing yet.
There are experts and geologists up there, however, surrounded by reporters, some of whom ask questions that would embarrass Jules Bergman.
Well, what are the kind of movements in the ground that you're noticing here?
Well, this is a gravity meter, so we can't really determine much about the actual type of movements.
It's not necessary to go up on the mountain to enjoy the volcano. One Portland manufacturer has sold $30,000 worth of Mount St. Helens T-shirts. And were it not for the eruptions, Mrs. Heck's fourth grade chorus at the Byron School in Tigard would not be singing an updated version of a song called Volcano. ABC News, Portland, Oregon.
I know where we're going to go. We're going to go to a commercial.
In China, there was once a golden age of bronze. This week, it's revealed in Newsweek magazine. In politics, an exclusive Newsweek poll reveals that Americans want Jimmy Carter to get tougher. In lifestyle, Newsweek reports Italian food lovers swinging from pizza to pasta. In sports, Newsweek tells what makes marathon man Bill Rogers run. In its cover story, Newsweek examines the president's new tack on Iran. Nobody gives you the fast track. Nobody gives you the tasty treats. Nobody gives you the strong trends. Nobody gives you the week like Newsweek.
Looking for something, Betty? For relief, Mrs. Rollins. Hemorrhoids again. Pain, itch. Try this. Preparation H?
Many folks tell me it temporarily relieves occasional pain and itch of hemorrhoidal tissues. Fast.
Really works? Folks swear by it. Even helps shrink swelling due to inflammation. I'll try it. Feeling better today? Thanks to you and Preparation H.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, helps shrink swelling.
And yes, the Iran crisis is still with us. Day 163. Still no progress toward obtaining release of the hostages, but progress of a different kind. Although restricted in what they can say publicly, officials of the International Red Cross insist that they have now seen all the American hostages. They won't give a number, but they hint strongly that the number 50 used by the U.S. government is correct. The hostages are not, as one Red Cross official put it, 100%. But they are, he said, fit people to whom I could talk normally. That's our report for tonight. This is Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightline has been a presentation of ABC News.
Good morning, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. It's today, Tuesday, April 1-5. And if that sets off a series of little bells in your checkbook, you'll know why. It's, of course, the deadline for filing your income tax return, or for filing an extension in some cases. Anyhow, people all over America are gnashing their teeth this morning, getting up on the wrong side of their accounting list. And they'll be during the course of this half hour of today. Good morning, all. I'm Tom Brokaw with Gene Chow.
How are you? We seem to be bearing up well enough under the day.
We ought to say that first of all, and then tell you that coming up during this half hour of today, we'll have the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service standing by in Washington. His name is Jerome Kurtz. He's going to tell us about all of those people out there who are not filing an income tax return today or tomorrow or ever for that matter. And in other instances, filing an income tax return that just doesn't reflect how much they made last year. The cheaters, a lot of money involved.
And later in the program, we continue our series on the presidential running mates with perhaps the most watched of the candidates' wives. Today, Joan Kennedy. And then part two with Gilda Radner.
Gilda Radner is back from her own personal office.
And then we're going to be talking about the Oscars this morning.
That's right, the what?
For those of you who didn't stay up for the entire telecast last night, the news is that Kramer versus Kramer, Best Picture, Dustin Hoffman, and Sally Field, Best Actor and Actress. How am I doing so far?
Very good. Best Supporting Actress?
Was Meryl Streep.
Best Supporting Actor?
Was Melvin Douglas.
Inventor of the Moviola?
Name to be determined later. And that guy that Johnny Carson had on the freeway on his way to Banning who didn't show up. He said Melvin Douglas couldn't be there because he was in a carpool. At any rate, there's a lot of news as well this morning. We want to get into that. In much of the South, it turns out, the month of April has a January complex. Wild, wet weather, bringing death and widespread property damage. We're going to ask Willard Scott now to update our national weather map down south. Tell us what's going on down there today. Willard?
Good morning, Tom, and good morning, everybody. Well, the worst seems to be all over in the south. As a matter of fact, we're expecting sunny skies along the Texas coast in Mississippi and Louisiana. But, of course, you know, they had so much rain there the past couple of days, and they had flooding situations. And there still is a very...
Psychological conditions. I see difficult psychological conditions because they never know what happens. I mean, will they be released? Will they not be released? What happens to them? So, of course, in this case, when people are held under those conditions, it all depends on the character you have, and some people react positively, and some people, on the contrary, have a tendency to be depressed.
The Red Cross official said he would now discuss with the militants ways of improving the hostages' living conditions. He would only give one example.
There is one problem with mail, with incoming and outgoing mail, but this is I spoke to the students. and they are ready to speak about a new procedure which would eventually prevent the long time it takes now. This kind of thing, for example.
The Red Cross team spent 8 hours inside the embassy. The officials say they visited each hostage for 10 minutes in the rooms in which the Americans are detained. But at no time could they see the hostages alone. Another condition laid down by the militants that the Red Cross representatives not disclose the number of hostages they had seen. Every group which has seen the hostages has said they are in good condition. But as the U.S. State Department said last night, that is not the real issue. The issue is the hostages remain diplomatic prisoners in an undeclared war. Jerry King, ABC News, Tehran.
There's one report this morning that the Carter administration is considering unspecified new sanctions against Iran as early as next week if there's no movement toward release of the hostages. At the same time, National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski has warned Iran of Soviet troop buildups on the Iranian border. Brzezinski warning that the hostage crisis hurts Iran's own security. There were these other overnight developments in the news. The airlift of Cubans who've taken refuge in Peru's embassy in Havana has been delayed, with El Castro reportedly disputing which refugees should go first. The White House accusing Castro of failing to cooperate in a humanitarian crisis.
Palestinian terrorist raid at a kibbutz on the Lebanese border has given Begin renewed support on the issue of Israel's security. And in his view, autonomy and security are linked.
The elections to the Administrative Council, which will be the expression of the full autonomy, whilst we will not interfere in the daily affairs of the inhabitants, but we shall assure the security of Israel and the future of her children.
Begin's use of the term full autonomy does not signal any change in Israel's position. He still will definitely not yield on any point that might lead to the creation of a Palestinian state. After a night's rest at Blair House and meetings with American Jewish leaders, Prime Minister Begin holds his first meeting with President Carter this morning. He is likely to reject any proposal that the autonomy talks be moved here to Washington. But the Israeli leader knows that election pressures on President Carter and Anwar Sadat's troubles with other Arab governments mandate some compromise. Art Kent, NBC News, Washington.
In Havana, the first of those 10,000 Cubans camped on the grounds of the Peruvian embassy are scheduled to leave today, but local red tape may hold up the departure. The Cuban government rejected the first list of names submitted. President Carter has announced that the United States will accept 3,500 of the Cuban refugees. In presidential politics, all eyes are on Pennsylvania and its primary 1 week from today. For the Republicans, Ronald Reagan is so far in front that not even a fire bothers him. Here's Ray Cullen in California.
When Ronald Reagan arrived at his California campaign headquarters for a party with workers, the Secret Service wouldn't let him go inside.
It's a pleasure to be here, but this is a shame.
The smoke and the smell of burning rubber had been noticed in his sixth-floor headquarters. 35 Reagan workers quickly left the building, but not without the party supplies. Food, champagne, and desserts were carried down the hall in 6 flights of stairs.
Which way the stairway? That way, that way.
The party was moved outside and went on as planned. Reagan was in high spirits as he joked with campaign workers and sampled the food.
Lovely to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
There was no fire, and the trouble was blamed on problems in the air conditioning system. No one seemed to mind the quick change in plans as eager workers entertained the Republican front-runner.
All right. Okay.
Reagan leaves California later this morning for campaign stops in Indiana, Pennsylvania, North Dakota, and Texas. Ray Cullen, NBC News, with the Reagan campaign in Los Angeles.
7.5 minutes past 7 o'clock. This program has got something going for today. Willard, 2 for the price of 1 this morning. We're going to get 2 weather forecasts out here for just 1 fee.
First, the trend. George Strait, ABC News, Philadelphia.
There's new evidence of the credit crunch in the country. Sears Roebuck & Company, the nation's largest retailer, says it'll increase by $2 the minimum monthly charge on credit card balances up to $500. And in San Francisco, Crocker National Bank says it will begin charging customers a 12%, or I should say a 12-cent fee every time they use a MasterCharge or Visa card issued by that bank. Finally, gold prices today dropped on foreign markets. Gold trading at $496 an ounce in London,
down about $26 from yesterday's close. That's news to this hour, David.
Thanks, Steve. 8 minutes after 7 right now. Storm Field standing in for John Cohen, who's taking a couple of days.
Hostage crisis. The State Department now is awaiting a Red Cross report on the American hostages in Tehran. The report is being carried to Geneva by one of the 2 Red Cross officials who saw the hostages yesterday. The other Red Cross man, Harold de Grunek, remains in Tehran, and he talked with correspondent Rick Davis about what he saw.
Day 164 was like so many others now, only a few people outside. The gates of the embassy locked, but yesterday the links separated, and for 10 hours, 3 members of the International Red Cross were inside. Today, Harold Schmidt de Grunek, who heads the Red Cross mission in Iran, spoke about that visit, often in guarded terms.
They do appear both physically and mentally in good shape. Now, I'm speaking generally now. Of course, you are aware that people being detained for 6 months under very difficult psychological, in a very difficult psychological position, due to the fact that they don't know what will happen to them day after day. The reaction of those people will differ upon the character of each person. So somebody who is very strong, very tough, might resist much better. But this should not lead you to think that some are in a very good shape and some are just getting away. No, not at all. I would say that the general feeling was good. There are some minor problems. People being depressed, and this is quite normal.
De Grunek was not totally satisfied with all the conditions imposed on the visit. The militants were always there when he talked to the hostages.
Now, the 3 conditions which were met and were, 1, to see all of the hostages detained in the compound. Second, to be allowed to take their names, particulars, address of their families in the States, and telephone number. And finally, which is most important, to be allowed to transmit to those families the fact that we had seen each one of the hostages and to comment about the conditions of detention and state of health.
So each of the families will hear from you?
Each of the family will hear from us either directly or indirectly.
You told a colleague that you wanted to talk to the hostages and talk to the militants about the conditions. That implies that you are not totally satisfied with those conditions inside the embassy.
I think, well, as far as my experience is concerned, I have seldom seen places of detention where there is not room for improvement. As you know, our main aim in visiting people who are detained against their will is to try to improve their condition of detention. We are never questioning the reason of the detention. This is outside of our, how do you say in English? Outside of our scope, the domain, yes. So to answer your questions, yes, there are some problems. I will not now enter into details, but there are problems which can be improved, and I have discussed those problems with the students, and I do hope that some of them will be met.
And de Grunek is now talking to the militants about another visit with the hostages. Rick Davis, NBC News, Tehran.
State Department wasn't entirely happy with that situation yesterday. They were pleased, of course, that the Red Cross was able to get in there, but they said we ought not to take this as any kind of a concession on the part of the Iranians. And they talked about the fact that all of the conversations with the hostages yesterday between the Red Cross officials and the hostages, all of those conversations were monitored by the Iranian militants who were standing right over.
We're wondering, too, I don't know if we should invade the privacy of our friends, the Cooks and Bonnie Graves, who were in the program sharing some of their mail yesterday with their loved ones, John Graves and Donald Cook, who were there, but I assume some messages will be coming back from them, too.
They're supposed to be on their way to Europe today with those messages, and we'll get a sense of what happened.
Coming up in a moment, today is the deadline for mailing your Dear Jerome letters. Jerome Kurtz is the head of the IRS, and he's in the Washington studios. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Life can be cruel to a brand new car without the proper protection.
Relations by the middle of next month. So far, there hasn't been a lot of word on how much support we can count on from our friends in the world community. Two members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee are with us this morning to talk about where we stand with our allies and with our policy. Senator Richard Lugar is a Republican from Indiana. Claiborne Pell is a Democrat from Rhode Island. They're both in Washington this morning with Steve Bell. Senators, good morning. Welcome. Nice to have you with us.
Good morning.
First of all, Senator Lugar, to start with you, to what extent is your side of the aisle in the Senate supporting the president's policies right now?
Well, I think there'll be a lot of support from Republicans because we want to make certain the president stays on course. We've seen him zigzag too frequently, but on this occasion, he is calling upon our allies to pay their dues to the NATO alliance, to Western society. He's calling on them to do the things they need to do to shore up their own Persian Gulf interests. I think he's correct, and we're going to make certain that there is plenty of support for the president.
Senator Pell?
I would agree. I think that the perception we have of the European allies is one of absolute non-performance. We're disappointed in them. On the other hand, and I just returned from Europe a day or two ago, one has to see what the perception is over there. Sometimes you have to put yourself in another man's skin. And I wonder how we would react if, for the sake of argument, there were 50 Norwegians or 50 Germans who were being held prisoner. Would we sacrifice ourselves and our economics? I hope we would. But I think we have to understand that it would take a great deal of persuasion to get the allies to do what we believe they should do.
How do we do that, Senator?
I think the president is doing the right things. I'd like to see him doing this move a little earlier with regard to calling together the diplomats, the foreign ministers. I'd like to see us move a little more vigorously in consultation. Personally, I would like to have seen a meeting of the North Atlantic Council at an earlier date. We've not yet had such a meeting because we're dealing with a very strategic problem.
Senator Lugar, you mentioned earlier that the president had waffled back and forth, but now he would get support from the Republicans. This is essentially what the allies are saying. There's been lots of criticism of the president's foreign policy. His latest move in Iran, they think our foreign policy is out of control, was one quote. They don't trust us. One British paper said our government's distressingly like amateur night at the palace, quote unquote. And they're giving that as a reason for saying no, or at least being very cautious now. In other words, if the Carter administration waffles, why should we go along with this waff?
Well, the dilemma is an obvious one for the allies. Certainly, no one has been more critical than I have of what the president has been doing or failing to do in Iran. 3 weeks ago, I said I thought he'd bungled it very badly. But I called upon him to do about 5 things, all of which he has done. Now, it would be churlish at this point to say that I didn't mean it, and I hope that he means it.
But what do you say to the allies at this point?
Well, in short, that they can't take cover in the thought that this president has bungled foreign policy. At this point, they've got to realize this president means business. He has to mean business for his own political survival. The American public will not tolerate failure by the president, and he's going to have to stay on course this time. That means moving with the allies, if necessary, ultimately to sanctions, to a blockade or to mining of the harbors, toward very strenuous military action if that is required. But we're on a course now of making certain that we prevail as a Western alliance and that we bring about a certainty with regard to our diplomatic posts for ourselves, for them, for all the rest of the international community. Now, that's a serious course, and the allies must understand the president must succeed on this occasion.
Oh, sorry, Senator Lugar. Senator Pell, first of all, do you agree with Senator Lugar? And secondly, is there a danger that those kind of stringent measures that Senator Lugar has just mentioned could backfire on us in terms of the safety of the hostages?
I think as a matter of national interest, we're going to have to keep going down the road we are now in as steady a line as possible. I think if we get to the degree of invoking military sanctions, we will have to make a very considered judgment, because that will then mean the sacrifice of the hostages, the martyrization of the hostages. I think we know that if we take military actions, they will probably have their throats cut and be killed. Maybe a year or 2 years from now, if this situation continues, that will be the judgment of a president of the United States. But that's a tough decision and a watershed decision. Until then, I would prefer that we did not engage in measures that would result in the death of the hostages.
Senator Lugar, you sounded like you were ready to go to
possible mining of the harbor and a blockade a lot sooner than that.
I certainly
As President of the United States, are you ready to take on the responsibility that was just described by Senator Pell?
Yes,
the militants threatening to take the lives of the hostages if we take a military action.
We have to go in and ultimately make certain that the hostages have a chance for release. There is no certainty the hostages are going to live for a few more months. It's nothing for 2 more years. You know, it's a considered judgment the President and all of us must take, and it's a grave responsibility. But right now, the hostages have been there too long. We're going to have to move in the next weeks and at most months to resolve this crisis.
Senator Lugar and Senator Pell, President Carter has suggested that the boycott of the Olympics is very important, both for our foreign policy and essentially for the future of our Western democracies, our Western world. If this is true, why haven't the Allies recognized this more readily and more quickly than they have to support us on the Olympic boycott?
Well, I think it was convenient for our allies to hold our coat, to offer us sympathy, to say that in concept they agreed with us, but at the same time not to take on the special relationships they've enjoyed with the Soviet Union or the lucrative trade with others. Now, I think at this point, Mr. Brzezinski in his speech the other day, certainly the President in his comments have asked them once again to pay their dues to the NATO alliance, to Western society. I think they realize that obligation. And in fairness to the Allies, I think they're moving to do that. But we've got to make certain that they stay on course also.
Senator Pell, you talked earlier about putting ourselves in the European skin, so to speak. In fact, the European nations that we're asking to join us in a boycott and to join us in breaking diplomatic relations, they're far more dependent than we are on Iranian oil and oil from the entire part of the Islamic world. They're also far more dependent on trade with the Soviet Union and the communist bloc.
And also, in the event of any hostilities, they'll be the battlefield. And I think that they're very conscious of all of these factors. But going back to the Olympic Games for a moment, I strongly support the President in his moves in this regard. And I think those of us who are older can recall the Olympic Games in Berlin in 1936, and what that did in the world, seeming to give world approval and sanction to Hitler and his goose-stepping soldiers. And I think that those of us who recall that feel extra strongly about the merit of the President's suggestion. We ought to also bear in mind another thing in connection with Iran, that government there is not a government. It's a bad fairy tale kind of government with 4 different elements in it, each of them trying to say we're in charge and none of them being in charge. The final solution to this whole thing may well be the biologic one, that both Khomeini and the Shah are very sick men, and both will probably die before too many more months go by.
Senator Pell, in the 30 seconds we have left, did you get a reading or feel from the leaders you spoke with in Europe about whether they're going to come along a little more strongly in our behalf in the coming weeks?
I would say that they talked as if they might. My own assessment of what they will do is not as optimistic as their words were.
Senator Pell from Rhode Island, Senator Lugar of Indiana, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. And Steve, thank you. 22 minutes after 7, next half hour, parents of Karen Ann Quinlan will join us, and their attorney and their priest. They've got an exciting new project concerning life that they're going to tell us about. We'll be back.
Abortion clinic being proposed for downtown Worcester. 3 Worcester area hospitals do abortions, but those are expensive. There is no cheap abortion clinic serving central Massachusetts. Planned Parenthood says that's why 2,500 Worcester County women went either to Boston or Springfield to have abortions last year. So Planned Parenthood has drawn up these plans for a birth control clinic that will give family counseling, contraceptive care and counseling, and abortions, about 2,000 in the first year of operation. The Massachusetts Planned Parenthood Executive Director, Nikki Nichols Gamble.
The United States Supreme Court in 1973 declared that abortion was a matter between a woman and her physician, and that women were to be able to elect abortion in consultation with their physician. So that the legal precedent for the provision of this service, as well as the provision of contraception, has been fairly well established by the courts in this country as a matter of privacy.
But to the people who met tonight in Worcester, the Supreme Court is not a high enough authority. Central Massachusetts Citizens for Life president, Roger Dubuque.
There's something that goes, I think, above the earthly law here that we're talking about, which is the supreme law, and that's the one that we're addressing ourselves to. Murder has always been historically wrong and evil, and this is the way we're reacting, and we're going to proceed this way, no matter what the Supreme Court decided.
These people will take their arguments against the clinic to the Area Health Services Agency, which will meet at the end of the month. That agency is the one that has to decide whether this clinic is needed. Despite the number of people speaking against the clinic and the obvious fervor of their arguments against abortion, it is expected that agency will approve the clinic, which is expected to open at the beginning of 1981. In Worcester, David Ropeek, News Center 5.
In sports, the Celtics swept the Rockets 4.
Occasional constipation is a problem.
David Hartman with Joan London. 5 years ago, Karen Ann Quinlan's parents asked the courts to allow them to remove the respirator that was keeping their daughter alive, and that request, which was ultimately granted, set off a national debate on the deeply felt subjects of life and death. Karen Ann Quinlan is still in a coma. She's alive today, and we'll talk with her parents and their priest and their lawyer in just a few minutes about a very positive and exciting project that they have dedicated themselves to.
Also, Rona Barrett was, of course, at the Academy Award presentations last night.
It shows driving habits substantially changed in this country. 12% of those questioned have abandoned any plans to use the family car for this year's vacation. The rains have gone, but the floodwaters remain across much of the South this morning. Floods described as the worst in 7 years in some areas. The high waters are now receding in New Orleans, but in other parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, rivers and streams still are rising. For hundreds of people, that means the possibility of evacuation, something that they've already been through twice in the past 2 weeks in many parts of the South. Hundreds of homes have been damaged. 8 deaths are blamed on the rains and floods, and the National Weather Service says flood crests are expected on a half-dozen rivers later this week.
2 International Red Cross officials who spent yesterday at the occupied U.S. Embassy in Tehran say they are confident that they saw all of the American hostages. However, their agreement with the militants holding the hostages prevents them from saying just how many they did talk to. The Red Cross says the Americans are in relatively good physical and mental health, and messages from each of them will be delivered to their families. In Bogota, Colombia, where leftist guerrillas have occupied the Dominican embassy now for 49 days, there is hope that that crisis may be coming to an end. For the first time, the guerrillas and the Colombian government have met 2 times in 1 day. The government says the talks are cordial, and the guerrillas are scaling down their demands. 18 hostages are still being held in the embassy, including U.S. Ambassador Diego Asensio. They are called the Boat People of the Caribbean, refugees from the island of Haiti, and they're coming ashore in South Florida by the hundreds. Nearly 1,000 Haitians have arrived in Florida in the past 3 days, and harried immigration agents have asked the National Guard for help. Processing and housing the refugees has become an enormous task. More than 3,000 have landed this year, and estimated there are now 25,000 Haitians living in South Florida, a situation that's complicated by lawsuits pending in federal court. We'll be back in a moment with Willard Scott's weather, but first, a message.
Electricity to thousands of homes was knocked out by downed power lines. All of this prompted an unusual springtime activity throughout the Midwest, spreading salt on frozen pavements and roads. Hazardous road conditions caused deaths in many states. In Chicago, the storm contributed to a dramatic bus accident in which 1 man was injured. Ron Miller, ABC News.
On today's calendar, Israel's Prime Minister Begin and President Carter meet at the White House to begin their new round of talks on Palestinian autonomy. And don't forget, midnight tonight, the deadline for having your income tax returns signed, sealed, and postmarked. David?
You have done yours?
All done. I can't say I did it, but I can say it's all done.
Thank you, Steve. We'll be back in just a minute.
High water? Yeah, well, the weather is cooperating. It's clearing up down there, but of course the problem is the ground was so saturated with all the rain they had. They have the flood and runoff waters in the streams and rivers, and they'll still have that problem the rest of this week. But they're watching us in Yoakum County, Texas. You know Yoakum County, Texas?
No, I don't know Yoakum County.
Largest single oil-producing county in America.
Where's that? Western Texas?
Central Texas. They're having Oil-Producing Appreciation Day on Saturday down there. They have 3 taps on their spigots: hot, cold, and crude. All right, let's check the satellite.
I know a couple of guys like that, as a matter of fact.
I could describe the 3 of us. All right, let's check and see the satellite.
On honor today on Sportsman of the Week, we're saluting the geriatric set of the sports world. 3 great athletes who are also, in their professions, graybeards of sorts. Their combined ages amount to an incredible 160 years, and they are still working professional athletes.
Barrett was at the Academy Awards last night. Here's her report this morning. Good morning, Rona.
Thank you, David. Good morning to you and good morning, America. I'm here in the press room of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, where just a few moments ago the 52nd Annual Academy Award presentations just concluded, and as had been anticipated, the big winner this evening was Kramer versus Kramer. The picture took home 5 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Actor for Dustin Hoffman, Best Supporting Actress for Meryl Streep, and both the Best Director and Best Adapted Screenplay for Robert Benton. Only a very disappointed Justin Henry was left out. The other 2 top awards went to Sally Field for her portrayal of the union organizer Norma Ray, and to Melvyn Douglas for his role as the wealthy financier in Being There. The emotional high of the evening came late in the ceremonies when Dustin Hoffman won his Oscar. He began by thanking his parents for not practicing birth control, and then went on to insist that all artists share in an individual's win. He told the assembled press,
I do think art is competitive. I think that we all compete with each other. I think that the difference is that when we see good work, we try to beat it within ourselves, and it exhilarates us. And if you see a good performance on the screen, I would say that that performance has been fueled by the other performances that that actor has seen. I think that I compete against other actors. I think I compete against myself.
Sally Field was no less gracious in her acceptance speech. With tears in her eyes, she thanked everyone connected with Norma Ray, including her non-nominated director, Martin Ritt, her mother, her sister, and her 2 sons. After winning her Oscar, Sally told us,
My mother's given me everything, absolutely everything. I wouldn't be here, literally, but for my mother, more ways than just giving me birth, but she has been always my applause, always. From the time I was tiny and doing it in the backyard till I was doing it in junior high school and high school, she would say to me, I remember the first time I ever did anything was a scene from Romeo and Juliet. I was 13 years old. I had no idea what I was saying. And afterwards, I was riding home with my mother, who had come with me, and she turned to me, and the work was horrible, horrible. She said, Sal, you've got magic. And whether I did or not, I don't know, but I believed her. And that has always given me strength.
A highlight of the evening was Sir Alec Guinness's eloquent speech when accepting a special award. Later, he told us his doctors wouldn't allow him to work this past year because of a serious eye ailment. The ceremony's only tense moment came when Volker Schlondorf won a Best Oscar for Foreign Film, The Tin Drum. He began to say something about why his country, Germany, hadn't previously won an Oscar, and perhaps the audience, thinking they were about to be treated to another Vanessa Redgrave tirade, almost started booing. Schlondorf had something else in mind.
Well, first, there have been no German films for the war reason, at least to compete here, worthwhile to compete. Then, in the 50s and 60s, we really didn't do anything worthwhile either. And we wondered how come. Maybe because all the great directors, those I mentioned, had come over here, and they took the talent with them, and we had no fathers to copy when we started making films.
As expected, All That Jazz won 4 technical awards, including Best Editing, while Apocalypse Now took home 2 Oscars, one for sound and one for cinematography, although its director, Francis Coppola, was nowhere in sight. Another popular win was Steve Tesek for his original screenplay, Breaking Away. He recalled his childhood in Yugoslavia seeing Hollywood westerns. In our next hour, we'll talk with Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep about some of the more controversial aspects of Kramer versus Kramer. And our congratulations to all the Oscar winners, and now back to you in New York, David.
Thank you, Rona.
Trade, I'm sure, because as Dustin Hoffman said last night, most actors don't work, and a few of us are lucky to have a chance to work. To all actors who strive for excellence, none of you has ever lost, said Dustin, and I am proud to share this with you. And as Johnny Carson added, that was beautifully said. That's the Academy Awards. That is the Critics' Corner. Jim Brown will be here in the next hour.
But why can't an item be sold at the price it was originally marked? A good example is a box of Dristan decongestant tablets sent to me by a viewer in Coatesville, Pennsylvania. She peeled back the price that she had paid, $5.69, to find a sticker under it reading $5.39, and under that another for $4.99. That's a 70-cent increase. Dristan says its price was increased in July and October '78 and again in October '79. But that doesn't answer why this particular bottle was remarked. Even if it had been on the shelf for some time, why couldn't the store hold the original price at which we assume they could make a profit? Well, my writer asked if this isn't against the law. It isn't. States and localities make their own laws, but with the exception of one county on Long Island, we couldn't find any area that prohibits price remarking of merchandise already on the shelves. Retailers tell me that they aren't crazy about doing it because it makes people so mad, but there are reasons for it that we may not have thought of. The reason we have thought of but don't like is that when a new product comes in at a higher price, the retailer doesn't want the same thing selling for two prices, so he marks up the old one to match the new. But the price of a bottle of Dristan or a can of beans doesn't only reflect the cost of the item. The store's rent may go up, labor costs may go up, energy costs do go up, and all these costs of doing business are reflected in the retail price. So maybe the discount drugstore in question has had other price increases in addition to the cost of the pills themselves. I'm also asked frequently why different stores right in the same area charge different prices for the same item. Well, a quick survey in this city turned up the Dristan tablets from $4.39 to $6.99. The $6.99 store would be quick to tell you that they offer more services than the store at which the same item is only $4.39, and they probably do. But the real answer is that any store can charge any amount for any item if they can get you to pay it. If we are willing to pay higher prices when a quick walk down the street will save us real money, we have only ourselves to blame for paying more. But in areas where there is no price competition, the word discount may be the name of the store, not the name of the game.
$6.99 Dristan is a Park Avenue cold. Thank you, Betty. Back with Norman Mailer in a moment, but first, a station break.
Still remains the same. It's remarkable, really, that it's 5 years today. And she's very peaceful, very tranquil. They're giving her the care that she should be receiving. And she has had many infections, and they've been treated in the appropriate way. But there are days when she's uncomfortable, and so it makes it a little harder when you visit.
Now, at this point, what are the doctors saying about her potential capacity to come back to what we think of as a different existence or wakefulness or whatever?
No, that has never changed. She's still terminal as far as ever coming into any consciousness at all, or sapient state. There's brain damage, and that's incorrectable, really. So she'll always stay the same.
To what extent, when you went to the court originally to get a decision so that you could pull the life support systems from Karen, to what extent were you misunderstood? There was so much criticism around the country. To what extent were you misunderstood, Mrs. Quinlan?
Well, at that time, I think people misunderstood what we wanted to do. All we wanted was to remove what we considered extraordinary means. But there was a lot of discussion at that time about euthanasia. And I think people had the tendency to confuse this with euthanasia. But it is not. It is just to remove the machinery so that when Karen dies, it'll be free from the maze of machinery, and it will be in God's time. And I think that since Karen has lived for 5 years, that people understand more what we are about and what our decision was. And so and of course, with the articles that have been written and with the TV media, that people do understand a lot more about prolongation of life and removing machines and the choices that they have.
Tell me about Father Trapeso. Here this man sits. I know how close he is to you. How has he helped you in these?
Oh, tremendously.
I could never begin to say how much he has helped us. He has just been the dearest friend, particularly for me, really, because many times I would come into the office because I was his secretary. And many times I'd come into the office and I just look at him and I would start crying. And he would just sit and listen to me. And he was always there when I needed him to talk to him, when I needed him to just sit and listen to me or to just sit and share my grief.
They were great people to have to deal with. I thank you for saying that, Julie. It kind of affirms my own role as clergy and for all clergymen that we are, I think, important in people's lives and can be supportive, particularly in times of crisis. So thank you very much, Judy, for saying that.
Father, what is the position of the Roman Catholic Church on the business of pulling life support systems of terminally ill?
Well, the Church has always consistently taught that it is not morally obligatory to use extraordinary means to prolong life. Obviously, of course, we could go into a long discussion of that, and we don't have time for it, defining extraordinary and so on. But essentially, I guess what the Church would be saying is that when treatment becomes futile, and that the treatment at that point simply becomes a death-prolonging situation rather than life-sustaining or certainly not curing, that at that point it would be morally permissible to just simply terminate treatment and allow nature to take its course. That would be essentially, in a capsule form, what we would believe.
Mr. Armstrong, what have been and are the legal ramifications of what's happened in the last 5 years, the court decision and Karen's life and so forth?
Well, as you can see from this very simple love for their daughter, there's been a national and international ramifications in two ways, David. One, there have been sister states, including New York, which have dealt with the very same question and have vindicated the right of individual decision-making in terminal illness on the right of privacy. Another approach has been for state legislatures, perhaps 18 now and 23, which presently are reviewing the possibility of the so-called living will legislation. That is a document which would prevent the necessity, should you execute it, of having to go to court to help one of your loved ones, should terminal illness arise.
Today, I get the feeling that this is a very positive day for you, because today is the day you've selected to dedicate your Karen Ann Quinlan Center
of Hope. Right.
Tell us about it. What is it and why?
Well, it is an exciting day because it's a dream become a reality. And it's very meaningful that we should have the opening on the day, 5 years later, all this happening. But what's awesome is that it's in the exact same spot where it all happened 5 years ago. Karen was brought to Newton Memorial Hospital 5 years ago this morning. And now we're going to have the opening of the Center of Hope. It's a hospice program, and we'll care for all terminally ill patients, not only cancer patients.
Describe it to me, would you, Mr. Quinlan? What you want to happen? What's the purpose and what's going to happen there?
Well, David, it's a four-way agreement, cooperative agreement between two hospitals, Newton Memorial and Wilco Valley, the Visiting Nurses Association, and the Karen Ann Quinlan Memorial Foundation. It's community-oriented. It's tailor-made just for that particular community of Sussex County. It's a home care program. Anyone wishing to have a loved one spend their final days at home. Naturally, it's rather difficult for the family, so the Center of Hope will supply whatever they need in the way of doctors, nurses, round the clock, 24 hours a day. All they have to do is pick up the phone. Or volunteers for just about every kind of activity, including just sit with the patient while the family has a little relief. With this support, they can do it.
Where's the money coming from? That's a tremendous, what a job to have put this together.
It's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of joy, too. And the foundation has donated $50,000 to start it as seed money. But
we're hoping that in the future we're applying for grants now, corporation grants and so forth, government we're hoping that the grants will be approved and there'll be enough to carry on the program completely. The seed money is what the foundation figures will be enough to get it just started off the ground.
Father, I see you kind of...
I'm kind of anxious to emphasize the idea that it is a center of hope. And we've consistently tried to disassociate ourselves from the so-called right to die statement. That's not what the Quinlans are all about, the right to die. It's the right to hope, that life can be significant and meaningful even to the day we die, given proper support and love and care. And I'm very enthusiastic about that.
How do you describe that word hope, Mrs.
Well,
Quinlan?
that's why we chose the name Center of Hope, because you should never lose hope. And the emphasis in the hospice will be on hope and on living, not on dying. It's important to encourage the patient to live as comfortably and as happy as he can until the day that God takes him. So there'll be no emphasis on dying, and the emphasis will always be on hope. And it's the hope that what you're doing, like our experiences, has a meaning, and Karen's life certainly has a meaning. So.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Quinlan. Father Trapeso, Mr. Armstrong, nice to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Be back. The Academy Awards last night. Ceremony is the biggest, most glamorous night of the year for everybody in the movie industry around the world, and also for television. And last night, some 100 million people, 20 countries around the world were watching television to see who was going to win the Oscars this year. Rona Barrett was there, and she has a special report on the award-winning Kramer versus Kramer, and also talks with, well, you going to tell us that? Or
Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep.
Yay, 2 winners.
And if you were too busy watching the Oscars to do your taxes, remember those taxes? Well, tax expert Paul Strassos will be here with some helpful last-minute advice for you. Also, a leading interior designer is going to show us how to do a floor plan that can help you avoid disaster in decorating your home. And Merle Ellis will have some good advice on another kind of home equipment, kitchen knives. That's his secret to all those crafty little things he does. Also, Candace Hasey is going to be singing with the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. And Stormfield will have an overview of today's weather.
He's not going to sing.
He's not going to sing, no.
Good. I'm glad. But he'll tell us about it. 8:01 right now. Steve Bell has the news. Steve? Good morning, everyone. The International Red Cross says this morning that the families of all the American hostages in Iran soon will be getting personal messages from their captive relatives, as well as individual health reports. The Red Cross also says it now hopes to make regular visits to the occupied U.S. Embassy, where 2 Red Cross officials spent some 8 hours yesterday interviewing hostages. ABC's Jerry King talked to one of those Red Cross officials in Tehran this morning.
Harold Schmidt de Grunik told ABC News the Red Cross team found some of the hostages naturally depressed, but he said it was not a major problem. His overall impression?
They definitely appeared in good shape, both physically and mentally. When people are held under those conditions, it all depends on the character you have, and some people react positively, and some people, on the contrary, have a tendency to be depressed.
The Red Cross official said he would now discuss with the militants ways of improving the hostages' living conditions. He would only give one example.
There is one problem with mail, with incoming and outgoing mail, but this is I spoke to the students, and they are ready to speak about a new procedure which would eventually prevent the long time it takes now. This kind of thing, for example.
The Red Cross team spent 8 hours inside the embassy. The officials say they visited each hostage for 10 minutes in the rooms in which the Americans are detained. But at no time could they see the hostages alone. Another condition laid down by the militants that the Red Cross representatives not disclose the number of hostages they had seen. Jerry King, ABC News, Tehran.
The second Red Cross official to visit the occupied embassy, Dr. Bernard Lieberskind, arrived in Switzerland today carrying messages to be transmitted to the hostage families. He spoke with ABC's Scott Schuster.
Do you feel that the hostages were free to say whatever they wanted to on these forms?
No, because we were obliged to give these letters, as usually we do, to the students, and they could read them.
I see. Did they edit anything?
And of course, they can only give news from her health, and ask news from the family, and nothing, no political consideration, of course.
Did the students change any of the letters' content?
No.
They did not.
No.
Dr. Liebskin, how did the hostages look?
In good condition, I must say. In good condition, they have medical facilities. If they need, they can see a doctor which is coming every day. If it's necessary, this doctor will call a specialist.
At the State Department this morning, ABC's John Scally has more on the Red Cross visit with the hostages. John?
So much time has gone by that there is very little rejoicing here that a neutral observer finally has been allowed to see and to talk with the hostages individually. There still is no certainty that all 50 of the hostages were seen. Apparently, the militants produced the hostages in such a confusing way that it was very difficult to count them. American diplomats today intend to double-check all of the Red Cross information and hopefully piece together a complete picture by nightfall. Authorities here are thankful that the initial Red Cross report is that generally the prisoners are in good shape, both physically and mentally. This word has been relayed to relatives who've already started to call the State Department asking for details of the visit. One main point is being stressed. This initial visit should not obscure the central fact that the hostages are still being held in flagrant violation of international law with no sign when they will be set free. Steve?
Thank you, John. There were these other overnight developments in the news. Floodwaters began receding in New Orleans, but in nearby areas, broken levees forced several hundred people to evacuate to escape high water. Floodwaters also still threatening parts of Mississippi and Alabama. A French study shows women who smoke run a greater risk of chronic bronchitis than male smokers. That survey conducted in a Paris Industrial Medical Center. Gold prices plunged below the $500 mark for the first time in almost 2 weeks today. Gold trading at $496 an ounce in London. And a new Gallup poll shows nearly 3 out of 4 American motorists have changed their driving habits because of those skyrocketing gas prices. The majority of the drivers surveyed cutting down on weekend or social trips. Tight economic conditions also are changing things for credit card users. The latest move coming from a San Francisco bank. ABC's Tim O'Brien reports.
Ever since the Federal Reserve Board announced March 14th its new policy of credit restraint, it's been clear that some sort of limits might be imposed on credit card usage. The decision by the Crocker National Bank of San Francisco to impose a 12-cent fee on all credit card transactions may provide some insight into what's to come in the weeks and months ahead. Although Crocker is alone in charging fees on individual transactions, it is only one of a multitude of banking institutions to impose new credit restraints. Citibank has now announced that it would increase the average fee it charges merchants on MasterCard and Visa cards to 5.3%, up from 4.3%. And Sears Roebuck, the country's largest retailer, now plans to raise the minimum monthly payments on its charge accounts. And what effect will all of this have on the huge consumer debt in this country? Some for sure, but the experts say not that much. In fact, only 7.5% of the total consumer debt is even attributable to credit cards. But you'll notice the difference with your paying more for the credit you get and merchants paying more for the credit they give. Tim O'Brien, ABC News, Washington.
This evening, ABC's World News Tonight begins a 3-part special assignment series on the new credit crunch in the U.S. and how it's affecting our buying power. Finally, we have a late report in from Europe on the mother of one of the American hostages who is trying to get to Iran to see her son. She's the mother of Marine Sergeant Kevin Hermaning. Mrs. Barbara Tim arrived this morning in Paris seeking a visa from the Iranian embassy there, and Jacques Grenier reports.
They've been trying since January to see their son, 20-year-old Marine Sergeant Kevin Hermaning, a hostage at the American embassy in Tehran. And here at the Iranian embassy in Paris, Hermaning's mother, Barbara Tim, and his stepfather, Kenneth Tim, from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, hope to finally obtain visas for Iran. They've been trying to obtain those visas at the now-closed Washington embassy. Because a recent message from Ayatollah Khomeini indicates family visits to the hostages may be possible, the Tims think they can get a visa here. With their lawyers, they went to visit the Iranian ambassador. But the ambassador wasn't there, and an official said he would deal later with their case. At their hotel, the Tims still held out hope.
Most importantly, we want to talk to the students. I would like to be able to understand them. I would rather be able to understand what their plight is rather than hate. And we've done a lot of hating over the past 5.5 months.
The Tims are critical of the Carter administration's recent Get Tough policy with Iran, saying it could lead to the deaths of the Tehran hostages. They see more hope in congressional investigations of past U.S. dealings with the deposed Shah's government. Jacques Grenier, ABC News, Paris.
And that's news to this hour. David?
Thank you, Steve. 9 minutes after 8 right now. It's true. My wife kids me. I don't know for a high from a low from a front. And the only way to clear this up is to get some help. And so I am turning to Storm Field for help. Hey, tell us. Well, good morning, Storm, again.
Good morning, David.
What's the difference between a high and a low and all of that?
Actually, you know, most people, when they see an L on a map, what they think of is a bit of a problem. As a matter of fact, so you can take a look at this, you see an L, you think immediately of...
In the arts, there's no way to do that. All wonderful performances, the writing, the production, direction, all of that. So no losers last night. An exciting night for all of us to recognize the fine work of so many people.
It is.
Yeah.
But we have to go from fantasy world to the real world. We're going to talk to you about taxes. How about that? Tax expert Paul Strauss is going to be along. He's got some last-minute advice on what to do if you still haven't filed that income tax return. Stay with us.
Would you clean this fine silk blouse the same way you'd wash these dirty jeans? Then why clean your good wood cabinets with what you use on Formica and enamel? You should be using Murphy's oil soap. Murphy's natural formula cleans painted woodwork, paneled walls safely. Even gets scuffed up floors spick and span. And that's no pun. Clean wood safely with Murphy's oil soap. It works on the dirt, not on the finish.
At Terrain, good fashion is definitely not an age. Rosemary Reed's got away with figures, and the look is pure drama. Lean, leggy mayos, lush tropical colors. You and Rosemary Reed. So come in. You'll agree. Good fashion's not an age at Terrain.
Introducing Michelle, one of this year's most exciting young artists. Michelle's in a blue mood today because she's wearing a saggy diaper that leaks. Well, here's Huggies, Michelle. Huggies are form-fitting disposable diapers with soft, gentle elastic to help stop leaking. So Huggies Hug to help keep babies dry and comfortable. Thick, absorbent Huggies diapers help keep babies dry and help Michelle go from a blue mood to where she's tickled pink.
Dunkin' Donuts introduces muffins. We think the experts will agree they're the best they've tasted. Grandmas, what do you think?
Why, they taste exactly like my own secret recipe. See you in court, Sonny.
Well, I won't be eating these anymore. Why, they're even better than yours, Wanda.
Delicious muffins baked fresh daily at Dunkin' Donuts. They may put your grandmother out of business.
All right, they're wonderful.
18 minutes past 8. Today is, of course, April the 15th. That's D-Day, the very last day for filing your income tax return. And Paul Strauss is our tax expert. He used to work for the IRS, so he knows a lot about this day, and he's here with us. Good morning.
Good morning, Jack.
The very last minute is actually midnight tonight, is that right?
This is the day, and that's the time. Most of the post offices around the country in the cities will designate one post office or maybe even two to stay open till midnight, and there's going to be lines of cars going by. They will normally hand stamp the envelopes because it's very important that that postmark be legible. Let me give you a tip on that. Don't run your envelope through a postage meter. That's not fair. IRS says, that's not proof positive of when you mailed it. They want it.
Yeah, we asked her if she wanted to play, and she said, no, I haven't practiced in a long time, so I just won't do that. And she does still relax by doing that, and she said that she has always been a separate from many other members of the Kennedy family because she enjoys long walks on the beach and sitting by the fireplace and playing the piano.
This is the completion, I guess, of our series on running mates. We have done all the wives now of the active candidates. I was interested last week when John Anderson was a guest on the program, and he was sitting here in my chair in the studio, and Kiki Anderson, his wife, was out in the hall. I had gone out for one reason or another and told her she was free to come here in the studio and stand behind the camera with the red light on and watch. She said no, that she preferred to go into what we call our green room where there's a television so she could watch television and see how it came over. She didn't want it to be necessarily near. She wanted to see how you responded to her husband on television, and that is the role increasingly of the wives of the candidates. They are, in effect, another member of the campaign staff, an advisor, an aide.
I cannot remember a year in which the wives of the candidates, the surviving members of this presidential campaign at least, have been quite so visible or who have gotten quite as much attention from us. It is due in part, I believe, to the fact that Rosalind Kennedy, the wife of Rosalind Carter, Rosalind Carter, the wife of the president, of course, is so visible and so active not only on the campaign trail, but in helping her husband shape the policy of this country, and I think that it's made other people think about it as well. I've always believed that it's fair territory for us because I believe that we elect presidents not just based on their policies or on their issues, but what they represent for us in many other ways. They become role models, and they represent values that we think that ought to be enlarged somehow.
By contrast, Nellie Connolly, who is now back in Texas, I assume, and living the life she would prefer, in 30 years of her husband, John Connolly's political career, she never gave a speech until this year. Times have changed.
We'll be back in just a few moments. This is Today on NBC.
You wouldn't believe what happened to me today. It surprises me. I didn't really realize they had put that good of meat in it.
Well, I learned something today.
Shoppers at this store were really surprised to see what goes into Kahn's Jumbo Franks.
I didn't know that there was a hot dog that was all full of meat. I think that would make a good roast.
I really didn't know that hot dogs were made from cuts of meat like this.
Only first quality cuts of meat. No fillers ever with Kahn's.
I never knew what went inside them. They taste good. Well, it's definitely high quality if it's meats and these hot dogs. A lot of fresh meat is what really goes into Kahn's wieners. No fillers. No yucky stuff.
I would feel more confident in buying Kahn's hot dogs after seeing the cuts of meat that they're made out of.
Because of the meat that's put into the wieners, I would say that this must be a very good product. I see Kahn's is a very good product.
Well, I learned something today.
I trust Kahn's.
Great meat makes great Franks. Depend on Kahn's.
Peak Fiends are a very serious food. They're made for grown-up taste. Peak Fiends are much too good to waste on children of. They're serious, very serious. Peak Fiends are extraordinarily serious cookies. If you're a grown-up or plan to be one, you'll know what we mean. Peak Fiends are a very serious cookie.
Who's been eating a Peak Fiends?
Harriet Hop's old-fashioned lentil soup tastes like it simmers all day. What's your trick, Harriet?
Trick? Progresso.
Keith Wayne's delicious hearty casseroles start with only the plumpest, meatiest beans. Tell us how you do it, Keith.
How? With Progresso.
Progresso means fine Italian food made the good old-fashioned way.
So make it Progresso, or make it yourself.
.24 now. We'll be back in about 6 minutes with the latest news. A day of more meetings in the Middle East. In Washington today, Israeli Prime Minister Begin is here to pick up where President Sadat left off and go possibly in another direction. And if you had a long night's sleep and you're just joining us this morning, Kramer versus Kramer, Best Picture of the Year, Dustin Hoffman, Sally Fields, Meryl Streep, and Melvin Douglas, winners in their categories as well.
And always a winner in her own category, of which she is, there's nobody else in Gilda Radner's class. She's going to be with us in the next half hour, part 2 of Gene Shallot's interview, one that was done in Gilda Radner's very own office right here at NBC. But first, a station break.
on real people meet champion belly buckers and nibble at the human buffet table.
Tuesday, turn to TV4's Eyewitness News at 6 for the most complete coverage of New England's news, weather, and sport.
The works over those Boston police recruits. The Globe quotes City Hall sources this morning as saying the mayor will approve the hiring of the recruits in exchange for City Council approval of a pay raise for the mayor and 65 department heads.
Senate, the House approved a bill aimed at discouraging bosses who seek sexual favors from employees. The bill was filed by Representative Barbara Gray of Framingham. The legislation doesn't make such action a crime. Rather, it would allow employees to bring civil suits against bosses and the company. Good day in Boston sports yesterday and last night. The Red Sox opened their season on a successful note. 3-1 victory over the Bengals of Detroit. Don Gillis has the action.
The #1 crowd pleaser on this cold and dreary to see how serious the problem actually is. In sports, the Celtics and the Bruins both ousted their...
Many fine products of General Foods.
Kevin with you in London. Have you ever had an experience like this? You see a beautiful couch in a store or something. You buy it, you have it delivered, but you find it's too big for your room. Looks awful with the chairs, blocks the fireplace, clash with the draperies, whole thing. Well, according to a top interior designer, you could prevent all of this very simply by just drawing a floor plan of your room. It makes a lot of sense, it seems, and this gentleman is going to be with us and explain how to go about doing that and save yourself from those disasters when you buy furniture.
I'm in the midst of decorating right now. It's a big job. Also, Candace Hasey is going to be along. She'll show us how she's saying with them.
Good morning, everyone. The International Red Cross says it now hopes to make regular visits to the American hostages in Tehran. This after 2 Red Cross officials spent more than 8 hours yesterday talking to the hostages in the occupied U.S. Embassy. The Red Cross says hostage families will receive individual health reports on the captives as well as new personal messages. Those messages carried to Switzerland this morning by Dr. Bernard Libeskind, who talked in Zurich with ABC's Scott Schuster.
We could speak with all of them. We could take their name, and we could give them a letter to write to the family. And I have all the letter here.
Right here.
And we will send them from Geneva to the States directly to the families.
Dr. Libeskind, how did the hostages look?
In good condition, I must say. In good condition. They have medical facilities. If they need, they can see a doctor which is coming every day. If it's necessary, this doctor will call a specialist in Tehran which should come to, but no main medical problem.
Did you find symptoms of serious physical or mental trauma in any of the hostages?
I don't think so.
Were there any reports of mistreatment?
I don't think so.
None at all. Did you see the hostages who are being kept in solitary in the basement of the embassy?
I beg pardon?
Certain hostages are being kept in solitary confinement in the basement of the embassy. Did you see them?
We see everybody.
Everyone?
Yes.
How many is that?
I cannot tell you that.
Here in the U.S., State Department officials say that if the Red Cross actually saw all 50 hostages, it would be a positive step. However, the hostages reportedly were interviewed in such a confusing manner, it was hard to keep track of their numbers. And the State Department points out that even if they are in good condition, those Americans still are being held hostage in Tehran. In other news this morning, a study by Pennsylvania health officials shows no evidence that radiation from the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident caused any damage to unborn children. The study found no links between 3 Mile Island and either birth defects or infant mortality rates. Researchers in France say women who smoke face a greater risk of chronic bronchitis than men who smoke. The study recommends further research on women smokers and respiratory disease. With the Pennsylvania primary election just 1 week away now, President Carter has won the endorsement of the United Mine Workers Union. However, Senator Edward Kennedy's been endorsed by the Service Employees International Union and the Amalgamated Transit Union. Officials in Jackson, Mississippi say the Pearl River is at crest stage now, and some 250 families have been evacuated from their homes to avoid the floodwaters. Officials in Jackson fear a repeat of last year's flooding there, the worst in the city's history. The U.S. is accusing Fidel Castro of delaying the airlift of Cubans who have taken sanctuary in the Peruvian embassy in Havana. The airlift reportedly being delayed by a dispute over who goes first. On today's calendar, Israel's Prime Minister Begin will hold talks with President Carter at the White House on Palestinian autonomy. It's the second stage of discussions that began last week with Egypt's President Anwar Sadat. Finally, the mandatory thermostat setting for public buildings that President Carter imposed last year to save energy, well, it expires at midnight tonight unless Congress takes some action to save the program. The Senate subcommittee is taking up the issue today. That's news for this morning, David.
Thanks, Steve. 26 minutes before 9 right now. When Storm Field comes back, we're going to see one of those fabulous satellite pictures of the whole northern half of the globe. And
Money ideas from a nearby IDS representative.
You see, with 3,000 IDS representatives, one of us is always close enough to come and help, wherever you are. Each of us is trained to apply the right money ideas to a personal plan for you. In fact, having that kind of help nearby could be one of our better ideas.
The IDS difference. Ideas to help people manage money.
We no longer say that in the Academy Awards. It just occurred to me that all the presenters come out there and they already have the envelope. The accountants from Price Waterhouse rent their tuxedos. They show up at the first of the evening and then they're never seen again. Kramer versus Kramer was the winner of the Best Picture of the Year last night at the Academy Award presentation in Hollywood. And Dustin Hoffman, Best Actor, well-deserved. Best Actress, Sally Field, and she was excited, along with Meryl Streep, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Actor in a Supporting Role went to Melvin Douglas. Well, standing by in Hollywood, a man who is needs some support this morning. He's been up all night long. There's our man in Hollywood, Jim Brown. A lot of excitement there last night, Jim, but I guess...
For playing the title role in Norma Ray, and as usual, this all happened in Hollywood's finest tradition.
A wide variety of Hollywood turned out for last night's Oscar ceremony, from a Chapter 2 to a number 10. From Dracula to the Hulk. From a Superman to a flying nun. From the Nashville Sound to the Rose. But the show really turned out to be a family affair. The Kramer family. There was young Justin Henry, writer-director Robert Benton, leading lady Meryl Streep, and the center of attention, Dustin Hoffman.
I think I found myself, and I got myself a job. I got myself a therapist, a really good one, and I feel better about myself than I ever have in my whole life. Well, I've learned that I love my little boy, and that I'm capable of taking care of him.
What do you mean?
I want my son.
You can't have him.
It's incomparable. It's really wonderful.
Too much feedback from other ladies?
I'm trying to hear above my heartbeat.
Well, now you talk about stamped.
I think that the supporting actress category is kind of the most terrific one to be nominated in, because it means that you supported another performance.
And we got how many eggs? 2 for you and 2 for me.
Yep.
We got milk. We got butter. We got $5. I got $5 here. You sit here. Okay, and you'll be my number 1 helper. Okay, now watch this. One-handed. Here we go. Did you know that all the best chefs are men? I bet you didn't know that, did you? Isn't this terrific?
I do think art is competitive. I think that we all compete with each other.
Field's performance in Norma Ray was more than just good. It won her an Oscar for Best Actress.
She didn't hear one word I say. She doesn't hear you right now.
Now, you know that happens, Norma Ray. It happens all the time.
Well, it doesn't happen to my mama.
This is, God, what a dream. I've wanted to be an actress since I was 2. In Encino, I wanted to be an actress. I don't know. It's an incredible moment. If I could bottle this feeling and sell it, I would make a lot of money. I did a television program once called Sybil, and they said after that, you can't do anything else. You might as well quit. And then I did Norma Ray. You know, there's so many things in the world to do, so many people to play, so many feelings and situations. I've just started.
But as I said at the beginning, the Kramer family stole the show. And if formality was the byword on the Oscar telecast, the press room stage took on the informal appearance of a family living room.
I got the most different reaction on this film in terms of people on the street that I've ever had of any film I did. It was the first time I ever did a film where people did not come up to me and congratulate. When they would come up to me in the past, they would congratulate me about a performance that I did. And this was the first time they did not. They came up and they said, "That's my story."
Hoffman also told us that he was very surprised about the success surrounding Kramer versus Kramer. He said it was supposed to be a quiet little film. Well, last night, the Academy turned it into a big, noisy success story. One final comment, Tom, that image of Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep lying on the carpet there while Bob Benton was speaking is a wonderful image, the kind you might see in your newspaper, except that all occurred in the radio and television room, so that picture really belongs to us.
Yeah.
Tom?
Well, that's nice to know. Thank you very much, Jim.
To Perry and to Bing, please. Gone away, right on the nose. 1, 2, 3.
I can be very easily distracted by someone who's not concentrating because I know that without concentration there's going to be a mistake made. So I'm rather demanding in the fact that I want complete attention. So I have to be loose enough that they can enjoy themselves, too, while we're working hard.
Men, you look like corpses.
Could I have a phone? Jerry, listen, could we have less brass and the opening so we can, the choir will cut through. Let's try it again, and especially less...
Develop certain buzzwords, words that conjure images and emotions so vivid they need no explanation. Pearl Harbor, Watergate, and a year ago, Jonestown, Guyana. There, at a place few had heard of, we witnessed a tragedy so bizarre it not only horrified us, but fascinated us. Now comes Guyana Tragedy, the story of Jim Jones. It is a two-part, 4-hour movie that airs tonight and tomorrow night on CBS. Powers Booth stars as the star-crossed Jim Jones, who bedazzled his followers with a dazzling 1-2 combination of concern and con. But Jones wasn't always a crazed cult leader. He was born in a small Midwestern town, was a devout ministerial student, and was at one time a leader in the civil rights movement in Indianapolis.
I want 350 tickets for the next show, and here's the money.
For $350, I'll get up into a tap dance between the cartoon and the feature. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? The section for coloreds only holds 50 people.
Sir, this is a historic moment. We're desegregating the first theater in Indianapolis.
You can't do this to me. I'll call the authorities.
I am the authority. I'm Jim Jones, the city's new Human Rights Commissioner. Listen, as long as we're here, I'd like to talk to you about job opportunities in your theater for some of the young men in our church.
I was simply bowled over by this remarkable film. Unlike Jones himself, this is not the least bit exploitative. It carefully charts the turns in his life, starting in 1941 when he was just a Bible-spouting sprout back in Indiana. Indeed, by the end of tonight's 2 hours, we're still in the 1960s, and we aren't even in Guyana. By this meticulous and very dramatic tracing, we can almost perceive how it all happened, how this straight arrow became such a twisted hero. And at the epicenter, in what surely must have been the chanciest role-taking of any actor's career, is Powers Booth. He is simply electrifying. This firmly establishes Booth as a major talent. His is a powerful performance in a powerful movie. I think I liked it.
And I suppose a lot of people are going to find out for themselves. We'll be back after a message.
Are the work of one of the top interior designers in the country, Mario Buotta, and now not everyone can afford to have this kind of luxury, I know, but everyone can afford to have a home that's pleasing to look at and comfortable to live in. Mario Buotta is with us this morning. Good morning. You've got some tips for us. First of all, you're a big believer in floor plans.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's very, very important.
Do you have to have a floor plan in order to end up with a successful room?
I think it's very important because I think one of the big mistakes that people make is they go out shopping. They'll go to a store and they'll say, well, I like this and I like that.
Or sometimes, someday I'd be talking and it would be a different kind of voice. So then there'd be a wig for it or a costume for it, and then they became little complete characters.
Does the wig and the costume have a lot to do with how you behave during a characterization?
It just enriches it for me, you know. It's fun. I've always, my whole life,
since I was a little tiny kid. I loved to put on outfits and pretend I was something. I remember I used to do Santa Claus, and I would use, remember, undershirts that had straps, you know, little thin straps? Because you can put that like right over your ears and hang down. A lot of people didn't think of that. And a little red cap, down the stairs, Santa Claus.
An underwear beard.
An underwear beard.
Undershirt beard.
An undershirt beard.
That's very good.
Always, in college, I was reading Moby Dick. It was assigned in school, and I suddenly stood up in my dormitory and I made Queequeg's outfit, you know, like what I thought he looked like out of, I painted my face, I took paper clips and made earrings and everything and went down the hall. It must be, it's like a strange illness, putting on outfits and...
But ever since you've been a very, very little girl, you have played around with a fantasy life, haven't you?
Right. You know, 2 sheets on a line in the backyard, curtains, stage.
Right. But what about an audience? Did you have an audience? Did the other kids come around to watch you, or was it all in your own mind, like the little character you play who slams the door and then does it all himself?
Pretty much. I made up the audience, too.
Did you, at a very early age, want for yourself a television career?
I didn't know. I just took great comfort in television. The Jackie Gleason show. I used to look forward to it, you know. And Ben Casey,
But when did you decide you were going to be on television?
It wasn't that decision, but I think the games that I always played as a kid were, you know, we used to go out to the address pole on our front lawn and sing into it like a mic, and they were always show business
oriented. There's a stick on your lawn that says number 74 Crescent Lane?
That's right.
And
but
that became
it had a
right?
little ball at the top, you know, so I would, the address part had fallen off. It went like that, and just the thing was there, and I was just my height, you know, so I'd go out there, and it's 6:30, 7 in the morning.
You had a very normal childhood. You made underwear beards.
I know.
And you talked into your dress bow.
Here's another thing I used to do. In the winter, instead of building a snowman, I used to build a chair out of snow, you know, like a easy chair with arms, and I'd sit in it till it melted.
Very good. Gilda, I know you were offered a very big part. You were offered a part of Olive Oyl in the Popeye movie, which you decided to decline. Do you have any regrets about that?
No, because at the time I was offered it, I was involved in that little girl playing in the backyard was then opening at the Winter Garden in my own show.
Called Gilda.
Yeah, Gilda Live from New York, or whatever we ended up calling it, with Father Guido Sarducci, and I being on the stage and getting a chance to do things over again. And I must admit, my show, I didn't do Macbeth. I didn't do Neil Simon or anything. I did what people... See, I never could have gotten into the Winter Garden without Saturday Night Live. And the characters that I found with writers here that made me popular enough to get into the Winter Garden. So I kept doing them there. And that's what I felt that the show I did on Broadway was for my fans, you know? I didn't want to trick them. I didn't want to...
They came to see a certain thing and you gave them that certain thing.
Exactly.
Now you have taken that Broadway show and put it onto the screen.
Right. It was...
I did not get to see the show at the Winter Garden. I saw the movie. Is the movie a faithful replica of what happened at the Winter Garden?
Absolutely.
Except for some backstage cutaways where they show you getting made up.
What it is people, it would be like you got to get a front row seat, like everyone gets a front row seat for the show. You get to see me close up.
Gilda, word is that your contract with NBC or Saturday Night Live is up in the spring. Are you going to renew it? Are you going to stay on Saturday night? Have you thought about what you're going to be doing after your summer vacation?
It's when I got this job, I kept saying, hey, when this contract's up, I'll be 34 years old. I thought it was a big joke. You know, and now I'm at the end of that big joke. The 5 years are up. I don't think I want to do, you know, I think that's it for Saturday night. Although there's few places like it where you get to fail, where you get to try something brand new, where you get to start all over from step one, all over again every week. And like I've always called it, it's like doing the opening night of an under-rehearsed off-Broadway show. And the excitement that's generated there. I was talking to Lorne Michaels just last night about the fact that we've learned to live life at this intense pace, and the rest of life seems slow. in comparison, you know. When you're, like he said, when he used to do a special in Canada, they'd spend like 6 months preparing an hour special. And if you gear your life to 6 months to prepare something, then that's what you do. And here, like, we do it in 3 days.
And it's longer than an hour.
That's right.
It's an hour and a half every week.
And the energy generated in that studio.
So what are you saying, that you think that you've burned this up now and it's time to go to another level of your life?
Yes, I think so. I'd have to be, you know, like what we were saying before, I think it's time to make way for, you know, new people.
Gilda Radner. Her new movie is called Gilda, and it is all about herself and her characters with...
Right now in Washington with an update on Iran, Steve.
David, the 2 International Red Cross officials who spent time with the hostages in Tehran yesterday say that the hostage families here in the States will soon be getting individual messages from the hostages, also individual health reports, and they hope to see the hostages on a regular basis. However, the State Department says there's still no certainty that Red Cross men saw all of the 50 American hostages.
Thanks, Steve. Tomorrow in this hour here on Good Morning America, the Olympic gold medal winner Frank Shorter, the great runner, talking about the Olympic boycott and Run for Life.
And we'll also meet John Williams, the new Boston Pops conductor.
The administration confirmed today that it has set the middle of next month as the deadline for some Iranian movement on the American hostages there. After then, officials said some kind of military persuasion is more than just a possibility. Marvin Kalb reports.
The administration has set a time frame for further action against Iran. A few weeks to a month, according to spokesman Harding Carter. In other words, if by mid-May the sanctions imposed against Iran do not succeed in winning the release of the hostages, officials say the U.S. will announce harsher measures, perhaps even mining Iranian ports or imposing a naval blockade, despite the militants' threats to kill the hostages in such circumstances. Much depends on the cooperation of allies, the creation of what the spokesman called a united front. President Carter will make his decision in the middle of next month, judging by how well the sanctions are doing.
That reassessment, which will come at a time certain, will be largely influenced by the effectiveness of what has been done by us and our friends.
On a related theme, the spokesman said there were indications of a continuing Soviet troop buildup in the Transcaucasus military district bordering on Iran. And he then raised a key question.
Since there's no obvious reason you can think of which is either defensive or related to Afghanistan, the question must be posed, is it not related to possible action against Iran?
There are 11 Soviet divisions in this military district, normally at 40% strength. Recently, they have begun to be fleshed out, new troops, new equipment, and they have engaged in maneuvers in this rugged mountainous region, which is highly unusual at this time of the year. Intelligence experts say this is all increasingly worrisome, reminiscent in some respects of the Soviet buildup before their move into Afghanistan. But the experts here do not believe the Russians are preparing to invade Iran. They do believe the Russians want to put themselves into a position to move if opportunity should suddenly beckon in a disintegrating Iran. Marvin Kalb, CBS News, the State Department.
Other military forces also were on the move, with Iran the common denominator. The U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Eisenhower left Norfolk, Virginia today, headed for the Persian Gulf to relieve the Nimitz. The Nimitz and her 5,000 men have been at sea without a break since January 4th. And the Pentagon said today that for the first time, a force of combat-ready Soviet Marines has entered the Indian Ocean, giving the Soviets the capability for amphibious assault there. Finally, Iranian troops themselves were on the march, as Doug Tennell reports.
Iranian troops and armor moved out of 2 key garrisons along the Iraqi border today, according to reports reaching Tehran. Units of Iran's 64th Infantry and 24th Armored Divisions left the towns of Urumea and Kermanshah to take up new positions along the frontier. The troop movements are but the latest phase of a sporadic border war between Iraq and Iran that in some government circles has overshadowed the American embassy hostage crisis in recent days. President Abul Hassan Beni Sadr has begun an ongoing shuttle between Tehran and the troubled border provinces. He has visited the oil fields of Khuzestan along the frontier, and in Kermanshah took a personal interest in the simmering conflict between two of the Middle East's oldest rivals. Benny Sutter traveled to makeshift refugee camps like this one, where tens of thousands of Shiite Muslims have spilled into Iran from across the frontier. Some of them are of Iranian origin, others carry Iraqi passports. Iran's government has little choice but to provide fellow Shiites with sanctuary. The ruling Revolutionary Council today invited Iranians to donate money, foodstuffs, and other basic essentials for the relief effort. The Iraqi frontier is emerging as a proving ground for revolutionary Iran's armed forces, still heavily equipped from the days of the Shah's lavish spending policies, but largely untested since the purge of officers that followed the revolution. Echoing the thinking of many Iranian leaders, Iran's Chief of Staff, Major General Mohammad Shadmer, claims that the United States is urging Iraq to provoke hostilities with Iran. The recent Iraqi troop buildup, he said, is largely due to domestic political considerations in Baghdad. The Iraqi regime has to keep its military occupied, Shadmer claimed, lest Iraq's armed forces turn against their own government. Doug Tennell, CBS News, Tehran.
Messages from the hostages went out by phone today to their families at home, less than 24 hours after two officials of the International Red Cross ended their visit to the embassy. The phones were ringing. The messages were first sent by telex from Geneva, where they'd been taken from Tehran. And from New York, the messages were read over the phone by Red Cross officials. Understandably, the Red Cross would not make the messages public, but it's known that one read, "If the captivity were to end in the next 5 seconds, it would be none too soon." In Tehran, the chairman of the Iranian Red Cross, who also visited the embassy, said today that 7 or 8 of the hostages are being kept in individual rooms, apart from all the others. It's thought the militants consider those hostages to be spies. Paul Sartre, a major force in 20th century thought, died today in Paris after a long illness. He was 74. Myers called Sartre the Pope of existentialism. As Sartre defined it in his book, Being and Nothingness, existentialism holds that man by himself is nothing, and only his commitment to a cause makes man different from animals or inanimate objects. Man alone, Sartre argued, is responsible for his own destiny. Sartre was condemned by the Catholic Church as rejecting God, and considered by the communists as promulgating a bourgeois ethic. He'd broken with communism at the time of the Nazi-Soviet pact, but he remained an extreme leftist. And in plays like No Exit and in novels and philosophical works, Sartre exerted enormous influence on the post-war generation, from New Wave cinema to Third World revolutionary ideology. He rejected the 1964 Nobel Prize for Literature to show his contempt for bourgeois honors, although his companion of many years, Simone de Beauvoir, noted Sartre was for the masses, but they were against him. Well, just 5 days after Egyptian President Sadat left Washington, Israeli Prime Minister Begin arrived for his turn in President Carter's effort to get the stalled Palestinian negotiations moving again. Robert Pierpoint reports.
Prime Minister Begin arrived in Washington taking the position that he is ready to accelerate and intensify those stalled talks on Palestinian autonomy for the West Bank and Gaza Strip to try to meet the May 26th target date set by the Camp David Accords. After a total of over 4 hours of meetings today, Begin spoke briefly with reporters.
They're going very well. No so-called confrontations.
Israeli sources say that during this morning's session, Begin turned down the proposal made jointly by President Carter and Egypt's President Sadat last week for lower-level ministerial talks to be held here in Washington to resolve the tough Palestinian autonomy issue. Instead, Begin made a counter-proposal that those discussions be held in the Middle East over the next 40 days, 20 days in Alexandria and 20 days in Tel Aviv. The Israelis explain that this puts the negotiating ministers closer to home, where they can refer quickly to their respective governments for any major decisions. But it also takes the negotiations out of Washington, which suits Begin better. The Israelis suspect, with some justification, that Sadat and President Carter are pretty much in agreement on what they want from Israel, and Begin feels it would be easier to resist the president's pressures if the negotiations are held 6,000 miles away. For his part, President Carter has promised so far only to consult with Sadat on Begin's proposal. The talks continue here tomorrow. Robert Pierpoint, CBS News at the White House.
Well, unless you got an extension, midnight's the deadline for filing your 1979 income tax return. President Carter filed his ahead of time, and Robert Shackney has details.
President Carter is no longer a millionaire. His net worth dropped $112,000 in 1979, from just over $1 million at the start of the year to $893,000 at the end of the year. The president's financial statement and tax return disclosed that the troubled family peanut warehouse business is the principal drain on the presidential fortune. The business, now part of a blind trust, declined in value by $255,000 last year. The presidential income in 1979, after deductions, $194,000. The presidential income tax, $65,000. Mr. Carter overpaid his taxes and will be receiving a $16,700 refund. President and Mrs. Carter contributed $15,000 to charity last year. The president earned $1,100 in royalties from his book, and his business interests held in blind trust lost over $80,000. Some of that loss, press spokesman Jody Powell said, involved the payment of interest charges on the loan that his friend Bert Lance had arranged for the peanut warehouse.
While the president has been losing money on the peanut warehouse business, he's apparently been saving a good part of his salary. Mr. Carter's money and other assets in the bank, negligible when he first entered the White House, now totals nearly $300,000. Robert Shackney, CBS News, the White House.
White House spokesman Powell used the occasion to challenge Senator Edward Kennedy to make public his tax return. A Kennedy spokesman replied that the senator's return will be filed by midnight, and the information will be released as soon as possible. Kennedy himself was in Pennsylvania stumping for next Tuesday's primary. Susan Spencer has our report.
I'm not here because of the crucial role that the Pennsylvania primary plays in the nominating process for the Democratic candidate. I'm here because I love Billy Green.
Kennedy out stumping for his old friend, Philadelphia Mayor Billy Green, last October. But for all their long friendship, their close family ties, and Green's enormous power as mayor, it took Green until today to finally endorse Kennedy, an endorsement many think hands Kennedy Pennsylvania's largest city on a platter. Green admitted he'd been worried about retaliation from the White House, but he said in light of the planned $40 million federal budget cuts for his city, he'd gotten over that.
I believe the citizens of Philadelphia have already suffered by the actions of this administration, and that a real concern for the cities would indicate clearly that one should support Senator Kennedy.
Mayor Green has mentioned what is one of the critical issues in the course of this campaign, and one of the critical issues that is before this nation over the period of the next 10 years, really. And that is whether the cities of this nation are going to be made livable. My God, welcome back.
Concern over budget cuts won Kennedy two other major endorsements today. A formal nod from the 500,000-member American Federation of Teachers and from the 700,000-member Service Employees Union, a one-time supporter of California Governor Jerry Brown. The endorsements capped off a day in which the senator and his wife Joan were mobbed by supporters on Philadelphia's West Side. Tangible evidence, aides believe, that Kennedy is at least within striking distance in Pennsylvania, where only a win will keep his campaign viable. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Philadelphia.
A statewide poll released tonight by Pittsburgh station KDKA shows Carter leading Kennedy 42 to 29%. But another 29% of the 1,000 likely voters polled said they are undecided. By floods. Some of the worst flooding was at Hattiesburg, where the Leaf River crested at more than 12 feet above flood stage. Hundreds took shelter at a community center there. In Jackson, the Pearl River was building to crest stage as residents threw up levees. They feared a repeat of last year's disastrous Easter flood. And the Susquehanna and the James Rivers have in common. But according to a government report released today, they all have been contaminated by poisonous chemicals, along with just about every major waterway in the nation. It's the federal government's first attempt to catalog damage to waterways by toxic chemicals. Richard Roth reports.
The Library of Congress study catalogs more than 200 examples nationwide of damage done to lakes, rivers, and underground wells and springs by toxic chemicals. Not sewage or industrial pollution as it's usually thought of, but asbestos, mercury, pesticides. and complex chemicals that don't easily break down in the environment. In the Great Lakes, for example, the study finds that conventional pollution problems are easing, while chemical pollution is getting worse. No region of the country has been immune to damage. Chemicals in the rain have killed fish in more than half the mountain lakes of New York's Adirondacks. Pesticides and industrial wastes have seeped into underground water supplies in California. Vermont Senator Robert Stafford says he hopes the report will give new impetus to a plan to control toxic wastes.
Our effort is not to create any new bureaucracy or to ask for any new regulations at all. What we're trying to do is bring this to an end by imposing strict liability on those who manufacture substances which they know or should know are highly toxic.
The congressional report recommends no way to correct the damage already done. Stafford says the only solution to that may be time. Moreover, the report's authors admit their study is incomplete and may only suggest the true extent of the pollution problem. Richard Roth, CBS News, Washington.
Incidentally, an international commission says lead contamination from car exhausts is a pollution time bomb that could be building up in fish in the Great Lakes. The Joint Commission of Canada and the United States reports mercury pollution controls appear to be succeeding, but the threat from lead has not been adequately evaluated. University of Iowa medical researchers have made a finding on cancer that they haven't quite figured out yet. Their figures show that Iowa farmers have higher mortality rates for 6 kinds of cancer than non-farmers. However, the overall cancer death rate for farmers is lower than non-farmers because they contract fewer cases of cancer related to smoking. The Carter administration's extending its emergency restrictions on thermostat settings in public buildings for 9 more months. The restrictions, which had been due to expire tomorrow, require thermostats to be no lower than 78 in the summer and 65, no higher than 65 in the winter. Deputy Energy Secretary John Sawhill estimates the limits say between 200,000 and 400,000 barrels of oil a day. Ruling today, the Supreme Court broadened the legal protection of the concept that a man's home is his castle. Fred Graham has that story.
The law in New York and in many other states had historically held that where a felony was involved, police without arrest warrants could enter people's homes by breaking down doors if necessary to make arrests. The New York police used such methods in arresting a suspected murderer and an armed robber whose convictions were overturned by the Supreme Court. The 6-3 decision was key to the Constitution's Fourth Amendment, which requires police to get warrants before they may search people's homes. The court said that by the same token, arrest warrants should be required before police may force their way into homes to make arrests, unless there are such extreme circumstances as hot pursuit of a suspect or an armed suspect. Dissenters White, Rehnquist, and Berger warn that police will now have to make complex legal decisions as to whether they can arrest a suspect without a warrant, and that if they go to get one, they may come back and find the suspect gone. The decision will change police procedures in 24 states which had permitted warrantless forcible entries.
That's going to cause a great deal of difficulty for law enforcement. We will now have to process thousands of arrest warrants, which heretofore we had not had to do because we just went out and made the arrest based upon probable cause.
In another decision, the Supreme Court held that a judge may give a stiffer than usual sentence to a convicted criminal who has refused to give evidence against his partners in crime. This controversial tactic was used by Judge John Sirica in the Watergate cases, but was not then reviewed by the High Court. Now, in an unrelated case, the court has upheld that practice. Fred Graham, CBS News at the Supreme Court.
The United Steelworkers of America today ratified a new 3-year contract with the steel industry. A union official called it the richest in the history of the union. Negotiators for both sides canceled a news conference, leaving questions on the complex pact unanswered. But sources say the agreement gives workers a 9% increase per year, with cost of living increments that could boost pay to 17% a year. A spokesman for the President's Wage and Price Council in Washington declined immediate comment. Ford Motor Company announced today it will close for an indefinite period 3 plants at a cost of 15,000 jobs. Ford said it will shut its big Mahwah, New Jersey assembly plant, a foundry at Dearborn, and a castings plant in Windsor, Ontario. A Commerce Department economist said today, we're seeing a picture of an economy that is shifting gears into a decline. He was commenting on the news that the nation's industrial production dropped 0.8% in March. That's the sharpest decline since August, when the figure was also 0.8%. But the March drop-off was much more broadly based, touching just about every sector. Treasury Secretary Miller said the nation has the makings of a new possible recession, but it has not been confirmed. The Commerce Department reported today that the corporation profits picture for the last quarter of 1979 was not so rosy as it first appeared. The department said after-tax profits fell 0.9% from the third quarter to the fourth quarter, rather than rising 0.3%, as preliminary figures showed a month ago. The stock market today was down in moderate trading.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
When do you think...
The house of central Paris was shattered today by bazooka fire. Bazooka rockets hit 3 public buildings near the River Seine. All 3 were damaged, but no one was hurt. Responsibility was claimed by a group thought to be linked with the Red Brigade's terrorists. It was announced today that that referendum on the future status of Quebec will be held on May 20th. A yes vote would give Premier René Lévesque a mandate to negotiate for possible political independence from the rest of Canada. But there would have to be a second referendum on any proposed change in the status of the province, most of whose people are French-speaking. He was born on the 4th of July, 1901, a kind of all-American start on life. And when he died in 1971, the governor of his home state called Louis Armstrong Louisiana's and the United States' greatest native son. Well, they dedicated a shrine to him in New Orleans today. There was music and laughter. There always was with Louis around. Martha Teichner reports.
Early in the morning, before any of the festivities, a jazz funeral started out at the edge of Louis Armstrong Park, a spot where jazz funerals have begun for generations, in the New Orleans neighborhood where Louis Armstrong and his music were born.
We wanted to be out and play where people could hear him, people could see him. This was sort of a tradition of New Orleans where music is part of what takes place on the street.
If Louis Armstrong was anything, he was a people's musician, known all over the world. And today, the people of New Orleans and the people of the jazz world join Satchmo's widow in dedicating the 31-acre park at the edge of the French Quarter, named in his memory. It took 6 years and $12 million for New Orleans to build Louis Armstrong Park. But now the city doesn't know what to do with it and doesn't have the money to do much of anything. This is the only event planned for the park this year, and the city is considering leasing it out as an entertainment concession, turning it into a kind of jazz Disneyland. But today, nobody worried about the problems. They came to the park to pay tribute to Louis Armstrong and the tradition he represents.
Louis isn't dead. Louis still is. People speak of Louis today as though he was still alive. So he's up there looking down. He's got a little hole up there looking down, and he's saying, watching the whole process. I'm sure of it.
And he likes it.
And he likes it.
And if Louis Armstrong was paying attention, what he heard was music everywhere. And what he saw was people enjoying it. Martha Teichner, CBS News, New Orleans.
And that's the way it is. Tuesday, April 15th, 1980, the 164th day of captivity for the American hostages in Iran. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News. Good night.
Ammonium phosphate. When mixed with water and sprayed from planes, this chemical coats the forest and slows down the spread of the fire. No chemical is totally safe all the time, everywhere. But if we want to protect our natural resources, we need chemicals like diammonium phosphate. Without chemicals, life itself would be impossible.
Persian Gulf area. It is a commitment underscored by the fact that this ship is being sent to the Arabian Sea for 9 months, the longest assignment for a U.S. carrier since Vietnam. James Walker, ABC News, Norfolk, Virginia.
Standing by in the studios of our affiliate, WPVI in Philadelphia, is Senator Joseph Biden of Delaware, who's just returned from a visit to the U.S. Sixth Fleet units near the Persian Gulf. Senator Biden, what was your impression of the combat readiness of those units?
Well, I was very impressed, Mr. Koppel. Not only was I impressed with the physical force, but the attitude and the morale of both the ship's officers and the men. I spent a total of 6 or 7 hours being questioned and questioning the flight crews, the pilots, even the engineers, and the morale is high. I think the preparedness is there, and I think the capability is significant.
Senator, what are they asking you?
That is, those on the aircraft carrier?
Yes.
They're asking me, it ranged all the way from the pilots asking me, Senator, when do you think we'll be sent and if we'll be sent, to the crewmen asking me whether or not I thought the Russians were going to make any further moves in Afghanistan, or whether or not I thought there'd be a diplomatic solution to the situation with regard to our hostages. That was the thrust of most of the questions that were asked of
And
me.
what did you tell them?
Well, I told them, number one, that I thought that there was an absolute need for their presence in the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, not just for the hostages, which was very important, but also, and if almost primarily, because of the Soviet incursion into Afghanistan and the show of force both to the Soviets and to the Iranians and also to the Arab nations that we were prepared, capable, and willing to use physical force to defend what we viewed to be our vital interest. I also told them that I was not of the opinion that the use of force at this time by way of the use of military force was the best way to accommodate the release and the safe release of the 50 hostages.
Well, now, Senator, you almost seem to be saying that you expect a force of this kind to remain out there indefinitely.
Well, let me put it this way, Mr. Koppel. Even if the hostages are released tomorrow, I would not advise the President of the United States, were he to ask, to remove that force. I think it's absolutely essential that we have a major show of force in that area of the world, because my concern is first and foremost for the safety of those hostages, but even beyond that is for the protection of keeping the Straits of Hormuz open, being able to interdict any Soviet activity in the area, and having a significant airstrike capability to counter Soviet moves either in Afghanistan or south of Afghanistan and into Baluchistan or into Iran itself.
Senator Biden, thank you very much for joining us this evening. In a moment, we'll take a look at how the U.S. could block Iranian oil ports. Still trying to convince its allies to impose stiff economic and diplomatic sanctions against Iran, but failing that, the U.S. may yet return to force. Here's Bob Clark.
If all else fails in Iran and the United States has to resort to military action, the first move will probably be an effort to cut off Iran's oil exports. This could be done either by mining the Persian Gulf ports that serve the Abadan oil fields or a naval blockade at the mouth of the Gulf. A blockade would anger other oil-producing countries in the area and risk confrontation with warships of the Soviet Union. It would also require a much larger fleet than the 26 ships of the U.S. Navy already in the nearby Indian Ocean. Sealing off Iranian ports would be simpler and less risky. Mines could be dropped by planes from the 2 American aircraft carriers in the Indian Ocean. The technique would be the same as that employed when President Nixon ordered Haiphong and a half-dozen other North Vietnamese ports mined in 1972 to cut off the supply of weapons from communist bloc countries. That operation was only a partial success. Some ships loaded with arms turned back, but some ships made it into port with their cargoes as the mines were cleared. President Kennedy chose a naval blockade, which is not an act of war, to stop the shipment of Russian missiles to Cuba in 1962. A mighty armada of 90 American ships led by 8 aircraft carriers jammed with attack planes assembled for the quarantine of Cuba. The critical point passed when the Russians permitted some of their ships to be stopped and searched. There are Navy men who would like the chance to relive that moment of past glory. But if President Carter has to make the decision to use military tactics, the experts think he's more likely to pick the safer option of mining Iran's ports. Bob Clark, ABC News, Washington.
With us in our Washington studios is Professor Thomas Stauffer of Harvard University's Center for Middle East Studies. who made a Middle East tour just earlier this year. Dr. Stauffer, I don't think anyone regards happily the notion of a military confrontation in the Persian Gulf, but beyond that, if I understand your views correctly, you don't even think it's a very sensible idea. I mean, a practical idea. Is that correct?
Well, it's practical in the sense that we certainly could defeat the Iranians if we chose. But what worries me, and I think should worry the rest of us, is whether or not we, as a country, gain anything by such a defeat.
What do you think?
No, it's like turning a machine gun in a sack full of fleas.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, if we are worried about the hostages, any kind of confrontation with Iran is likely to result in their being killed. But important as they are to us, there are broader issues in that if we put pressure on the Iranians, there is a very real possibility, for example, that the Soviets may offer to supply the Iranians overland. They're able to do that. They connect with the Iranian rail system at one point, and they also can bring barges down the Volga. So that if the Soviets chose to offer this kind of help to the Iranians, it's technically feasible. And literally, this move by President Carter might be giving the Soviets their very first real entree into Iran ever.
Well, now, Dr. Stauffer, that would take care of one half of the problem, that is the economic boycott or the economic sanctions against Iran. But what about the other half, getting the oil out? It wouldn't be that easy to get the oil out through the overland route through the Soviet Union.
Oh, no. This would be a way of covering the Iranians against any interdiction on our part of supplies coming into them.
Well, now, what about the sense, then, of doing that? If what we're trying to do is to isolate Iran from the rest of the world community, forcing them to keep their oil, making it impossible for them to get any money anywhere at all, wouldn't that have some pressure? Wouldn't it be a pressure point?
It'd be a pressure point, but if this leads the students, who may or may not be under the effective control of Khomeini, to kill the hostages, what have we gained?
Well, then what is the purpose of putting any kind of pressure on our allies to, in turn, put pressure on Iran?
I'm not sure that in the broader picture we gain very much from that at all.
What would you recommend doing?
Sitting back and waiting.
But we've been doing that for 164 days.
And hope that the students ultimately get bored. Because we're at this point in a no-win situation. What we really have to worry about is that if we take precipitate action, we end up losing even more.
Dr. Stauffer, thank you very much for being with us this evening. In a moment, the latest on the feud between Iran and its neighbor Iraq. It's been building up for weeks now, border skirmishes between Iran and Iraq. The threat a few days ago by Iranian President Bani Sadr that his country's forces may invade Iraq. And now today, a bitter attack in the other direction by Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, referring to the Ayatollah Khomeini as a turbaned Shah. Hussein warned that Iraq is prepared to use force against Iran to defend its own honor and dignity. And, as John Scanley reports, Iraq has the hardware to back up that threat.
If war suddenly exploded, the modern Iraqi army, spearheaded by Soviet-supplied tanks and armor, probably could destroy the once mighty Iranian armed forces within a few days. This is the confidential estimate of Pentagon authorities who once helped build the Shah's military machine into the unchallenged military guardian of the Persian Gulf. Racked by desertions and purges, it's believed the Iranian Army, Air Force, and Navy have now deteriorated to a disastrous level 15 to 20% of normal. The multi-billion-dollar American-equipped Air Force, with its advanced F-14 fighters, its hundreds of U.S. helicopters, is now virtually paralyzed by a lack of spare parts. These harsh military realities make it unlikely that Iran's revolutionary leaders will follow up on their public threats to overthrow the regime of Iraq's President Saddam Hussein, who's emerging as the new Middle East strongman. At the same time, Hussein has ignored strident Iranian accusations, including claims that he's become an American puppet, a charge ridiculed as a lunatic assertion by White House advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski.
We are not interested in the eruption of hostilities in the Persian Gulf. We certainly are neither encouraging nor supporting the intensification of tensions between Iraq and Iran.
U.S. intelligence does not believe that Hussein will invade Iran because of his long-range worries about Soviet intentions in the region. For months, the Iraqi leader has been moving away from Moscow's embrace, accepting weapons from the Soviets, but tilting more toward the West in purchasing both arms and civilian goods. It's far from becoming an American puppet, but it all adds a new and unpredictable dimension in a region where superpower rivalry constantly threatens peace. John Scali, ABC News, Washington.
We'll have a final word in a moment. And so, day 164. Reports of Soviet military activity that could affect the crisis. Another round in the war of words between Iran and Iraq. And the U.S. tells its NATO allies that they may have to take up the military slack in Western Europe so that the United States can concentrate its attention on the Persian Gulf. That's our report for tonight. This is Ted Koppel in Washington for all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
This has been ABC News Nightline. Good Morning America covers overnight developments around the world. And each evening at the dinner hour, ABC's World News Tonight has a complete wrap-up on the day's top stories. This has been a presentation of ABC News.
I'm David Hartman. Frank Shorter comments on the Olympic boycott. Tomorrow, Good Morning America.
Good morning, Seattle, Washington. It's today, Wednesday, April 16th. And I must tell you at the outset that I envy those people who get to go to work that way in the morning. I think that's the nicest way, possibly, to commute in this country, probably, across one of the many harbors in Seattle, Washington. Good morning, all. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Jane Pauley and Gene Shalit. How are you?
Good morning.
Wouldn't you like that, to be able to ride a ferry boat to work? I guess a lot of people do that
Sit there,
in
watch
many
the
parts of
Today
the country.
Show with a cup of coffee on the boat.
That's not bad. Waterborne Today program. That's what they're all doing out there. Good morning, all. We've got, we're going to talk about income taxes this morning. We're going to tell you, by the way, during the course of the news, how much President and Mrs. Carter paid last year and how much their net worth is. We're also going to tell you that it can be better if you are a married couple to get a divorce for tax reasons, it turns out.
You're not saying Jimmy and Rosalind are going to say
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that at all, if you listen.
No, but well, that's what Bob and Gail Jammin did from Connecticut, a couple that vowed till death do us part, I assume, and didn't count on taxes. They are divorced now, still living together, still call each other husband and wife, but legally they are not, and they now can explain to other married couples how they too can get divorced and save a lot of money. There's a couple that marries and divorces every year.
That's right.
They just get a divorce during tax time and start over again. There's a family of 21 people that would like to start over again. I think now faced with inflation, Eric Burns is going to tell us just how that family manages.
And we're also going to have two of the best-known ice skaters, I guess, in this country.
Randy Gardner and Ty Babylonia turned pro.
All right, we'll take a look at their new career. Let's take a look now at the latest news. The Boston Globe is reporting this morning that if economic and diplomatic sanctions against Iran fail, the United States is prepared to impose a naval blockade of Iran. In a carefully worded story, the Globe says the Carter administration passed that word to Iran as well as to U.S. allies. According to the newspaper report, the administration will begin to make a decision on the blockade around May 11th. NBC News White House correspondent Judy Woodruff tells us this morning that her sources say the administration has discussed possible dates and possible additional action, but nothing specific has been settled as yet. There is more bad news for the American economy this morning. For April, sales of new cars are down 25% from a year ago. Experts say that's one more strong signal that a recession is on its way. The Ford Motor Company is closing 3 plants and laying off 15,000 workers. Gerald Harrington reports on a plant closing in New Jersey.
There were earlier signs of trouble at the Ford assembly plant in Mahwah, New Jersey. A temporary shutdown, indefinite layoffs. Still, most were not prepared for the announcement. Even those who could predict the closing of the Mahwah plant couldn't prepare for it.
I've been working for the company since I was a young man. And, you know, at 40 years old, where do you go? Nobody really wants you, you know. And I have 3 kids and a wife to support.
I don't know what I'm going to do with my future now. I have 8 years in Mahwah, and I thought I'd get my 30 in and retire. I'm 31 years old now. I have to start a new job. It's just a disaster. It's the only word I can think of.
At the Union Hall, local president Joseph O'Hara said the company blamed the closing on competition from foreign car imports and inefficient production at the Mahwah plant. He was asked what the loss of 7,000 jobs will mean to the area.
The fallout will be tremendous. In the immediate area, throughout the counties of New York and New Jersey, the repercussions will be unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Ford also announced it would eliminate work shifts at 4 other plants and phase out 2 manufacturing plants. The cutbacks are designed to reduce the company's costs by $1.5 billion. A Ford spokesman said, "It is very tough medicine, and we regret having to take it, but there is no other way." Gerald Harrington, NBC News.
President and Mrs. Carter report a decline in their economic standing. They no longer are millionaires. The Carter tax return released by the White House shows a net worth for the president's family of $893,304.35. That's down from just over $1 million a year ago. The Carters paid $65,000 in federal income taxes. They have a refund coming of about $17,000. 253 of those 10,000 Cubans jammed into the Peruvian embassy grounds in Havana are expected in Costa Rica this morning. They were to be flown there aboard 2 Costa Rican jetliners after Fidel Castro gave the go-ahead. When the others at the embassy will be released, including the 3,500 who may be able to come to this country, when they'll be released, we're not sure. Israeli Prime Minister Begin and President Carter today wrap up their talks on the problems of the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty. Begin is suggesting non-stop negotiations between now and the end of May to solve the dilemma of what to do about Palestinians in Arab areas occupied by Israel. President Carter would like to have more intensified talks. He wants them to take place in Washington. And in the American West, 3 daredevils have gone to the edge of a place where the devil himself might be comfortable. The Mount St. Helens volcano. Mike James has that story.
The climb began last Thursday at the 4,600-foot level of Mount St. Helens. The 3 men camped that night below the tree line and rested there the next day before starting the ascent at noon Saturday. 2 of the climbers were experienced mountaineers, 26-year-old Brian Witt and Andy Stern, age 21, both from Seattle. The 3rd man, Otto Sieber, also of Seattle, took these pictures. At first, the climb was easy. The snow was firm. The men hoped they would reach the summit that afternoon and come down the same night. But they were wrong. When they reached the ash-covered 6,000-foot level, they found themselves walking in ankle-deep mud. The ash on the snow soaked up the sun's rays, loosened the snow underneath, and in places mixed with runoff to form flowing and oozing mud. The going was slow and difficult. At dusk, an eruption billowed out of the top of the volcano, with the climbers still 600 to 800 vertical feet from the summit. The men decided to spend the night amid the spewing ash. Then Sunday morning, they started the final climb while the mud was still frozen. It took almost an hour to reach the summit.
Pick up about 250 of those Cuban refugees packed into the Peruvian embassy compound.
At the top, the volcano was awesome. First clouds of steam, and then eruptions of ash.
Hey, so this is what it's all about, eh?
The first thought in my mind was to remember what it was to watch the TV shots of Man on the Moon. And that was a very special experience for me. And it was kind of a similar feeling on the top of the volcano. It was very stark in appearance, very sharp relief, very alien.
The 2 experienced climbers say they'd go back up the mountain. The man who took these pictures, Otto Sieber, says never again, not for $100,000. Mike James for NBC News, Seattle.
Well, it's not quite as hot or as alien in most of the country as it is there at the top of Mount St. Helens. Here's Willard Scott now at our National Weather Map.
And I'm standing up for the occasion. Good morning to you all, and good morning to you all out there. It was a 2-dog cold in Marquette, Michigan. If you want.
As you may have noticed a month or so ago on the west bank of the Jordan, and I might say that our disagreement also caused me some trouble on the east bank of the Hudson River.
Then the president warned his guests that having come this far, it would be a tragedy for the effort to reach a settlement on the Palestinian question to fail. For his part, Prime Minister Begin focused on Iran, saying Israel, better than any other nation, understands America's predicament. Begin praised the president's patient handling of the crisis, saying the Russians would have acted differently.
The very same day they would have marched on Tehran. And they would have given the damn for the hostages. The American people tries every venue, accepts patience and pain just to make sure that the hostages come back home, alive and well.
But when it came to the Middle East, Begin raised his glass to the president, having noted that May 26th is a goal, not a deadline. A strong indication that deadlocked talks on Palestinian autonomy could drag on for months. Bettina Gregory, ABC News, the White House.
And that's a look at this morning's news. David?
Thanks, Steve. 9 minutes after 7 right now. John Coleman taking a few days off.
Now let's take a look at some of the temperatures around the nation.
Cold front is...
Taxes now. I want you to meet a couple who've done something to cut their taxes, Gail and Bob Jamin. What they did was get divorced. Right. How much money did you save by getting divorced?
This year over $4,000.
$4,000, really? Your combined income, you both work, was how high, if I may ask?
Just under $70,000. Fairly split evenly between us.
The government charges married people more than they charge single people.
Married working couples.
When you have two people who are working in the couple.
You now have developed a consulting firm that you call Tax Divorce Consultants, where Carol and Bob will tell you how you too can get divorced and save money on taxes. I take it then that it's not as simple as getting a divorce decree. It's complicated?
Well, it's complicated if you want to dissolve the marriage, but maintain the relationship. You can just get a divorce, and it's legal and it's accepted. But if you want to maintain the relationship, certain safeguards that are basically built into a marriage, if you will, then there are certain legal steps you should take, certain planning steps you should take before you get the divorce.
So you still have a financial partnership and commitment.
Yes.
In what way are you now financially related to Bob?
Well, in terms of...
She's a beneficiary of all my, she's the owner and beneficiary of all my insurance policies. She's the beneficiary of many other items of personal nature to me, if I should have an accident, would say, that she would otherwise not be entitled to as an ex-spouse.
We both own the house. We have a car, things like that. Whatever we own, we both have a share in.
What would you call this relationship that you now live together in?
A happily divorced
couple.
What if children had been involved? You do not have children, in fact. Does that make it more complicated?
It makes it more complicated. It can be more profitable to get a divorce if you have children. It could also be more emotional problems involved. We do not plan to handle anybody who has children unless they're grown up and out of the house.
Gene mentioned earlier in the program the highly publicized couple who every December around tax time would get divorced, and then after the taxes were filed would get remarried and then divorced the following December, and so on and so forth. That is not your method. Why did you choose to get divorced permanently?
The government has actually sanctioned our action. In different court cases, they have ruled or it's pending now, this couple who's gotten married and divorced are presently in tax court. And the IRS claims the divorce is a sham divorce, and they don't recognize it. As far as IRS is concerned, you're married and should pay taxes as if you were married. But they did say if you get divorced and stay divorced, then we have no quarrel with you. So effectively, the government and the IRS has said if you get divorced, stay divorced, we'll leave you alone. You're fine.
You still call each other husband and wife, though?
Oh, yes, she's my wife.
And he is your husband?
That's right.
11 years of marriage is a long time.
And if the tax laws were in fact changed, and in a minute we're going to talk about the possibilities that they might be, how quickly would you remarry?
Almost immediately.
Right away.
September 7th is going to be your 12th anniversary?
It would have been, yes.
Well, will you celebrate it as an anniversary still?
We probably will.
Probably.
Yeah. How high an income should a married couple both working have to make getting a divorce still financially feasible? You're in the 70,000 range. That's pretty high.
Two couples, two individuals each earning $20,000 apiece, or a combined income of $40,000 would have a penalty almost close to $2,000. It varies as the income levels increase, but it affects everybody. Any working woman who works full-time and happens to be married is being penalized to some degree.
Getting a divorce, even for the reasons that you chose it, was it painful?
We didn't just jump into it. We thought carefully about it.
Whose idea was it? Honey, let's get divorced.
We really both, the light bulb went off over both our heads at the same time when we realized that we were paying thousands of dollars more each year to renew a license. I mean, you may pay $20 or $10 to renew a fishing license, but a few thousand to renew a marriage license seemed a bit steep.
I hesitate to say congratulations on your happy divorce, but, well, many happy returns.
Thank you.
We'll be back in a moment, but first, this is Today.
Cheese taste. Try the one with a taste.
7:16 right now. Our automobile industry in this country is in big trouble right now. More than 200,000 auto workers are out of work, and yesterday, Ford announced major shutdowns and cutbacks, which will lay off an additional 15,000 auto workers. These layoffs in the car industry affect our whole economy. They threaten the jobs of hundreds of thousands of workers in related industries as well. Douglas Fraser is president of United Auto Workers. He is with us this morning from our ABC station, WXYZ, which is in Detroit, and Steve Bell joins us from Washington. Good morning, Mr. Fraser. Welcome back.
Thank you.
First off, here we are in big trouble with the car industry, and as I just said, that means big problems for all of us eventually. And this didn't just happen, obviously, Mr. Fraser. How did we get to this point?
Well, it's been coming for a long time. The turning point really was in February of 1979 when the gas lines formed and the American consumer turned dramatically and drastically from large-size cars to small-size cars. And then the imports rushed in to fill that void. And now we have a situation where our production capacity is out of sync with the tastes of the American consumer and in fact, the needs of the American consumer. So we've had these massive layoffs. What's happening today is no great surprise to me. The automobile industry always likes to put an optimistic face on things, but really there's not going to be any spring pickup. We're in difficulty for some period of time.
I just mentioned it, over 200,000 auto workers out of work now. What do you see happening specifically in the next, say, 6 months to a year?
Well, certainly I don't see the turnaround. There'll be some turnaround in the fall of this year when we get some new small cars online. For example, you'll see two Ford small cars, the Escort and the Lynx. You'll see two new Chrysler small cars, front-wheel drive, fuel efficient. They should have some appeal to the American consumer. So there'll be a bit of a turnaround then. But the question I keep asking myself, if we only produce, for example, if Ford produces 400,000 of those small cars, what do we do with the rest of the capacity that we now have at hand?
Right. What's the impact on the communities where, for instance, this New Jersey plant shutting down, beyond those people? Specifically, what's the impact on the community?
It's just terrible. You know, it erodes the tax base of the community. Mawa and the surrounding communities are going to feel the impact. It's going to be devastating. Here in the state of Michigan, the unemployment rate is close to 12%. There's been 150,000 families added to the welfare rolls in Michigan since January, and things are not going to get better. Detroit, which is I believe, in a process of a renaissance, is going to be set back severely.
Mr. Fraser, Steve Bell in Washington, you've stated that the problem is imports. The foreign car makers are making the cars American want, not the American automakers. The American automakers had plenty of warning. They didn't convert from the big gas guzzlers. Ford tried to advertise it was the only company still putting out the big ones just a year or two ago. And yet you say you want import restrictions. Doesn't that penalize the American public for the mistakes of the auto industry?
Well, first of all, I would readily concede that the automobile industry really didn't do any forward planning. They've been guilty of staying with the gas guzzlers too long, and we've advocated going to small cars for many, many years. The problem now is, should we have a sort of a respite here for 2 or 3 years so that the industry isn't savage? And what concerns me is that if there's no restraints and no restrictions on the imports, then you're going to do permanent damage to the auto industry because I think the import sales will go up to 30, perhaps 35%, and you'll never be able to get them back down again. Now, philosophically, I'm a free trader. I'm opposed to quotas and/or tariffs. And I believe, first of all, they should show some restraint temporarily until we get out of this terrible dilemma that we're in. And number two, in a long-range solution, is the Japanese putting some capital where their market is and creating some jobs in the United States.
In other words, the Japanese automakers building some of their cars over here.
Absolutely, just as Volkswagen did.
What about labor's responsibility here? Now, your critics say that the Japanese worker has a better record of attendance, a better record of output, that American labor union rules, in a way, contribute to the lack of competitiveness here. along with management's lack of investment out of their profits. Are labor and management here willing to contribute to this renaissance we need?
Well, first off, let me say that the American consumer, particularly for the price they're now paying for an automobile, is entitled to a high-quality car, and they're entitled to excellent service at the dealership from which they buy that car. And we've got to do better. But quality is dependent upon a well-engineered car, a well-designed car, and then the management has to set high-quality standards and say to the workers, we will accept nothing less than that or nothing below that high standard. Then it's a responsibility and the obligation on the part of the workers, the members of our union, to meet those quality standards.
Mr. Frazier, excuse me, Hartman again here in New York. Are you saying that the industry, that the management has not been setting high enough standards for your workers?
Yeah, I believe that in part is true. And the other part is that the Japanese and the Germans have been designing and engineering small cars long before we did. And we're just starting to engineer and design small cars, and we're doing better now. The GMX cars are an example, the Chevette, the Chrysler Omni and Horizon. And once we make a decision that we're in the small car field to stay, and that's where we are, the trend now is irreversible, you will see better quality cars, better designed cars, better engineered cars by the American producers.
Beyond the industry, who has to do what to get us out of this mess?
Well, the administration can do an awful lot. First of all, the 20% interest rates is just killing automobile sales. The dealers just can't stand it. They just can't stand to have any cars in inventory, so they order fewer cars and they're less aggressive in their sales. The administration really has not borne down on the Japanese automakers and the government the way they should have. I am convinced that if this administration, instead of standing above the battle, would say that this is very important industries in desperate difficulty, and all of the industries that are dependent upon the auto industry are going to soon be in difficulty, they would take a more aggressive stand on this question. And it's the interest rates and the administration's seeming lack of interest in this entire problem.
Mr. Frazier, that does it. Thanks for winding us up here strongly. Thank you very much.
A national opinion poll, and guess what they've learned? That more people are cheating on their income taxes than ever before and feeling less guilty about it, about 26% altogether. We'll have that story and the rest of the news in about 6 minutes.
And next half hour, Phil Donahue, the case of 2 police officers who were fired for cowardice, women. They say the charges weren't just unfounded, but discriminatory. Time now for a station break.
April 16th, I'm Bob Klinkscale. This is our AM edition of News Center 5. The Lost from the Sky crash landing between 2 homes in the town of Sandwich on Cape Cod last night. No one was hurt. A bird was sucked into the engine of the copter, and the pilot performed what the military call an auto-rotation. The copter's rotors whirled to cushion the descent into a heavily populated neighborhood. The pilot, Lieutenant Craig Coy, and 3 crew members escaped unhurt. Homeowner David Blake was on the phone looking out a window when he saw the Coast Guard helicopter heading for his home. He grabbed his wife and their 5-year-old son and ran from the house. Blake said at the last minute the pilot averted the house, dropping the crippled copter between Blake's home and a neighbor's. Blake said the pilot just did a great job of maneuvering his craft. Those 50 police recruits, pawns in a money power struggle at City Hall, have at last been assured of employment. Martha Bradley reports.
I'm ready to get started.
Do you think all the trouble you've been through will taint it at all, or it will be forgotten?
For me, it'll be forgotten. It's what I've been working for and wanting, and now it's here, and that's in the past now.
I'm elated, to say the least.
How about your future as a Boston police officer?
I'm very optimistic about it, and I plan to go do very well with them.
You've had 2 months of waiting. You've gone through all this trouble with Mayor White. Does that change your attitude? Does that taint it at all?
I'd rather not comment on that.
Are you going to forget about it?
Eventually, but it's going to be a while.
We're finally going to go to work and do what we had planned to do, and what we wanted to do for our career is to be members of the Boston Police Department. You know, the people of the city of Boston who we want to serve, they had nothing to do with it. We want to serve them, and that's what we're going to do.
How about your attitude toward Mayor White?
Good Morning America is brought to you by your neighborhood Truth.
Monday night, night before last, when Dustin Hoffman accepted his Academy Award, he talked about the thousands of actors who really can't find work. And last week, Sandy Hill went out to Hollywood, and she talked with some of the people who dream of being successful actors and actresses, but they find the going very rough. And we'll hear from Sandy in a few minutes about all that.
And also out in Hollywood, Rona Barrett has a few comments on Monday's Academy Awards. And John Coleman is taking a few days off, but Storm Field is here, and he has some chilly news for people east of the Mississippi. But before all of that, it's 7:30 now, and Steve Bell has the news. Steve?
Thank you, Joan. Good morning, everyone. Iran's parliament may not debate freedom for the American hostages until June or July. This newest threat of delay coming this morning from a leading member of the ruling Revolutionary Council, the Ayatollah Beheshti. Iran's religious leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini, of course, has said that the parliament there will determine conditions for the release of the Americans. The State Department says that the U.S. will reassess its policies in the Iran crisis if there's no progress on releasing the hostages by mid-May. Meantime, ABC's John Scally is reporting that the U.S. will be stepping up economic pressure on Iran. In politics, GOP frontrunner Ronald Reagan's revising his campaign schedule to court votes in industrial states in an effort to show he's electable in November. Today, Reagan expects endorsements from most of New Jersey's Republican county chairmen. Senator Edward Kennedy is campaigning hard in Pennsylvania for what could be a close race there in next week's primary election. Yesterday, Kennedy received an enthusiastic welcome on Philadelphia's West Side. ABC's Mike Von Fremd was there.
The senator and his wife Joan look pleased. They have a lot to smile about, having just received the support of this man, Mayor William Green, who decided to break his silence and endorse his close friend, Senator Kennedy. Green said he has received assurances from the White House that the president will not penalize the city of Philadelphia as a result of his support for the senator. After the group had walked several blocks, Kennedy stopped to talk about help for the cities.
I have tried to fight for the cities. We haven't won all the battles. We haven't even won the major ones. But I pledge to you that as the President of the United States, that I commit myself to try to improve the quality of the life of the people that live in the cities of this great country.
His reception here in Philadelphia has been enthusiastic, but the senator knows he has to do just as well in the central and western portions of the state if he's to win Pennsylvania. Mike Von Fremd, ABC News, with the Kennedy campaign in Philadelphia.
Also this morning, tentative agreement's been reached to end the 12-day strike by workers who run ferry boats on Puget Sound in the state of Washington. Thousands of commuters out there have had to rely on other means of transportation. The Senate last night passed a deregulation bill aimed at promoting more competition in the U.S. trucking industry. The bill would allow truckers more freedom to change prices and routes. The measure now goes to the House. A survey done for the Internal Revenue Service shows that 26% of those questioned admitted they had cheated on their income taxes at least once. Well, honest or not, all those taxpayers who waited till the last moment to file their returns joined the annual stampede to post offices around the nation last night. Julie Eckert reports from Chicago.
By looking at this traffic jam, you might have thought a Super Bowl game just ended. But the only sport here in front of Chicago's main post office was a race against time to get tax returns postmarked before the midnight deadline. Postal workers went outside to collect returns and direct traffic. Why the last-minute rush?
It's because I'm a procrastinator, I guess. Car broke down. I would have been here hours ago, but the car broke down.
Had to make arrangements to borrow the money in order to pay the taxes.
After they got here, some people had even more arrangements to make.
I went to 2 courtesy exchanges and couldn't get a stamp. They didn't have any.
You don't have a stamp for your tax return?
No stamp.
The IRS estimates that nationwide, 19 million people waited until April 15th to file their tax returns. Some of these people told us they wait that long every year. There's something exciting about cutting things that close. Julie Eckert, ABC News, Chicago.
And that's the way it is at this hour. We hope everyone got those returns in.
Well, we know you did, right?
Yes. Thanks to my better half and other assorted friends.
And associates and colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve. It's 26 minutes before 8. John Coleman is taking a few days off, and Storm Field will have the weather for us after these words from True Value.
In fact, they've got some frost and freeze warnings posted for the mountains of North Carolina, Virginia, western Maryland, up into West Virginia, but that's about it. And the good news, and I really am happy, always like to have some good news in the morning. Mississippi, Louisiana's had so much trouble, with rain. That's so speaking of down south, I got a little T-shirt here. This is from the Hunter Museum of Art in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And they tell us their station, NBC WRCB, has been a great help to them to raise funds for this is their membership drive all during the month of April. The thing says, my arts at Hunter. Isn't that cute?
That little Cockney expression for the Deep South.
Right out, guys. Yeah. Now let's check the satellite map, shall we, and see what we have in depth. This is an in-depth...
Well, hello. Are we going to go be back after a message? This is my Tom Snyder routine. Where are we now? We go to Mike Jensen, who was right here. Thank you. Some people feel that indexing, which is the reason Mike Jensen is with us this morning, is the best way to stay afloat during these times of soaring prices. Our economics correspondent, Mike Jensen, is here to explain just what indexing is and whether or not it will work. Mike?
Jane, indexing is what economists call a MIGO. That is a my eyes glaze over. Actually, indexing is something that is going to be increasingly important for us. It is the hot new subject in economics, and it's not all that complicated. Basically, it means taking into account the rate of inflation, whether it's in wages or prices or income taxes or savings accounts. Say inflation is 20%, interest on savings goes up 20%. In short, it means that everything is adjusted for inflation. Now, let me show you what I mean, starting with a particular group of people. Let's take a look. These are the people we worry about most. Old people without much money. People who have to pinch their pennies. We see them in the supermarkets comparing prices, passing by the expensive cuts of meat, and sometimes the hamburger. Their shopping carts almost empty. But ironically, they're probably the best protected people in the country as far as inflation is concerned. At least they have been for the last 10 years. Because Social Security benefits are indexed. And unlike a lot of private pensions, they go up with inflation. For example, 10 years ago, the maximum Social Security benefit available to a retired husband and wife was $284.70. Today, that maximum is $858 at age 65. Compare that with the rise in the cost of living. In January 1970, the Consumer Price Index stood at 113.3. At the beginning of this year, it was 233.2. So if we look at the two of them together, the cost of living has gone up 106%, but Social Security benefits are up 201%. Now let's look at a country where indexing has been carried to an extreme, Israel. In Israel, just about everything is indexed. Take wages. Israeli workers like these get an automatic increase amounting to 70% of the rise in the cost of living. That's to help keep up with inflation. It only applies to the first $750 a month of their salary. But it's important, because in Israel, the rate of inflation is horrendous. Last year, it was 111.4%. Money in the bank is also indexed. An Israeli who puts $1,000 in a time deposit savings account will be credited at the end of the year with $2,000 if the cost of living index is up 100% for the year. But a lot of people aren't all that thrilled with the way it works. Ohad Lifshitz is an Israeli who spent 13 years in the United States and came back to Israel a year ago. He's a physical therapist at Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. Even with indexing in Israel, he thinks he was better off in the States.
Here you lose the purchasing power by such a big quantity that you sometimes can't breathe. Over there, you lose the purchasing power in such a small quantity that if you don't pay enough attention, sometimes you don't even feel it.
Exactly what does Mr. Lipschitz mean? It sounds like a reasonably good idea, even if the figures are only being multiplied.
Yes, it really does, but Mr. Lipschitz is losing ground, and I think that's the basic problem. His wages still are not going up as fast as inflation, and the big difficulty is that indexing sort of institutionalizes inflation. It builds it into the system, and it makes it very, very difficult ever to bring it down to a reasonable level.
Can you index parts of the economy and not the whole? Like, in addition to Social Security, could you index taxes?
Sure, and that's the big thing. I mean, there is such a hue and cry about that, and it's so appropriate today to talk about it. There really should be some way of indexing taxes. Say we get a pay increase of 8%. That pay increase is not enough to keep us up with inflation, even. However, it might very well kick us up into a higher tax bracket, so we're paying higher taxes not only on the raise, but on everything we earn. Now, that really is unfair. Something has to be done about that.
Well, thank you. Introducing us to A new word in vocabulary, indexing. Time now for a station break.
And this year, the easy predictability kept the drama at a dangerously low ebb. Even eloquent speeches from Alec Guinness and Dustin Hoffman couldn't save the proceedings, and only Sally Field managed a tear or two. Perhaps the smugness of the Kramer versus Kramer winners had something to do with the evening's tedium. Hopefully next year will bring more exciting colors to the proceedings. This year's awards were definitely boringly beige. And now back to a man who is definitely not boring, David Hartman.
Oh, gosh. 14 before 8 right now. The dream of most aspiring actors and actresses, I guess, to go to Hollywood and make it big. The reality is, though, that very few ever do make it big. Recently, Sandy went out to Hollywood. She talked with some performers with undiscovered talent, and she started at a very famous address. Sandy?
Hollywood and Vine. That's probably the most recognized crossroads in the country, perhaps even the world. But Hollywood and Vine is a whole lot more than an address. For many, too many probably, Hollywood and Vine symbolizes a dream, the fulfillment of youthful fantasies, of glamour and money and fame.
You ought to be in pictures. You're wonderful to see. You ought to be in pictures. Oh, what a hit you would be.
Your voice would thrill a nation.
A letter here from Hollywood. In 1932, the wonderful Harold Lloyd spoofed the Hollywood dream in a film called Movie Crazy. Yet that dream of stardom continues to lure tens of thousands of people to this town. They come in search of the elusive big break, the classic role which might catapult them, if not to stardom, then at least out of the unemployment lines.
I'd like 2 muffins to go.
After bouncing around stages in New York and Florida for a number of years, Bill Lampley wound up in Hollywood. He's had a few good-paying acting roles since he came here nearly 4 years ago. But today, well, it's the $60 a week he earns in a local restaurant that pays the bills. Yet this job does give Bill the flexibility he needs to pursue his real work.
An actor's job is to go out to auditions. There's 30, 40 people when you go in, and it doesn't matter if you walk out, because there's a dozen other people there. One of them's going to do it. They don't owe me anything. I don't owe them anything. And I have absolutely no control. Even if I'm right for something, it's not because I did a good job. It's just because I got picked. Getting chosen is alms for the poor. You're out there with a tin cup, and only your tin cup is a book with pictures and your resume and what work you've done in the past.
Well, I've been a secretary, I've been a receptionist, a waitress. I've tutored French and English, and I've sold clothes. I tried that. I've tried a lot of different things. I've done just about the gamut of jobs since I began. And
Roxy Lamb is also trying to find her way in Hollywood. Those jobs, along with the money she earns from teaching ballet in her apartment and an occasional unemployment check, keep Roxy going financially, because so far, a lucrative acting role simply hasn't come along.
there are times that there are, it's a crunch. Sometimes the groceries go back, because I thought I had enough money to pay, but I didn't. Determination is really important, I think. And I think you have to love working and